Good morning, I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at Channel 8. I'm joined again today by Terry Bentley Hill, who will be our legal expert today. We're going to start off with Rebecca Lopez's wrap-up package from last week, and so let's take a listen.
The jury in the Tanner Horner trial spent most of the day listening to experts delve into Horner's mind. Neurological experts tried to explain how his brain functions. They testified most of his brain appears normal, except abnormalities in one region associated with people who have autism.
So again, it matters where the abnormalities are. His abnormalities are predominantly in the social cognition system.
But even the defense's experts agreed those findings do not explain or justify why Tanner Horner kidnapped and murdered 7-year-old Athena Strand. That autism does not cause someone to do what he did.
I do not disagree with that.
Jurors also heard from people who knew Horner as a child, including a teacher and a school counselor who described a troubled upbringing.
I enjoyed being Tanner's teacher.
They described a child struggling through a difficult childhood of neglect and isolation.
Tanner was bullied at school. Hopefully he did have friends, but I don't know of a single one.
And a mother who was often absent.
She was not a mother. She just wasn't a mother. She just did not have the motherly instincts. She had problems of her own. And Tanner was put on the back burner.
Jurors heard about brain science and a troubled childhood, but even the defense's own experts drew a clear line. Neither explains the murder of Athena Strand. In Fort Worth, I'm Rebecca Lopez.
Now that Tanner Horner has pled guilty to capital murder for the killing of 7-year-old Athena Strand, the trial has gone into the punishment phase. That's where jurors must answer two critical questions that will determine his sentence. They're called special issues. First, jurors must decide whether Horner would be a continuing danger to society. If even one juror says no, the death penalty is off the table, and the sentence automatically becomes life in prison without parole. But if all jurors say yes, they move to a second question. Are there reasons to spare him from the death penalty, including evidence about his character, background, or mental condition? If all jurors reject those reasons, Horner will be sentenced to death. If they cannot agree, the sentence again becomes life without parole. Attorneys say much of this phase could hinge on expert testimony. Horner's lawyers have argued that his autism should be considered as a reason to spare him from the death penalty. Jurors will now weigh those questions as they decide Tanner Horner's final punishment. Will he spend the rest of his life in prison or be sentenced to death for the killing of Athena Strand? Okay, Terry. I want to start off because, Terry's coming back. So Terry was in the courtroom, not this past Thursday, but the Thursday before when they played that 1-hour audio.
Yeah.
Obviously, it wasn't live streamed. We wouldn't have live streamed it anyway, and the judge didn't allow it. But this is the 1-hour audio and video that shows Athena being kidnapped, and then then covering up the camera, and then of course what followed. So I just want you to talk about that.
Well, let me start off by saying this, and then we'll get into that. I have a lot of exposure to capital murder cases. For example, and if you don't want to hear this, don't listen, okay? But I have been exposed and involved in cases where a 76-year-old nun was raped and murdered on Halloween night in her convent.
Oh my God.
I have been exposed to a case where a young mother in her home was raped and murdered while her children slept in their beds. And then the worst was a 6-year-old was lured into a man's home where he raped and drowned her and threw her body into a dumpster.
Oh God.
All 3 of those defendants received the death penalty. And as horrible as those cases are, this one is more horrible. This one is the worst set of facts that I have ever heard. Tanya and Rebecca and I were in the courtroom sitting next to each other when they played that video and audio, and we looked at each other multiple times because we couldn't believe what we were hearing. We have a trauma bond. I have a trauma bond with Rebecca.
Right.
And you too, for that
Well,
matter.
and frankly, part of it was part of the reason I asked you to go over that day was, one, I knew it would be helpful to have somebody come out and be able to talk about it with Rebecca, but also because, frankly, we've known each other for more than 20 years, and I didn't want her to go through that by herself.
Exactly. There wasn't a dry eye in that courtroom. The jury, let me tell you about the jury. The jury is basically, from what I could tell, an even mix between male and female.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to tell because we're not sure who the alternates are.
Right.
I don't know who the alternates are.
And Rebecca doesn't know either.
But I can tell you this, that of all the trials I have been involved in, I have never seen a jury break down emotionally like I saw that day. They were crying. Some were sobbing. I could hear them from where I was sitting, sobbing. There were reporters crying. The lawyers were crying. It was impossible not to be touched forever. Your soul was touched in that courtroom. And I know that there has been speculation that the defense experts and witnesses that they're bringing in is trying to provide some distance between
Right.
that. There's not enough distance to hell and back
Yeah.
for that jury to forget what
Right.
they heard. It will not make a difference. And I want to go over something, Tanya, if it's okay.
No, I absolutely want you to.
I want people to understand what's going on here, and that the defense is bringing in these witnesses. They're bringing in a teacher. They're bringing in a speech pathologist who, by the way, said he received lots of services and he improved
Right.
with those services. They brought in a mom who's a tragic person herself, with drug addiction, prison, treatment facilities, etc. They brought in a great aunt. They brought in a lead expert who did not, by the way.
None of those experts have actually examined Tanner Horner.
I know.
By the way.
So they brought in the lead expert. They brought in the brain MRI guy. They brought in a Texas A&M professor who said that it's impossible to determine whether or not someone is a future danger, even if they've committed murder.
Right.
Okay, they're bringing in all these people because if they don't bring these witnesses in, this case can be reversed. This is a legal case that right now sits in a courtroom with a jury who's going to make a decision whether this person receives a death penalty or gets life in prison without parole. But no matter what, because this is a death penalty case, this case immediately goes up on appeal to
Right.
the Court of Criminal Appeals.
Right, and you don't want to do anything.
No.
Anything.
No.
Right, to jeopardize that. What's going to happen here?
100%, because let me tell you, if the defense doesn't do what they are doing, this case could be reversed on ineffective assistance of counsel, and guess what happens then?
Then we got to do it all.
We do it all over again, and Athena, her mom, her dad, her family, her loved ones, they go through this all over again. So when the defense brings these witnesses in, and you're going, this is ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
Why are they doing this? In
right.
fact, Tanya, one guy on the comments said, well, they're going to bring in the Whataburger guy who sold him a hamburger when he was in the 4th grade. It is ridiculous, you all. It is. They have to do it. And this is what they have to do. They have to go into the social history, the family dysfunction, abuse, and poverty. Well, we know.
Right. I mean, he clearly had a terrible childhood. We all
know.
get that, yeah.
Failure. If they fail to uncover trauma, violence, neglect, or foster care or something like that, it's a problem. If there is no mitigation specialist retained, and what's coming, you all, is a mitigation specialist. They have to have someone who's going to come in, and believe it or not, that person definitely has spoken and spent lots of time with the defendant. He, I'm not sure who it is, has spent hours.
I think it's a he, but
It's a he?
Rebecca was there when I want to say he, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
But she was there when they did the pre-hearings, these Daubert hearings where they have the experts come in and basically testify to what they're going to testify to. Right. But even that person, from what Rebecca said, conceded that he knows right from wrong.
Have you heard from any friends or strangers or anyone who's sick and tired of the autism excuse?
Oh, yeah.
I can't tell you how many people have reached out to me.
I'm sick and tired of it.
I know.
I have a nephew who is autistic, who is high functioning. And I'm like, wait a minute, folks. And I know plenty of people in my career who have had bad childhoods.
Right.
My childhood wasn't perfect. Now, granted, it wasn't like what is described in this courtroom, but we've all had problems in our childhood. Nobody's had it perfect.
No.
But he knew right from wrong, and you are accountable. And maybe there's something different with his brain, but there's at some point, and sorry, I get up a little on my high horse with this one because you're a parent, I'm a parent, and I can envision my child. And even though I didn't listen to that audio, and I didn't hear that audio, your descriptions of it, I have just enough of a glimpse of it. And frankly, that image of Athena in the vehicle with him and the images of him driving around afterwards, they live rent-free in my mind.
100%.
Go ahead. Sorry, you keep going.
They are going to try to raise the level of his autism and mental health issues to a statutory level of intellectual disability, so he has less culpability in his actions. And I say that's BS. Can I say that on this line? That is BS. He has concocted many stories. He concocted the old man in the Astro van who pulled off with her. He saw her when he was delivering the Barbie package. He concocted the zero alter ego personality person. He then had the nerve in one of his letters that he wrote when he had his suicide attempt in 2023 that said, well, there was actually an old man with a rifle who was pointing at me.
Made me do it.
And said, I want her. I mean, this man has concocted story after lie after story after lie. This is not a person who is out of it. This is a person who's trying to save his rear end.
Well, because Terry, and folks out there, understand a little bit about what Terry does. Terry's her specialty is in defending clients who suffer from mental illness.
Right.
That's what she does, right? So she's very familiar with clients who truly are incompetent, people who truly
psychotic.
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 He is not
this
psychotic.
This man is not psychotic. Take my word for it. No, he's not. He is a calculated, cold-blooded killer. He preyed on that child. He preyed on other children 2 days before that. Had their father not been home, it might have been one of those children.
Do you think he'd done this before, though?
I don't know if he has done this before, but because I think that it would have been, I
don't think he was I think he was learning.
I think at 100%. He was leading up to it. But you know what I thought was interesting? If you listen to those jailhouse calls, both of the women he talked to, when they played those jailhouse calls, both of them said, did you do something to that little girl? Would that have been a question you would have asked your child immediately if there wasn't a reason to ask that question?
Right, exactly.
Do you know what I'm saying? They wanted, and then
because I mean, 100%. If my kid was arrested for something like that, I believe he was innocent, and I would be looking for an attorney, trying to figure this out. How in the world, So
I would not immediately go, oh well.
He must have done it.
Did you sexually assault this girl? They asked those questions for a reason, and it was either grandma or somebody who said, and when he lied to him, of course, and said, no, I didn't do that. I didn't do that to him. She said, I didn't think so because you're not a pervert. Well, guess what, grandma? He is a pervert.
Right. Yeah.
He's a pervert. And he dumped that child's body in a river, and they fortunately were able to still pull DNA off of her body. You know, she had been there for 2
Right.
days. And you imagine how much DNA she would have had he not thrown her in a river.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, of course, they couldn't say for a hunter, well, because they had to do that, what's called YSTR testing, which is when you can't pull a full DNA panel. This is a subset of DNA testing where you extract out the male chromosome. And so it's not as, I don't know if that's the right word, but he could not be excluded, but the likelihood that it could be someone else it's unlikely.
Thousands of chances.
It's unlikely. I mean, so
Right. No, and he couldn't be excluded, nor could someone else in his family. Well, we know she didn't have any contact with someone else in his family.
Exactly.
So, I want to go over something too. Tanya and I sat here 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Is this?
I know we're in week. Today starts week 4.
So we're sitting here doing this back and forth just like this before they started the proceedings that morning, and we're thinking we're getting ready for a guilt or innocence trial. Is this man guilty or is he innocent? And we are staring at the television screen just like you are, and we hear the judge talk about his plea of guilty. We're going, wait, what?
Yeah, that caught me way off guard.
We were all floored by that. And I don't know if the prosecutors were even aware that this was coming. But he got
Didn't
up.
seem like it.
No, but what they did do, and I looked at Tanya and said, this case is going to be over. This case will be over very quickly. And here we are going into the 4th week.
Right, but it would be if the death penalty wasn't on the table, because he would have been immediately sentenced to life without parole.
Exactly, 100%. And I'm thinking, and I've done this defense work for a long time, and you and I talked about it. We knew that there was a big bomb that was coming. The very first day we did this, we knew that there was something coming just by the opening statements by the prosecutor. And by the way, I think this prosecution team has done a very, very good job. And also I want to give kudos to the investigative team. They had the FBI, they had local sheriff,
and they all cooperated. You don't get any sense that there was any kind of that. Because, I've done this a long time, and you can have some interdepartmental stuff. You get the sense that all these agencies work together in lockstep.
It was unbelievable. You can usually look and go, this is a fault here, this is a fault here, this is, I'm going to attack this, I'm going to attack that. There is nothing there. And Texas Ranger Job. Espinoza.
Seriously, Job. I mean, it's like the book of Job.
I know. Job Espinoza. He did an incredible job because guess what? He played to this guy's alter ego. He played to his, deception. And he
kept him talking.
He did. And he finally got him to take him to the place where he dumped Athena's body. Now, I think they would have eventually found her because there was GPS in that, because he said they were going to the different stops. But they may not have seen her in that river.
That was a very secluded location. I'm with Terry. I think they would have eventually found her, but it could have been a while.
She was in a river.
She was in a river, and the DNA would have had more time to degrade.
Right.
We've talked about this, that, if this is 25 years ago, 20 years ago, you don't have video, you don't have all these things, and if Tanner Horner keeps his mouth shut, he gets away with it.
Yeah, without a doubt.
No doubt in my mind. I think, I forget, it might have been Cody brought up Amber Hagerman.
Yes.
Amber Hagerman, this is an Amber Hagerman case, folks.
100%.
Absolutely. Amber Hagerman happens today, and we know who did it. They don't get away with it, I don't think, today.
Yeah, lots of cameras around. There's just a lot more technology that helps in the situation. I mean, even Tanner's phone, they did a phone dump once they got his phone, and the things he had been searching on his phone, it's just like, you've got to be kidding me. This guy is not out of it. He doesn't have some weird devil on his shoulder.
Is the FedEx truck recording? Well, yes, the answer is yes, it is, dude.
It's just, it is unbelievable. But let me just say this before we get back into the testimony. Every witness that comes in, be glad for every witness that comes in, because it's a nail in his coffin. It is another nail in his coffin. I don't care if they're defense witnesses. It is a nail in his coffin. And be happy for this family, because the more witnesses they bring in, the less likely this case could be overturned, because they were ineffective counsel. They are doing their job. I am not mad at them. I'm not mad at them at all. I'm not mad at the judge. I'm not mad at the prosecutors. They are doing what they have to do. And for this family, that's what we want.
Exactly.
We have to have them do their job. And as ridiculous as these witnesses are, who knows what's coming in next? We may even hear from his brother. You know, there is one question that
we are going to hear from his brother on the 29th, is what I've been told. Is I think that's Thursday. Yeah. No. Whatever the 29th is, but later this week we will hear from his brother.
Okay, that'll be interesting. But with those family witnesses, you know, and I don't know all the facts of this case. I don't know what the state knows. I don't know what the defense knows. But I know what I would have asked those family members or those teachers who had any kind of dealings with the defendant is, tell me who Zero is. Right. Have you met Zero? I'd like to know who Zero was, and I would have loved to have seen the reaction. What is your reaction to who Zero is? Because Zero apparently just appeared about 4 months before this occurred.
Right.
No. Yeah. Nope. I don't believe it. This guy wanted to smoke, and he wanted to tell his story, and he thought he was smart enough that he was fooling these cops, and he was not fooling these cops.
He did think he was fooling them, and he thought he was smarter than them. And, you know, I don't know how many of you guys out there are familiar with Eric Williams. Eric Williams is really the other death penalty case that I covered. He was a former justice of the peace who killed the men who prosecuted him, as well as the DA's wife. And Eric Williams thought he was smarter than everybody.
Right.
And in his case, if he had just stopped with the first prosecutor he killed and kept his mouth shut and not called in false Crime Stoppers tips, he might have gotten away with it.
I know.
But, you know, they have these psychopaths, they have a need. In some ways, they actually have a need to get caught, right?
Yeah. Their ego
they want to brag about it.
Exactly. Their ego is such they want to brag about it. But I know, you know, you asked me, do I think that he did it before? I don't. I honestly don't think that he did it before. He's done other things before. We know that he sexually assaulted 2 young girls. We know that.
Right.
So I think that but what I do think, if he had gotten away with this, he would have done it again.
Oh, there is no doubt. I mean, you don't say, oh, I'm going to go out and I'm going to kidnap, strangle, kill, do whatever you did to this little girl, and say, you know, I think I'm just going to continue on with my life and not do this again. No. This is what you do if you get away with it is you perfect it.
Yes.
You don't do it in a FedEx van.
Exactly.
You make sure, because if he doesn't get caught, and I don't know, this is one question we don't know is, how long do they keep that video? So let's say 30 days had gone by.
Yeah.
Like, because most places, the retention policies, and again, I don't know what the retention policy was in this particular situation, because it was never came out in testimony. But it's conceivable.
Right.
That they don't keep it for a lengthy
30
amount,
days.
because
You're right.
the storing that stuff,
it begins to tape over itself.
right? And, and I'm in the TV business, right? So obviously we store enormous amounts of video, and we don't keep everything. Like, I'm on the investigative team, and so we keep a lot of our stuff. But if we as a station tried to keep every single interview that was ever done, holy cow! I mean, we get the periodic emails from IT saying, "Hey, folks, the server's full." So I think it's the same thing in this. I'm sure they have some sort of retention policy, and police departments with their body cams, same thing. They don't keep that stuff
Forever
and ever, unless it's attached to a specific case.
Right.
So
Right.
I just there was a lot of incredible investigative work done here.
100%. There was this is the perfect investigation case.
Yeah.
They had people in the FedEx or the third party contractor.
And they went out of their way too to find video.
Yes.
Because they remember that guy went looking and searching to see what Tanner Horner had been doing in the days and preceding and after. I give that
Exactly.
guy a lot of props. My impression from his testimony was he's not really asked to do that.
No.
But he was like, wait a minute. And
I
he
know.
went looking.
I was also impressed that how quickly the search began and who was involved with the search for Athena.
Right.
And I am impressed by that. The FBI got involved immediately, so did the Texas Rangers with the Department of Public Safety, the Sheriff's Office, and the 300 registered volunteers who were out searching for her. And we saw in some of the video the day of the horrible day that we watched the video and heard the audio testimony in that truck when he murdered her. But we saw him with his camera on his van driving around to deliver his packages and being put out because people were in his way. He could not turn.
Oh, he was honking.
Oh my gosh.
Horrible.
And people were saying, yeah, we're looking for a little girl, and you could see people out on their horses looking for her. It was just immediately people, oh, there's the judge. People gathered to find this darling, precious little girl, Athena, and had no idea that a monster was driving around and making up stories and getting ready to tell his made up story.
That video of him driving around afterwards, right after where he's cleaning the vehicle, and then the day after, obviously I didn't see and hear what y'all saw, but that video was just I was so outraged and so upset. And here it is. Zeke has brought it up. Yeah, you can just see him. He's just like, no big deal.
Yep.
Going on about my business.
Talking to somebody in his family, will pick up something for me. Okay, I'll pick it up. And he has just murdered and done horrible things and I'll get into that more in a little bit.
We'll have time today to talk about
we'll
it.
have lots of time to talk about what I heard and what I saw. You see that right there? You know what's going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they
there's
see
where
it now. He's
cleaning it up.
cleaning. He's cleaning the back of that van.
And you see he shuts those doors and drives off, and then we'll get into it because I can tell you what's going on with those doors.
Ugh.
I mean, y'all, I'm here to tell you that jury, there were some men sitting like this, those jurors. I thought they're going to go over that. They're going to go over that rail. They're going to go after him. There are men that are, he's left his stink on everyone in that courtroom.
Right.
And they are not going to forget. There's not enough mitigating evidence to erase what he did to that child.
No.
Not at all.
I think every legal expert I've talked to who's come on here would be shocked if the only way you don't see the death penalty is if there's somebody on there who got through the process and secretly is against the death penalty.
Well, that's it. And you have to be able to consider the full range of punishment in any case, but especially in the death penalty case, and that would be life in prison without parole or lethal injection, the death penalty. And there are people, believe it or not, who will give answers because they want to get on a jury, and they may have feelings that they haven't told the prosecutor.
But that's also why that process for death penalty cases takes so long. Jury selection in this case took 5 weeks.
Right. So, and you know what's interesting is you hear people go, oh, I would rather him spend the rest of his life in prison because that would be worse than the death penalty. And then when he gets into gen pop, they'll take care of him. All of a sudden the people in general population in the prisons, they get moral when it comes to
Exactly.
child death, right? They're going to handle that themselves. I'm going to tell you, even in the prison system, with certain people who have been convicted of crime, like people like this defendant who has sexually assaulted and murdered a child, they still can put them in an isolation area. They usually put police officers who have been convicted of an.
I don't know. Billy Shamirmir, our serial killer, though he got killed.
And
I don't know what they would do with him. Would they put him in protective custody? Would
I
they
don't
put
know.
him in Gen Pop? I don't know. But Billy Shamirmir,
That's true.
who was a convicted serial killer who killed elderly women, a horrific case, got away with it for years and years before he was ultimately caught. He was killed in prison. So
Yeah.
I'm not saying that would happen to Tanner Horner, but you know, who knows? There's no way to know. But that is just an example that comes to mind.
And so Jeffrey Dahmer,
Right.
he had prison justice too. So yes, it does happen. So I was thinking to myself, there are a lot of people who feel like, let's let them take care of this guy instead of him sitting on death row for 20 years, because there is an appellate process, and sometimes it is painstakingly slow.
Oh yeah.
And so this guy would sit on, if he's convicted or if he's found,
You're looking at least 10 to 15 years.
100%. And he's in
Least.
a single cell. He's there for 23 hours a day. He really doesn't have any contact with anybody. He's on death row. They have a special place in the prison system in Texas for death row inmates. And believe it or not, we have quite a few on death row here in the state of Texas. The state of Texas executes the worst of the worst, and that's what the Supreme Court says. The death penalty is reserved for the worst of the worst. Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at the worst of the worst.
Yeah, I Rebecca and I have talked about this, and you and I have talked about this over the course of this trial. You and I have talked a lot during this trial. I think just because we've kind of commiserated about how hard this has been. I did the Uvalde trial a few months ago,
Yeah.
and that was horrible.
Yes.
But
we called that one right too.
we called that one right.
Because,
That was right.
Yes.
But this has just been horrible on a level that I cannot begin to wrap my mind around, and I have never been, kudos is not the right word, but I have thought often about you and Rebecca and the jurors and everybody that sat in that courtroom, because I feel like I have a glimpse into what it must have been like, but I can't fully appreciate it. And I don't really want to, because I have no interest in listening to that.
Right.
Like, I don't want that, because that's not something that you get out of your mind easily.
No.
Ever. I think there are just things that you see and hear that you just never truly, you don't unsee and you don't unhear them.
No, you can't. And that's why they say once that bell is rung, you can't unring it. And in Texas, a lot of capital murder cases, the state is the one who decides whether or
Right.
not they're going to seek the death penalty, and and the state is the prosecution. If you're not exactly sure who I'm talking about, the prosecutors make that decision, and oftentimes today, because a death penalty case is extremely expensive.
Oh yeah.
It can break a county because think of all the resources. These are, excuse me.
You're going to be like me on the final
I
day of
know.
Uvalde
There we
if you
go.
don't watch it.
Sorry about that. The county's paying for experts. The county is paying for lawyers.
Right.
The county is paying for hotel rooms for the experts. They're flying experts in. It's extremely expensive to try a capital murder case. So
Exactly.
oftentimes, the prosecutors will decide, well, we're going to charge them with capital murder, but we're going to not seek the death penalty. In other words, life in prison without parole.
Right, because getting the conviction is really just the beginning of the process.
Exactly.
The fight, will last for years. Zeke, will you do me a favor and will you show people what we can currently see in that courtroom so they know we're not preventing y'all from seeing anything at the moment. You can see that camera is, just kind of turned away. We're still waiting on court to get started.
That looks like a camera. I don't know what that is.
Well, that's probably some sort of surveillance camera. Some courtrooms are outfitted with cameras, and I don't know if that's a surveillance camera or if that's a camera. During COVID, a lot of courtrooms were outfitted with cameras to allow live streaming so that they could comply with the requirements of
Right.
open courtrooms, that sort of thing. But so I don't know exactly what that is.
I talked to one of the police officers. I was referencing this case where the 6-year-old was lured into this murderer's house and drowned. And I spoke to the prosecutor who found her body in that dumpster. I'm not the prosecutor, the police officer who found her body. And she reminded me that her partner drank himself to death. Oh. He could not handle the horror of what he experienced as a police officer during that case. Right. And one of the very first witnesses in this case was the sheriff.
Yeah, and you could just he was broken by this. You could just tell. I mean, he was still very emotional, and he left office.
He did. He said this was it.
He just couldn't. He was done.
He was a grizzled old law enforcement officer. He had been with the Texas Rangers. He had seen everything, and he said this was the case that did him in, and he left. He retired. And when he took the stand, he could not testify without getting emotional. He was trying to hold it together.
Yeah.
And so it has, like I said, this guy, this is a ripple effect. This is not just involves one person, two people.
Right.
This doesn't just involve Athena and then this horrible monster defendant. It affects everyone who is either listening to this, who is participating in this, who saw her body. I'll never forget the FBI agent who pulled her body out of that water and how he described her.
And when you listen to them describing the process of pulling her body out, you could just tell the care. They treated it as a sacred act. That's how it came across to me. Just the care. She had been discarded. Horner used the word tossed. I don't know how many times he said, well, I tossed her body. Tossed. But then you hear them describing the care with which they pull her out of that creek and treat her in a sacred fashion. And it doesn't mitigate what happened to her. And then even when her mom's talking about how she made sure that she got to the funeral home ahead of her dad, because she said, I don't want Athena's dad to see her that way. And she finds her daughter unclothed. She covers her up. She goes to Walmart. She buys her favorite bows and all this stuff. And you're just like, what? I cannot even imagine even having the presence of mind to do all those acts, right? To even, because she was, even in all that, Athena's mom is thinking about others.
I had a private moment with Athena's mom the day I was in that courtroom. And I'm telling you, that is an amazing woman.
Yeah.
She has attended almost every hearing that has occurred during the last 3.5 years of this investigation. She is one amazing, tough woman. But I promise you, I would never want her to have to go through this again.
No.
Never have to sit through this again. Never have to hear what happened to her daughter again. Not have to think about going to a cold room with her daughter laying naked, and they put her in pajamas and then went shopping, and you're shopping at Walmart knowing you're buying clothes for your dead daughter. I mean, it is unbelievable. And just, you're right, just the care that she took, not wanting Jacob, Athena's father, to see her like that. And Jacob, the toll it's taken on him. As he said, I went into the bottle. I've lost 50 pounds, and you can just see him in the courtroom.
It destroyed his marriage.
Y'all.
Yeah. And put the video back up. Okay, so we can start to see. I can see, Terry's. This is hard.
It is hard, y'all. It is hard.
Yeah, and you can see, okay, so we see in the courtroom, we're seeing that door open. That's where the holdover cell is. They'll be there he is.
And you know what? Everybody's been very measured in this whole process. They have not pushed him around or
Oh,
treated
yeah.
him bad or yelled at him. Everybody has been very measured, including the prosecutors, because I guarantee you they have rage.
Oh, yeah.
And the defense attorneys too. They have rage too, and the judge. But they have treated him.
And we
There's
haven't,
Mom.
and we haven't seen the half of it, right?
Oh heavens, no!
I mean, you've heard more just because you were in the courtroom with that audio. But you know.
everybody in that courtroom knows what's at stake.
Oh, yes.
And so they are
Absolutely.
following the rules. They're doing exactly what they need to do. They're being measured.
Okay, so we're starting to see. Okay, so
There's a witness
They've
apparently.
blurred. Okay, so we should be hearing.
The civilian witnesses are being blurred. They've asked to. The judges have granted that. There have been death threats with some of these defense witnesses, and so yep.
Okay,
Somebody's
so are we
taking
getting
the stand.
sound? Zeke, are we getting sound yet from that courtroom? No sound
There's
yet.
Dad.
Folks.
There's Jacob.
There's Jacob. So I just want to let y'all know that there's no sound yet. We're as soon as Zeke, when sound comes up in that courtroom, you can just kill Terry and I's mics.
There's his ex-wife Ashley.
Yeah. Well, I think
is that Ashley?
Is he sitting with? I think Ashley was sitting beside him. Hold on, I'm trying to.
That looked like the woman who testified, and I thought that was the
He had a
stepmom.
redhead. Also had another redhead sitting
Oh,
beside him.
did he?
But is that who? Well.
Anyway, it
I
ruined
wouldn't
the
swear to
marriage.
it, yeah. It did. It ruined their
destroyed
marriage
his
and-
marriage. I mean, his stepmother testified that she was cooking. She was in the kitchen cooking when all of this happened.
Right. And you move out to the country because you think, hey, I'm gonna, I'm gonna have my kid live out here. And I think that's Ashley right there. And you think, oh,
it's safe. I have 10 acres.
Right.
My kid can play outside. You would think. I mean.
oh,
for
somebody
crying
said
out
the
loud.
person sitting beside him. I'm looking at the chat. Said that's Jacob's cousin sitting beside him.
Okay, so the lady in front of him who turned around, I do think that's Ashley.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she testified.
Folks are
helping us out
helping
there.
us out in the chat. We
Good.
appreciate that.
See, you're
folks.
paying attention, and that's good. So every defense witness, when you go, this is ridiculous, I can't believe they're doing this, you go, I'm so glad they're doing this.
That's
Because
right.
it matters. It matters to that family. As hard as it is for them to hear it, they have to hear it. We don't want this case reversed.
No, we do not want this
Nope.
case. No family should have to go through this case again.
That's right.
Absolutely not. I mean, that would be horrible. I mean, as horrible as this has been, what happened originally, and then for this family to have to go through this trial, for them, if anything happened to cause it to happen again, that would be
Horrible.
I would not want to. This family should never have to go through this again.
No, and besides, that's the second bite at the apple. Everybody knows everybody's play by that time.
Right, right.
So things can change. So we don't, everybody be patient. Everybody be patient with these witnesses. I know it's frustrating and it just drives you crazy when you hear about somebody, how much lead he had in his system because he swallowed quarters.
Quarters.
Yeah.
Cody Skipper
I
said
know.
he swallowed plenty of quarters, and
Exactly. Yeah. And another thing that Cody said that, and Cody and I office together, you guys. I mean, I know Cody really well. He doesn't mince any words, but when he said the pain train is coming, he's right. The pain train is coming.
Yeah. Right. Absolutely. Still no sound, Zeke?
Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Marie, we are going to call you by your preferred name and not provide any full name, but what I'd like you to do is just introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Marie, and I know Mr. Horner as a special educator in Hazel ISD.
What did you do at Hazel ISD?
As I stated, I was a special educator. I became the special ed department head, and I worked with students in the learning lab, or what some districts call content mastery, and also shadowed some students in classrooms.
What is a learning lab or content mastery?
It's a place where students can come to get extra assistance, maybe have things read to them, or explained to them further.
And if you pull the microphone just a little bit closer to you so we can make sure that everybody can hear you, okay? You a little nervous this morning?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Is
Tap that microphone. Okay.
this your first time testifying?
I've testified before.
Anything like this, though?
No.
Marie, you mentioned content mastery and that kids can come there to get help. What kind of help would be provided in a content mastery setting?
They might get reading assistance. They might also have things broken down or explained to them on a more basic level. Sometimes help with vocabulary.
Can any student come to content mastery?
Actually, in Azle ISD, any student could come to content. So we didn't just serve special education students. We also serve 504 students and general education students if they ask the teacher to come.
Generally speaking, how many students use the content mastery program while you were there?
That would be difficult to answer, I think. But, I mean, we had a large majority of students that used it, probably primarily 504 and special education students. But, I mean, on any given day, at any given hour, there could be 20-plus students in that classroom.
You've mentioned 504 a couple of times. Tell the jury what a 504 is.
504 would be things like dyslexia, ADHD, things that can fall under special education, but if a student achieves to a certain level, they may be ARTed out, which stands for admission review and dismissal. But the thing that I believe is powerful about 504 is it does not go away when a child graduates, whereas special education does.
Did Tanner Horner have a 504?
He did not have a 504. He was a special education student.
You mentioned that there could be upwards of 20 students in there. How many teachers would be available for those 20 students? I mean, what was the teacher to student ratio?
Typically, there might only be one teacher in the room, but we also had 2 to 3 paraprofessionals that were there to assist as well.
Were you ever working as an inclusion specialist while at Azle ISD?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is an inclusion specialist?
That is someone who goes into the classroom to basically shadow the students. Oftentimes we would stay there while the lesson was given, but if they had an assignment to complete, it was at our discretion if we stayed in the classroom or if we actually took them to content mastery to complete that assignment.
What would you do for them in the classrooms?
Sometimes we were there just to help keep them on task, and at times the teacher might defer to us for us to give an explanation and help teach a lesson.
Tell me more about that. You said help explain the lesson or to even teach it. Why would a student need someone like you to teach the lesson that they have a teacher in the classroom that's already teaching it?
Because we don't all learn the same way. Sometimes we need something explained in a way that we need things broken down. And I saw that as a benefit, not just to the special education students, but to all the students.
When you were with Azle ISD, were you an inclusion specialist for Tanner?
That's going to be hard for me to answer because I'm trying to remember when inclusion started. And if I were, he would have been probably on the beginnings of that inclusion support.
Well, Marie, during your time with Azle ISD, did you work with Tanner?
I did.
And how did you come to know him?
Basically, he would come to content and we would be there to help assist. So, let's say he came in for a history lesson or a science lesson, we would sit down and and it wasn't typically just him, he probably came with a group and we would sit down with that group and maybe read some of the content again with them and then try to help them answer the questions that the teacher had sent for them to complete.
When you first met Tanner, what was your first impression of him?
He was a pleasant young man.
Did he ever talk to you about his home life?
Not a lot, but also remember I said I was the special education department head, so I probably attended, I can't swear to all, but the majority of his ARD meetings. And again, that's admission, review, and dismissal. So I got to know my students pretty well, so.
How often would these ARD meetings take place?
At least once a year, but sometimes on occasion, maybe more than that.
When you have these ARD meetings, who attends?
The guardian is always invited, obviously, a parent and or guardian. There's always at least one special educator in the room that has them in class, as well as a CTE teacher, their career-oriented teacher had to attend, and then obviously regular education teachers would attend.
What is the purpose of the ARD meeting?
To review a student's accommodations, to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to meet their needs in the classroom.
When Tanner had his ARD meetings, do you recall who attended?
As I recall, I might have met Mom on 1 or 2 occasions, but typically it was his grandmother that attended.
And what were your impressions of his grandmother?
She's a very sweet lady.
Did his grandfather ever attend?
Yes.
And what was your impression of him?
Again, he was always pleasant.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Maria, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 75. We'll just take a look at this for a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what do you recognize Defendant's Exhibit number 75 to be?
Well, it would appear to be his educational record and the districts that he attended throughout the time that he was in school, and it looks like he came to Azle in 6th grade.
The defense offers Defense Exhibit number 75, which has been on file the requisite amount of time and has been previously tendered to the state.
Look at what it is, what you're... We're good, Your Honor, no objection. Okay, states, defendant 75 is admitted.
Now, Marie, have you seen these records before?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you review them in preparation for your testimony today?
Briefly, yes.
Now, Marie, when you were with Azle AISD, how did they code their special education classes?
Well, for a period of time, you were able to look at a transcript and tell the difference between a special ed class and a regular ed class. But then we kind of slid into a period of time where the state required that everything look more consistent. And so unless you were on the teacher side, you really couldn't tell the difference.
Can you tell the difference when you look at a transcript? Or I guess, let me ask it this way. Can you tell us whether Tanner Horner was in special education classes?
I'm going to tell you by looking at the transcript, it's very difficult to tell, but I know that he was, yes.
You mentioned that the school board didn't want to kind of draw attention to special ed. You want kind of consistency, I think was
It
the
wasn't
word.
the school board, it's TEA more than,
TEA.
yes.
Okay. With, why would TEA not want to make it obvious that a child was in special education?
Joe, I'll object. That calls for speculation.
Stay.
Based upon your training and experience with dealing with special education students, have you observed them being treated differently than mainstream students?
At times, yes.
In looking at Tanner's records there, are there any categorizations which may have indicated that he needed any sort of special services? And specifically, I'm asking, does it notate anywhere that he may have a learning disability or a neurodevelopmental disorder?
And these particular records that I have here, no ma'am.
And based upon your experience with Tanner, are you aware of any learning disability that he may have?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you aware that, or are you aware of any neurodevelopmental diagnosis that he may have?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that diagnosis?
Well, I know he was a student with he was classified as a student with a learning disability. I can't tell you the subject it was in, I just remember that. And I also know that he was considered on the autism spectrum.
To your knowledge, did anyone, without naming names, did anyone at the school perform an evaluation to make that determination?
Well, yes, ma'am. Otherwise, they couldn't be under that heading.
So in order to have that heading of autism or learning disabled, the school themselves would have had to have done an evaluation?
Yes, a diagnostician would have evaluated him, and probably an LSSP would have also evaluated him.
So somebody just couldn't come in there and say, hey, I'm autistic, or hi, I have a learning disability, put me in these classes?
No, doesn't happen that way.
It has a process?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And if they don't meet the criteria, would they be allowed to be in those programs?
Judge, I'll object as to leading this witness.
Don't lead your witness. You may answer the question.
You may have to restate the question, I'm sorry.
In order to be in the program, would you have to have a diagnosis?
Yes.
With regards to other things that were within your knowledge related to Tanner, were you aware of any, I guess, category or characterization or anything regarding emotional disturbance?
I do believe that had been on his record before, but as I recall, it wasn't on his record when he was at the high school.
Why would something like that change?
Well, we put students in certain programs to hopefully teach them some coping skills so that they can be more integrated into the regular classroom. And so if they don't need to be in a certain setting, we follow least restrictive. So we allow them to, to maybe not be in a behavior classroom any longer, but to actually be in a more regular classroom.
What kind of behavior would get you placed in the category of having an emotional disturbance?
Oftentimes it was anger outburst and or struggling with interacting with your peers.
And you said that you taught, that a student could be taught coping skills. What kind of coping skills are generally taught?
Well, obviously, when they would be angry, once we could get them to a calm place, then we would, try to walk them through, how could you have maybe handled this differently, or what might be a way to, arrive at a healthy decision. A lot of choices, we talked about choices a lot.
What does the fact that someone begins the school year, not me, Your Honor.
Not me either, and I don't know. Go ahead.
Anyway, so Marie, if someone began the school year with emotional disturbance, noted in their records, and then at the end of the school year, or the beginning of the next school year, it is no longer noted, what does that tell you about what that student was able to do throughout the year?
Well, that would tell me that they must have learned some skills so that notation was allowed to be removed, but it also would tell me that they had an ARD meeting in order to remove that accommodation.
Now, Marie, you talked a little bit about content mastery and that you worked with Tanner in content mastery. Do you recall what classes he would have needed help in?
I believe he primarily used the lab for science and social studies, because I'm pretty sure that he was in a more special ed setting for some of his core subjects due to them being subject to statewide assessment.
What do you mean statewide assessment?
Well, STAR testing now, but I believe he was probably under, can't remember. He could have been under TAX instead of STAR.
Why would Tanner need help with this? Why would he need those content mastery classes?
Oftentimes they would read rather quickly and not necessarily glean from the written information the content that they might need to answer a question. And so oftentimes it was about trying to get them to slow down and actually look for, maybe read the questions ahead of time and look for the answer in the material that they were reading.
Could you tell if it helped him?
Oh, I have no doubt it helped him, yes.
And why do you say that?
Because he could be successful, whereas if he was left to complete the assignment on his own, not just him, but a lot of students would rush through it and not do as well.
How long was Tanner in your content mastery classes?
I feel probably throughout his high school career.
When he was in your classroom, how did he behave?
Typically the way he should. But I do recall on occasions there might be times that he had to be redirected.
What do you mean by redirected?
Well, where we might have to say, you need to be on task, or, you need to act appropriately. You need to, again, make good choices. Think about what you're doing, what you're saying.
Were there ever any instances where he failed to act appropriately?
Yes, but typically with him, once he was redirected once or twice, he did what he was expected to do.
Did you find that he was easy to redirect?
Usually, yes.
But not always?
Not always.
Is that typical for a teenage boy?
Well, yeah, I would say so.
Now, Marie, you had the opportunity to watch Tanner throughout his 4 years of high school. I want to talk to you about his ability to reason through things. How would you describe Tanner's ability to reason through his problems or problem solve?
He usually could come to a good conclusion given enough time, but I think if he felt pressured to have to make a split-second decision, he didn't always make the best choice. And that's where those redirections would come from.
And if there were no redirections, what would happen?
I'm not sure he would always make the best choice.
How was he in relation to the other students? Was he able to problem solve when issues came up with the other students?
Most of the time, but I think there might have been a few instances where he couldn't. I mean, I feel like, and I'm not sure if it's a part of this record or not, but I know that he did get into some trouble, you know, at the high school.
Based upon your observations of Tanner, do you feel that his emotions would ever affect his ability to reason?
Yes.
And why do you say that?
Because I think if he got over angry or maybe felt like justice wasn't being served to a peer, more so a peer than maybe even himself, that he might act in a way that wasn't, you know, what he would do otherwise.
Did you ever see him act out in that manner?
Yes.
How often did you see that with Tanner?
It was pretty rare. Maybe once or twice in the time that I recall him being while he was at the high school.
In the 4 years that you spent with Tanner, did you ever see him get physically aggressive with anybody?
I know there was an instance that that happened, but I don't believe I saw it. I don't think I witnessed it.
When Tanner would become upset or have these instances that you were talking about, was he able to calm down on his own, or would he need someone else to help him?
He oftentimes needed someone else to help him.
What would that someone do to help calm him down?
Well, sometimes it's about not talking and just providing a safe place to be until he was in the right frame of mind to talk about the circumstances, and maybe then help him frame what a better choice might have been.
Were you ever one of the people that helped calm him down?
I feel like on at least 1 or 2 occasions, yes.
Now, Marie, you talked a little bit about disciplinary records and said that you felt that he had at least one incident. In looking at the records, can you tell whether or not, or how many instances there were of fighting or mutual combat?
Looks like there are 2 on this record. A lot of the others are really more about, like code of conduct, which might be dress code or something like that, and not necessarily a physical altercation. I think there's only 2 fighting or mutual combat on here.
Well, let's talk about the fighting and the mutual combat. Can you tell from the records what happened during those altercations?
No.
Can you tell who started it?
No.
What kind of policy did the school district have at that time regarding any sort of physical contact like that?
0 tolerance.
So if 2 people got in a fight and one person was defending himself, would they still be tagged with fighting or mutual combat?
Yes.
And from these records, can you tell whether or not Tanner was acting in self-defense in those cases?
No, ma'am.
Can you tell if he was acting in defense of a third person in those cases?
No, ma'am.
Just if there's any sort of contact, that's what it's labeled as?
Yes.
And it doesn't matter who starts it?
No.
You mentioned the code of conduct violations. Let's talk about that for a moment. You had mentioned that Tanner had several code of conduct violations on his record. For what can a student get a code of conduct violation?
Well, it could be dress code. At that time, it could have been that they came to school and needed to shave and refused to shave, and then we had to, make them shave. I can't remember if he was under our ID policy or not, but it could have simply been that he didn't have his ID on if that was required.
So when we're talking about code of conduct violations, we're not talking about any sort of violence, are we?
Typically not, no. That's going to be more of the fighting and mutual combat.
In looking back on Tanner and the time that you spent with him, do you have any memory of him ever being a serious disciplinary problem?
No, ma'am.
Did you also have the opportunity to watch him as he interacted with his peers?
Yes, even in content mastery or the learning lab, yes, they interacted.
And so how often would you get the chance to watch him with his peers?
On any average week, probably once or twice a day.
Based upon your observations of these interactions, what they look like?
Typical interactions, like you would think with any other student. They just had conversations and, laughed and cut up. I.e. the reason why I said sometimes they had to be redirected.
Was he accepted, or could you tell if he was accepted by the people in that group?
Did y'all object as a speculation as with other people?
I'll let her answer.
And again, based upon your observations, was Tanner accepted by those peers, or did he seem to be rejected and ostracized?
Most of the time, I think he was accepted. I think there were probably some instances where he was rejected.
Now, based upon your observations of Tanner in the content mastery class versus your observations of him outside of the class, in which group did he appear to be more comfortable?
Are you asking me if I feel like he was more comfortable with peers that were also under special education, or with
That's
all
where
peers?
I was headed.
Okay. He probably was more comfortable with those that were under the special ed umbrella, but he also had friends that were not.
Now, did you ever see any instances where Tanner had difficulty fitting in, or he was teased, or, I hate to use the word bullied, but kind of mistreated by other students?
Well, I think there were probably times in the hallways in the mall area, the way Azle High School set up, maybe in the cafeteria, where he wasn't always treated as he should. And a lot of times we would not intervene unless it escalated to a point that we felt like we needed to, because they have to learn how to manage those relationships.
You talked about Tanner being in the content mastery, and you talked about having him for 4 years. Did Tanner ultimately graduate from high school?
Yes.
Based upon your observations and your interventions with him, could you tell whether graduating from high school was an easy task for Tanner?
I don't think it was an easy task, no.
Why do you say that?
Well, because an average kid struggles, but I think a student under the special ed umbrella struggles more, because it's hard for us to level the playing field and make sure that they have the accommodations that they need to be successful.
When a student graduates from high school and they've been in these classes such as having an inclusion specialist, or having special education programs, or being able to go to content mastery, is that the sort of thing that follows them when they graduate?
No, ma'am. A lot of people don't know this, but special education ends when a student graduates. And they're expected to acclimate and fit in and, just move along through society without accommodations that they've had for I mean, in his case, more than 4 years.
So looking back at everything, was Tanner more able to complete his tasks when in a structured environment?
Absolutely.
Was he more able to be redirected while in a structured environment?
Absolutely.
Or was he able to overcome the emotional disturbance label that he was given?
I think so, for the most part.
The last thing I wanted to ask you about, Marie, is you had said that you thought Tanner was a good kid. Why did you think he was a good kid?
He was always pleasant to interact with. Not all the students that came to Content Mastery were. Some of them were pretty much forced to come maybe by the teacher. But he always came willingly and typically, like I said, would accept redirection and complete the tasks that he was sent there for.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Marie, it sounds like to me, and by the way, my name is James Stanton. I'm the district attorney for Wise County.
Nice to meet you.
I saw you sitting back there. I didn't have a chance to introduce myself to you. So good to have you here today. I'm going to go over a couple of things with you. It sounds like at Azle ISD that there were a lot of programs out there for all the students.
Yes, sir.
To help them with certain subjects. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And we talked a lot about the content mastery, but it sounds like to me there was a bunch of kids, whether they were in special education or not, there was a lot of kids that were in content mastery.
I would reiterate that is true. They could come, but the majority of the students that came were 504 or special ed students.
Right, that had trouble with a certain subject or needed a little extra help.
Yes, sir.
So in addition to what they were getting with their programs in the school, whether it's a 504 or special ed, they had you and people like you that were helping them additionally.
Yes.
With these types of classes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so in this particular case, did you work in the high school the whole time, or were you in different places?
During his time, I was only at the high school.
Only at the high school. Okay. And now, I'm listening to your answers here. Do you feel like you have a pretty specific memory of the defendant, Mr. Horner, in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because it's been a couple of years.
Mm-hmm. Been a few.
So let's talk about that a little bit. I think you referred to him as, it sounds like when he was attending your classes and things, he was able to listen and learn like the rest of the kids. Is that right?
For the most part, yes, sir.
I think we talked a little bit about him being redirected, but I'm going to guess he probably wasn't the only kid in there that needed redirection.
No.
Okay. And that was, it seems like to me from what you're saying is that probably most of the kids in there may have needed a little redirection.
Yes, sir.
Or maybe a little assistance with their focus.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you're talking about that and he's in there, you don't have any specific instances of him having any inability to interact with the other kids in that group setting, do you?
Well, I was actually thinking about that this morning and even last night. I recall at least one incident where not just myself, but one of the paraprofessionals in the room, and oftentimes, I mean, it didn't matter who the kid was. We would say, hey, look at me. Is that the right choice? Is that what you should be doing? And like I said, my colleague had to do it as well. But usually he would calm down and take the redirection and move on.
All right. Now, you talked about him in the group setting, and it seemed like you had a pretty specific memory of him interacting with his peers, mostly accepted by his peers, and even I think you said he had friends in that group. Is that right?
Yes.
Kind of like any other kid.
Yes, sir.
Now, I won't get into this too much. We talked about incidences of fighting or conduct and the whole zero tolerance. Ms. Anderson asked you about defending people and other things, but what it also doesn't say is whether or not somebody actually did start it and was assaulting someone else.
Yes. Yeah, the record is very vague.
Right. So, and it sounds like to me, you had quite a bit of interaction over a 4-year period with Mr. Horner, is that right?
Yes.
And we talked about graduating high school. You said that some kids struggle with high school regardless. Not everybody's going to be at the top of the class.
No.
But based on your memory and your records, Mr. Horner graduated normally with the rest of his class.
Yes, sir.
Now, at some point, you'll agree with me that your training and your help for the particular student is going to go away because they're 19, 20, 22, 23 years old, right?
Well, special education technically in the state of Texas ends when a student turns 21.
Okay, thank you. But regardless, you know, people are going to grow up, right? And at some point, they're responsible for their own actions, right?
Yes.
The school can't just be responsible for them when they're 30.
No.
Now, trying to make sure I cover all this here. And I didn't use your name. I referred to you as ma'am. Is that okay?
That's perfectly fine.
Okay. I'm a little old school, so. In any of these instances that you're talking about here that specifically deal with the defendant, whether it's redirection or helping them make the right decision and things like that, you talked about several of those you remembered. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you said with all of those, you were able, even through high school, to get him redirected and get him back on task, so on and so forth. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. You didn't note any instances in there where you were unable to do that?
No, but again, I'm going to go back to the code of his disciplinary record. There must have been at least 2 incidences where redirection didn't work because, he has a violation of fighting in mutual combat.
Mm-hmm. That's what it's wrong.
Redirect.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Mary, with regards to the disciplinary record, have you had the opportunity to look at the disciplinary records of students in Azle ISD throughout your career?
I can't say throughout my career, but in the role that I had after I left the high school, I saw many, and so yes, ma'am.
How did Tanner's compare to those?
Well, his is pretty short in comparison to some that I've seen.
The state asked you about graduating with all of the other kids. In order, while Tanner was in high school, did he have accommodations?
Yes.
And were those, tell the jury whether you feel he would have been successful in graduating without those accommodations.
No, ma'am. I don't think he would have been successful without them.
So the only reason he graduated was because of the interventions of you and your team?
Well, and his own tenacity, yes.
Tell me about his tenacity.
He worked hard to achieve.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further. Thank you, Mary, or Marie.
Mr. Stegman,
Nothing further, Your Honor.
may this witness be kindly excused.
No objections.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, leave those with me. Okay. Who do you have next?
Gary Beaton.
This is the witness. Where is the witness?
He's in the back.
Here.
There you go.
I got it. Good morning. Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, the truth, and nothing but the true self of God.
Yes.
Have a seat right here. First of all, hand me that document that's right there in front of you, okay? There's a rule of evidence in effect that says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying. Once you have testified, don't discuss your testimony with anyone else except the lawyers, okay?
Okay, yes.
All right, Mr. Bill.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Steve Goble, one of Tanner's attorneys. I don't know if we've met. But I need to make clear, we're just going to call you Gary for today.
Yes.
Is that right? And were you subpoenaed to be here?
Yes.
And that was by us?
Yes.
How do you know Tanner Horner?
He was part of our church a number of years ago.
And what's your role at the church?
I'm the lead pastor.
Do you remember about how old he was when he started attending?
I don't recall exactly what age it was, no.
Okay. What were your impressions of Tanner while he was attending the church?
He was like any other kid. I'd see him walking up and down the halls. He was part of our, I think he started kind of in our youth ministry from the beginning. I think junior high, maybe somewhere around there, I'm not sure. So, you know, he was a kid like everyone else. We were aware that, you know, he had a form of autism a little bit, and so there were moments we dealt with that, but as far as being loved by our church family and our people, he was.
And so I assume he wasn't, or will you tell me, was he disruptive or anything? Is that what you're saying?
No, he wasn't disruptive. There would be times where something would happen that was out of the ordinary for him, and he would get upset, but he wouldn't take it out on others. He took it out on himself. He would hit himself, you know, just, that was kind of what he did.
Now, as the pastor, were you able to have one-on-one conversations with Tanner?
Yeah, anytime you see a kid, especially as he got into high school, that is kind of becomes a loner. As a pastor, you know, even as a man, you want to try to help someone like that. So we would have conversations and try to speak into his life and help give some guidance and direction, find out where he was at. Yeah.
And did he participate at church?
Yes.
Did you have programs that he could be involved in, and what would they be?
So at the time, in our youth ministry, we had what was called, it's fine arts. It's a big form of competition for teenagers of all ages from all over the United States. And we had a stomp team that, you know, has drums and then different kinds of equipment. And so we had won state and won nationals, and Tanner, you know, he was kind of a loner, trying to find his place, being a little awkward at times. I don't think he knew where to fit in. But when he got on that team, because you had to try out for that team, it wasn't just, you didn't just get on it. He made it, and I think that gave him a sense of belonging. And then the senior students around him were strong Christians, and
had known him and knew how to work with him. And so, yeah, he became part of that team.
So did that involve music?
Yes, it was music, yes.
And did Tanner show any inclination towards music?
Yeah, Tanner loved music, yeah.
Now, was there a point in these competitions where something went wrong and got him a little frazzled?
Yeah, so we won state and we made it to the national competition. These competitions, there's 12 to 15,000 students. Not all of them are competing, but it's a large group, ranging from doing vocal solos, I mean, a number of. But for our team, they had practiced, and it was time to go in. We went in, and I can't remember if he forgot his stick or his stick broke. I can't. You broke it, yeah. He broke his stick. So the routine had started, and you got these judges sitting in front of you. It's pretty intimidating, but they had prepared, and his stick broke. And when it did, it put him into a panic. I think a lot of it due to his autism a little bit, but also just letting the team down. But the senior ones around him, I think, threw him a stick, and then one of them used their hands, so they made it through the routine. But for some reason that really impacted Tanner, and as soon as it was over, he ran out of the room, and you could tell he was upset and angry, but he wasn't violent toward anybody. He was just really upset with himself, yeah.
But that's something that could have happened to anyone, right?
Yeah. When you're in high pressure competition like that, and you've won nationals before, yeah, the pressure can get to anybody. But
Now, well, I mean, in terms of like the stick breaking on stage.
yeah, the stick, yeah, has no control over that.
Right.
Yeah.
And he didn't see it that way.
No, for him it was, since it was not in the normal routine for him, he didn't know how to deal with that.
Now, you talked about this team was kind of competitive. You had to try out to get on.
Yes.
Did it require a lot of practice?
Yes, sir. Lots of practice.
So they were there about how often during the week, you know?
It depended on how intense the competition was, and then on the group. But that particular year, we had some very strong drummers and musicians, so I would imagine they practiced 2 to 3 times a week. That would probably be the average.
And how long have you been at your church?
29 years.
Do you remember who attended church with Tanner?
It was Bill and Jackie Harbison,
And who were they?
his grandparents.
Do you know who was raising Tanner when he was attending your church?
Bill and Jackie, yes.
And what were your impressions of them?
Bill and Jackie were really good people. When they were attending our church, yeah, they were very good people. They were very connected in our church family, loved our church family, and just good, solid people.
Now, just from your knowledge, did you know why they were raising him?
Yes, Tanner's mom was pretty much not present. She was in and out of his life, a lot of drugs, and I think she'd been in prison or jail a few times. So I didn't get to interact with Melissa very much, but was aware of her history, yes.
But you did meet her at some point?
Yes.
Did she not attend regularly like
No,
Bill and Jackie
no.
and Tanner?
No. If she was out of jail or would happen to be home, she might come on an Easter or something like that, but there was no regular attendance and no connection at all.
Did Tanner's sibling attend too?
Yes.
So you remember him?
Yes, vaguely. I didn't know him as well, but yes.
Okay. Was there some point where Bill's kind of attitude toward the church changed?
Yes, so Bill was, up to that point, He was a very loving, we would laugh. I mean, he was just a really good guy. The VA changed his medication, and he became a different person. Like, it was noticeable. He became angry, agitated when he'd show up to church. It just wasn't the same Bill. Tried to have conversations with him. He didn't want to have a conversation. And so he just behaved in a way that wasn't normal. Yeah.
Was there a specific incident that kind of ended that relationship?
Yeah, so we tried to talk to him, but he started bringing a bag to church. He'd carry a bag. And at some point, you have to figure out what's in the bag. So our board, at that time, our security team was a little bit different. They're a lot more intense now, but they finally had to talk to Bill. And the sack had knives and stuff in it. And to him, I don't know why, he thought it was just normal. So when he was told he couldn't bring those to church anymore, he was already upset, but that kind of set him over the edge.
Did Jackie stop attending when Bill did?
I can't answer that.
Well, let me put it another way. Did you have some interaction with Jackie after Bill quit coming?
Yeah, Jackie would reach out right after that, and she understood something was wrong with Bill, but I don't remember how long she attended afterwards. But we'd have conversations trying to just help her deal with Bill as well as Tanner and his brother.
Now, you said we've been talking about kind of junior high and high school for Tanner.
Yes.
When did you last have contact with Tanner?
My last contact was after the incident that we're dealing with now. But when he got into high school,
yeah,
and he was able to drive on his own, he didn't come all the time. He kind of had his own life and was developing that, but he would still come off and on. I think after graduation or right before graduation, we present a Bible to every senior, and he was there the day we presented his Bible, and that was a big moment. So I think as a pastor, that was probably one of my last encounters with him that I can remember, yeah.
And then you said you had an encounter with him after the incident?
Yes, sir.
Did he initiate that, or you, or how did that happen?
I believe he initiated it, so I received a call that he wanted to visit with me. And so, as a pastor, we don't always get to do the easy things we do what we're called to do. So I met with him and just wanted to make sure he was okay and wanted to make sure he understood, really what had happened. Mm-hmm. Because with his autism, and I don't know what range of the spectrum he was, but connecting things together was, sometimes you had to really help him connect that. So I just felt like, all right, number one, I need to go pray with him. And then two, I want to make sure he understands fully what went on. So we went and we had a good conversation, I felt, and talked about the reality that, as far as his physical life, it was never going to be the same. Mm-hmm. And so the only way that he was going to get through that is if his spiritual life, if he, really turned his life over to God, he was going to need God's strength to get through all that he was going to face. But his life was never going to be the same physically, but spiritually, I wanted to make sure that his heart, his soul, was taken care of.
And you said you did have the chance to pray with him?
Yes, so I talked to him. We prayed the sinner's prayer together. And then I believe he requested a specific Bible. I can't recall if that Bible was actually delivered. I don't remember. I want to say we did, but I can't remember.
I understand, and that's been a little bit of time,
That's
right
been
after
long.
you went in.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll pass away.
Cross-examination.
Sir, I want to talk to you just a little bit about a couple of things. You testified initially that Mr. Horner was able to participate in this youth group. Is that
Yes.
right?
In this, yeah.
And he
program.
was able to go to practice several times a week
Yes.
and able to work within that group to perform for a common goal.
Yes.
And in fact did well enough that they were able to place and do well on a big stage.
Yes, sir.
And he was, and how long does it take to do that? Is that a couple of year process that you have to get kind of together and practice? You have to work with all these people?
Well, each year, there's a competition. Every 2 years, it's national. It's national every year, but every 2 years, it's really big because it's a convention where all the pastors from the United States as well as youth groups from all over the country meet.
Right.
But, so each year the team would be different according to it graduated, who would come in. I don't remember how many years Tanner was on the team. But yeah, within that structure, he was able to function within that team framework.
Right. Be able to come to practice and
Yes.
work with other people.
Yes,
Take criticism on whether or not he's doing correct or not.
yes,
And he was able to do that throughout the time that you remember.
yes. If there would have been an incident that we felt would have been unsafe, then Tanner would have never been allowed to go. Yes.
Right. And you didn't feel like that.
No.
And it sounds like that you guys at the church were ready, able, and willing to provide Tanner and his family with whatever support they needed.
We did our best, yes, to help Bill and Jackie.
Right.
And
Because
Be
they're
there for
raising their grandkid, right?
yes,
And I'm going to speculate here a little bit, but that's probably not the only grandkid you've seen in the lately raised by grandparents.
nope. Happens quite often, unfortunately.
It's unfortunate, but you're telling us today that he did have that support network with his grandparents.
Yes, Bill and Jackie, yes.
And he also had it at his church family as well.
Yes.
Now, you talked a little bit about the last time that that you saw the defendant, Tanner Horner, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what day that was?
No, sir, I don't remember the day.
And you said that you talked to him, and I think that you said you wanted to understand what had happened.
No, I wanted to make sure he understood the severity of what happened.
Well, let me just ask you, in that conversation, what did he tell you happened in this case?
Sir, I can't remember. I honestly don't remember.
You don't remember him telling you what he did to Athena Strand?
No, sir.
Did you ask him?
I don't believe I specifically asked that, no. I knew what happened. And so I just want to make sure he understood what happened.
Let me ask you this. You said you knew what happened.
Yes.
What did you know what happened?
All I knew at that time was what had been out, and that is he was driving for, I think, FedEx and had hit Athena, panicked, and then did what he did. That's all I knew.
And that's what you discussed with him, about what you knew had happened.
Yeah, I don't know if we got into specifics. I really don't. I just wanted him to understand the severity. Like, look, Tanner, this is real, and this is not going away. And I wanted him to understand that.
Do you know now that that's not what happened?
Yes, sir.
You know now that it's something dramatically different than that.
Yes, I haven't watched the case.
When you talked to him initially, the last time you talked to him, you knew that initial version, and
Yes.
that's what you were going in on him to talk about.
Yes.
But he didn't tell you the truth about what happened.
No, sir, I don't think we actually discussed the specifics. Again, my goal was simply I wanted to look in his eyes and, are you aware of the severity? Do you fully grasp what you did? But we didn't talk about the specifics, as I recall.
Based on his version of it.
Yeah.
He knew what he did.
Yes.
Well, now you know that version's not true.
Yes, sir.
So he lied to you.
Yes, sir.
That's what redirect.
Now, at that time, you knew that Tanner had caused his murder.
Yes.
So your conversation was based on that premise.
Yes.
And you're saying you did or did not discuss detail?
I don't believe we discussed details. My goal was just, Tanner, do you understand the severity? Do you get what happened, and that this is going to be life-changing, and you can't undo that? And so I believe that was our conversation.
And that stemmed from the notion that that's a horrible
Yes.
sin, crime,
Yes.
murder.
Yeah, he was aware. I knew, so I don't think the specifics was the goal. It was just making him just aware that this was going to be life-altering, and it wasn't consequences. They're not going away.
And you still counseled him?
Yes.
And you still prayed with him?
Yes.
And you still helped him get the Bible?
Yes.
Passed?
Yes.
That's what it showed.
Mr. Stegman,
Nothing further on.
may this witness be finally excused?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me stretch my legs, okay? See you about 10:30.
Well, Terry, with defense witnesses like that,
Yeah, right. You know, it's like we've got two different sides working towards the same outcome with these witnesses. Again, we have an Azle ISD special ed teacher who goes through a long list of all the services that Tanner received from Azle. And way to go, Azle ISD.
he got a lot of help.
I'm telling you, they and graduated high school and had 2 code of conduct marks on his record, but we're not really sure if that was mutual combat. We don't. I mean, come on.
But you know, he didn't. It doesn't sound like he had some sort of troubled time in high school. It sounded a lot like kind of typical high school was how I took it.
And with extra tender, loving care.
Yeah.
Because most kids go through. I mean, I watched my brother fight over a girl, you know, in high school. Boys fight, girls fight, fights happen in school. Big deal.
Right.
Big deal. But I think that what I am hearing is, again, it's just another nail hammering, and this is a defense witness because he was given all the services, and he was graduated from high school, and he had a pretty unremarkable high school career. And then we have a pastor who's come in, and he had to be subpoenaed.
Oh yeah.
To
he
come.
definitely wasn't like, I'm going to just show up and.
He didn't volunteer. He didn't say, hey, can I come in and testify? And, you know, he talks again. He is proving the state's case that this was not an autistic person who had intellectual disability to the point where he's not culpable for his actions.
Right.
He was able to try out for a drum team, unfortunately called the Stomp Team. And I was in that courtroom, and I heard the stomps.
I know you and I both commented when he said the Stomp Team.
I'm like, oh dear.
Oh God.
The jury, if I felt that way, I guarantee you the jury felt that way. So, but he had tried and made the drum stomp team, and had a panic attack when his stick broke when he was playing the drums. Okay, that happens. Have you had a panic attack sometimes when you're like, oh my gosh, I'm on the air and oh everything's going.
Well, when I first moved from newspapers to TV, I feel like I had a lot of panic attacks.
Exactly.
But yeah.
Exactly. And I'm not discounting that didn't happen. It's to the point though, does it rise to the level
of mitigation?
Exactly.
And I didn't hear one word of mitigation. And then, you know, the pastor's describing going there and meeting with him. And of course, the pastor's memory seemed really clear on a lot of things, but what he discussed with Tanner about the specific crime,
whoops,
memory got real vague, real fast.
Yes, I don't really remember what he told me. I don't really remember what we talked about, but I just know I went in there and told him that he needed to be aware of the severity of his crime. Well, Mr. Pastor, what did he tell you about this? Did he lie to you? Yeah, I guess he lied to me. Yeah.
Well, what did he lie? I was left with a lot of questions.
Yeah, and you know, the prosecutor also said, when did you go talk to him? Well, the pastor couldn't remember.
And that's conceivable because, you know.
But my thought was,
I would love to know when in the chronology. Is it right after? Is it after the suicide? Like when chronologically is this occurring?
So this happened on November the 30th.
And it wouldn't be hard to figure out because there's jail records on visitation.
So November 30th, 2022 is when this occurred. And on May 16th, 2023 is when there was the attempted suicide in his jail cell. And he had left these 4 letters.
Right.
And
two of them, which were read.
Right, and one allegedly was to the clergy. Didn't you hear that?
That's right. One of them was to, I think, I want to say Legacy Church, but it would be in my notes somewhere.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if that's where the prosecutor was headed when he said, do you remember when you spoke to him? And I'm not sure exactly if that would make any difference.
Yeah.
But it was...
I was very curious to know how he knew that Tanner Horner's story had changed.
Yeah, I know. Because
he didn't get into that. I really wanted to be like, well, how do you know that?
Right.
If you're
right,
but you know,
because he's a witness, he's not supposed to be paying attention and listening to the testimony as if you're just not supposed to do that. But he's now he knows. And then what is this? Interesting development that his grandfather brought a sack. He started bringing sacks to church, and because there's a concern,
and it turned out to have knives in it. I was like, and then it was interesting that, you know, of course, Grandpa apparently sounds like Grandpa was changes after some sort of change in medication. But you know, Tanner, but he's clear that Tanner Horner stays in. You know, he may not be after Grandma and Grandpa stopped attending the church. He stays connected to that church.
Yeah.
And I think the point of what Terry and I are talking about, this kid had a lot of services. This is not a kid who was left to his own devices. There was a lot of people trying to help him along the way.
He received a lot of help, and he had a special ed teacher, Beth, that we heard from last week, who would even do occupational therapy things with him and take him to lunch and take him out to restaurants and help him cope.
A lot of help.
It's like I've never heard of so many services for a kid before.
Yeah.
And the point being, the prosecutor keeps saying, well, I mean, he responded. He responded to all the instruction. Yes, he had impulse control instruction. He
Right.
responded to that. It is just, again, these feel like state witnesses,
Yes, well, you and I, as we were sitting,
not defense witnesses.
well, you and as I were sitting there watching this, we were in many ways going, okay. I mean, you're right. It doesn't. What we have heard today is not helpful.
No.
If the idea is mitigation, it is not mitigated at all. Not that I necessarily think you could mitigate, but if the effort was mitigation, and we have not gotten there. Not with these.
No, and I'm glad his pastor did visit with him. I mean, I'm glad he did.
Yeah, I mean, because
honestly, but I'm telling you, what this screams to me is that the defense has zero.
And you're a defense
Nothing.
attorney, so you know.
Nothing. They're bringing in the witnesses that the law says they need to bring in to represent this guy so this case doesn't get reversed. And they're bringing in the childhood teachers, the family, the pastor. They're bringing in people who haven't had any contact with him in the last 10 years. I think the pastor said the last time he had any contact with him was when he was 18 years old and he picked up his Bible until he visited him in jail. And then he was talking to a man he thought had panicked because he backed into a child and didn't know what to do. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I know that's what the pastor thought at the time, because that's what Tanner was telling everybody. That's what we all thought. When I sat down at this desk the very first day, that's what I thought, because there's been a gag order that the information was held very close to the chest, that the judge would not allow the parties to talk about it. So it was news to us that he had not hit her and that he had not hurt her. And so we thought the same thing. That was what happened, because that's what he kept saying happened, until with my own eyes, I saw her walking with him to that truck, and he picks her up and he puts her in the back of that truck. Yeah. I don't know what he said to her when he went to that house to deliver those Barbies that she was going to get for Christmas. I have no idea what he said to her that would convince her to walk with him to her truck, but it was premeditated and it was calculated, and he knew what he was going to do to that child. He knew what he was going to do. And whether it was all sexual at the time, where he thought he was going to have some kind of sexual encounter with a 7-year-old child,
God,
I don't know. But I guarantee you he knew. And he planned it because he covered up the camera. So
so folks, so he'd already, before he gets to Athena's house, about an hour and a half before that, he'd covered up the front-facing camera. What he does is he then covers up the dash camera, which is facing backwards, which is why there's that picture of Athena standing there. That's from that rear-facing, from that dash camera.
Right. Exactly. So he knew what he was doing. He had already scoped it out. He just scoped it out. He walked around the van and he was looking in the passenger side, and he was looking to where that camera was. He knew exactly what he was doing. He did not panic. He did not have an impulse deficient moment. He knew exactly what he was doing. That is not a person who is there's no excuse.
No.
There's no excuse.
There is no excuse.
There's no excuse. He knew what he was doing, and he murdered a precious, beautiful child. And we heard it. We heard it. And we heard it for over an hour. She lived, you all, for over an hour after what he was doing to her. And the medical examiner brought in a photograph of the marks on her face that match the tread on his tennis shoe, or his shoes, whatever he was wearing, because he stomped on her face. Stomped on her. And then she had marks on her back where he took her out of that van. She is deceased, and he dragged her to that river and dumped her in that river. This is a monster. This is a monster. This is not a person who has intellectual disabilities, and we should not I can't say the words. I don't think that he rises to the level of intellectual disability that the Supreme Court says you have to have in order to not be executed.
And you defend these, I mean, and you in your private practice, your specialty, which is one of the reasons why I've had Terry on. I mean, it's one of the reasons why, I mean, I would have had John regardless, but one of the reasons why I had Terry here on day one, and one of the reasons she'll be back at closing, and one of the reasons why I wanted her to join Rebecca at the courthouse for a number of reasons was because of Terry's specialty. She defends people, that's your practice, people who suffer from mental illness.
Right.
So if Terry's saying this is, I mean, you come at it from a unique and special perspective, I think.
I am not denying that this man has a mental health condition. I'm just, I can tell from the testimony that has already come in, I can tell by what happened in that van. I can tell by looking at him, okay, Terry, you're some savant, you know, you can tell when someone is psychotic, is incompetent.
Because you deal with those people.
I know that. I know that. This man is a calculated, cold-blooded killer.
Yeah.
Period. So, we don't know all the testimony that's coming in.
We don't even, and Terry, we don't even know, well, we don't know. We don't know that there wasn't more in the prosecution's case that we didn't hear.
That's true.
There could be,
true.
I mean, I'm guessing that the worst of it was put out there for this jury, but there could be other things that were left. We don't know that there weren't things left out with a motion in limine.
Yeah.
Which is, before cases go to trial, the judge will rule on what evidence can come in, and that's called a motion in limine. And so we don't know. There could be some other things. I think the worst of it came in.
I do too. If nothing else, when it was the weirdest thing because during this period of horror, Tanner would, I said I wasn't going to say his name. The defendant would get in his car and van and drive, and then would stop. And then he'd go back, and he would do whatever he was going to do, which I know what he was doing.
Tell me about that Jingle Bell Rock.
Then he would drive on again, he'd turn his flashers on, he'd go back and do some more, and then he'd get back in the car and he'd drive on. And at this point, I thought she was deceased multiple times, and she kept reviving. And then he got back in the car and he's driving again, and it's Christmas time, November the 30th. Christmas carols are playing and Jingle Bell Rock comes on the radio. She starts crying and she starts screaming. No, not just crying, screaming and screaming and screaming. And he turns up the radio, and he starts singing with him. He starts singing Jingle Bell Rock. And then he starts yelling, "Shut up, shut up. You want me to come back there and make it worse? Shut up. I'm coming back there." Pulls the van over again and stomps her to death. Stomps her to death.
Is that the last time you hear her?
That was the last time. Wow. It was after Jingle Bell Rock. After she's screaming and crying, he stops the van. He opens those doors that we saw. You can
hear
open
that.
And shut. You can hear it. And he goes back there and stomps her to death. And then he takes her out of that van and drags her down that gravelly road and drops her in that river. Gets back in his van, calls his dispatcher, and says, "Hey, I want this van." Oh, well, at first he goes to Love's truck
stop.
stop.
Because we got to clean up, right?
Because he has to clean up. He went and borrowed a roll of paper towels and some kind of cleaner. And he opens those vans. We saw this video where he opens
Yeah,
because
that part was actually live
the van.
streamed.
Exactly. And he's in there cleaning it up and looking around to make sure he's gotten everything. And then he gets on the phone to his dispatcher saying, hey, I want this truck back tomorrow. I bet you do, buddy. I want this truck back tomorrow because it smells. I vomited in this truck.
I might have ate a bad hamburger.
Yes. I mean, y'all, this is not a person who's psychotic. This is not a psychotic person. This is a person who knows what he is doing. Smoking his cigarette, talking to his grandma or somebody about picking something up at the store.
Toilet paper.
Toilet paper. This
Toilet
man, no doubt about it, his brain is broken. His brain is broken. There's no doubt about it. How can you do this if your brain is not broken? It doesn't rise to the level that, my opinion, after I've heard what I've heard and what the jury has heard, that they can answer that question of mitigating circumstances to reduce his culpability. Do you think there are? I think they're going to check the box, no.
Yeah. Well, and Terry has been with us obviously for several days, but even on the days that she's not here, she has been paying pretty close attention to this case. So, which is one of the reasons why I'm always really happy to have her back on, because, and frankly, I'm really blessed with the attorneys who have taken the time, because many of them are, even on the days they are not here, they are paying attention to this case. And again, none of the attorneys who come on here are paid. They all do this. I really think it's a public service.
It is
you
a
guys,
public
it's
service.
a public service. It really is.
And you're doing a public service, and here he comes, by the way.
There he is.
But you are providing a public service to people not only in the city of Dallas, not only the Dallas County, but to the entire country and internationally. You're providing a service, and I thank you for asking me to be a part of it. I really. There's Mom. I mean,
Yeah.
for crying out loud. That's at least what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, we can see Athena's mom, and she's just, I cannot imagine what it's like to be in that courtroom. Every single day you are, 10, 15 feet away from this man who did that to your child, your 7-year-old child.
I would be interested in knowing the rebuttal witness that the state is going to call. In other words, the very last witness that jury hears from. I don't know if they would recall her to the stand, but if they did, I wouldn't be surprised. And there's Dad. There's Jacob.
Somebody asked, during the playing of the audio, did you get a look at the bailiffs and their demeanor?
I looked at everybody. And the bailiffs are grizzled law enforcement. They were certainly not showing emotion. They were still as stone. Everybody was just in absolute shock.
Well, because it's way worse. We all knew it was bad, but it's way worse. And we thought, okay, so we can see the folks standing up, which means the jury is coming in. Zeke, when that audio comes out, again, just shut our mics off. We do not want folks to miss anything. So we, and people, somebody said in the comments they didn't need all the details of the video. I get it, guys, but I think that it's important to understand what happened.
100%.
I mean, it's hard, but that's one of the reasons why it wasn't live streamed. Well, the judge didn't allow it, and why we didn't live stream it, because it's hard to even hear the details, and to even know that there is a human being that's capable of this sort of thing. Okay, we're now seeing them sit down. I'm guessing there's somebody up on the stand.
Again, it's a civilian witness, apparently.
Zeke, we have sound yet? We're waiting on sound to come up in the courtroom. I'm expecting we'll have it just here any minute.
Again, people keep wondering why the courtroom is blurred. It's because these are witnesses who have asked not to have their face shown in
Go
court.
ahead and introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Reeba, and I'm here as a character witness. I was subpoenaed to be here.
You said you were subpoenaed to be here? Mm-hmm. Were you subpoenaed by the defense?
Yes.
Now, Reeba, I see that you have some crocheting in your lab. Tell me about that.
I'm narcoleptic, and I tend to fall asleep at random times. The crocheting, I don't even have to look at it, helps keep me awake so I don't fall asleep randomly. I know it's a bit awkward, but I'm not medicated and it works.
How long has this been an issue?
I've always randomly fallen asleep in class since I think my earliest memories of it was probably 8 or 9 years old.
Reeba, you had said that you were here to be a character witness for Tanner Horner. And how do you know Tanner?
We were best friends when we were in 5th grade and dated briefly in high school. And again, briefly when we got older.
You said that you met him in school. What grade were you in when you first met him?
5th grade.
Did y'all hang out a lot?
On the playground, yeah.
How often would you hang out?
Almost daily. You know, playing games like kickball or, you know, pretend or something like that.
Did y'all do anything else together? What other types of games did you play?
Like back then, Harry Potter was really big. We would sometimes pretend to play something in Harry Potter, and I would be one of the bad guys or something like that.
What was Tanner like at that age?
He was energetic, talkative. You know, it was always fun to be around.
Reeba, did you and Tanner ever attend church together?
Yes.
What grade were you in when y'all began attending church together?
10th grade.
How often would y'all attend church?
At least once a week, but sometimes twice a week.
Did you and Tanner enjoy going to church?
Yes, I enjoyed spending time with him and his family. He would often, during the services in the chapel where they would have the sermons, would have to wake me up because I would fall asleep.
So it wasn't just you and Tanner that attended, you attended with his family as well?
Mm-hmm.
When you say you attended with his family, who are you referring to?
His grandmother, his grandfather, and his little brother.
You said that you had originally met Tanner when y'all were in the 5th grade. Did you stay friends with him throughout high school?
Yes.
Did y'all attend high school together?
Yes.
What was Tanner like in high school?
About the same. I mean, he was insecure about being in choir because his voice was changing.
Were there any other things that he was insecure about?
That one was the main one. He wanted to focus more on playing instruments and things like that. Try to have a music career when he grew up.
When y'all were in high school, were you still hanging out together the same amount of time that you did when you were in elementary school?
A little bit more. We had more freedom to be like going out to the mall and things like that.
And what kinds of things would y'all do in addition to going to the mall?
Sometimes we went out to eat with his grandparents, and you know, it was really mainly going out to eat or at the mall or hanging out at his house.
Well, you said that you and Tanner had briefly dated while you were in high school.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
He was always really sweet, real gentlemanly. Again, this was a long time ago. But I enjoyed spending time with him back then.
Well, how'd y'all make that jump from childhood friends to high school dating?
He admitted to me that he had a crush on me, and I'm like, why hadn't you asked me out? Because I'm the type that, you know, the other person needs to make the first move. I don't really catch the hint.
Well, what was he like as a boyfriend?
He was sweet and endearing back then. He was very supportive and seemed real protective back then of me when things were bad.
When things were bad?
Yes.
Were things often bad for you?
On occasion, yes. I had issues at home. sometimes, and the kids at school like to tease and make fun of me behind my back. And whenever he was around, it didn't seem to happen as much.
As a boyfriend, did Tanner treat you well?
Yes.
Was he ever physically violent to you?
No.
Ever raise his voice to you?
No.
Did he ever pressure you into doing something that you didn't want to do?
No.
Oh, why did you two break up?
I pulled a really dumb move on my part and wanted to date somebody else instead. And so I broke up with Tanner to date another person.
How do you take that?
Not too well.
Why do you say that?
He was upset, and he had every right to be upset. He, chased me and the other guy on after school across the streets.
Well, did you think that he might hurt you? I mean, hurt himself because of the breakup?
No, I didn't think about that. I mean, I was more afraid of the emotions rather than the actions.
With the, after the breakup, did you still see Tanner?
After the breakup, he did come to my house one time to ask, for clarification of what was going on. And he walked about 20 miles to my house, and I was more concerned about safety than the fact that he showed up.
When you say safety, whose safety?
His safety, because that was walking from Lake Worth all the way to Lahana, which is between Azle and Springtown.
Oh, what kind of road is that?
199, and it's pretty busy.
So when you say that you were afraid for his safety, was it just his safety while walking?
His safety while walking.
Well, after the breakup, did he seem to be depressed?
A little, but after a while, we were still able to maintain some sort of friendship.
And you said that he walked almost 20 miles to your house?
Yes.
Wanted some clarity about the
Yes.
breakup?
Mm-hmm.
What did you think of this gesture?
At the moment, I was just shocked that he walked that far, and I was more afraid of him getting hit by a car. So I didn't really think too much of it other than, are you okay?
But you weren't worried that he was coming out there to harm you or anything, were you?
Mm-mm.
At some point, did you marry?
Yes, I did get married to another man.
After you married, did you maintain contact with Tanner?
Off and on, yes.
Are you and your husband still married?
By technicality, yes.
Have y'all separated?
A long time ago.
About how long ago?
When he first wanted to separate, let's see, that would be about 15 years when he first wanted to separate. And the full separation was about 13 years ago.
After you and your husband separated, did you get back into contact with Tanner?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Well, we were already talking back and forth for a while, like I said, throughout the relationship that I had with my husband. He, when things got bad, I would vent to him or, just catch up.
Did you ever pursue him with a romantic interest involved?
Yes.
Was Tanner interested in dating you at the time?
No, he wanted to keep it more friends with benefits type thing.
And what do you mean by friends with benefits?
Not exactly dating, but, still kind of together.
How did you feel about that? Were you okay with it?
I was okay with it, but I did try to pressure for more than just that.
When you say you were pressuring him for more than just that, what kind of relationship did you want?
I wanted exclusively dating. because I wanted to be with somebody who I could be safe with, or who I felt that I could be safe with.
At some point, did y'all begin a relationship like that?
Yeah, sort of. So I would say we kind of dated again.
Was this Tanner and Reeba 2.0, was that different from your high school dating?
Not really. I mean, other than, just being adults.
When you look back on comparing the two relationships, as the adult, do you feel that you two were more mature at the time?
When we were adults, yes, we were more mature.
Do you think that y'all had a greater level of emotional intimacy?
Yes.
Now, when I ask about emotional intimacy, what does that mean to you?
Being able to confide in one another and not have judgment on what the other person did.
And is this something that Tanner was able to do?
Yes.
And how would he show this level of emotional intimacy with you?
We'd sit up late at night and talk, or, go and do things together from time to time.
Now, Reeba, in addition to emotional intimacy, was there a new physical intimacy?
Yes.
Did he ever pressure you to do anything that you didn't want to do?
Never.
Did he always ask for consent before something happened?
Yes.
Was that important to you?
Yes.
Why was that important to you?
Past abuse.
Now, Reeba, how long did this new relationship with Tanner last?
Let's see. About 3 months.
Lucky. Did you enjoy spending time with him during the 3 months?
Yes.
And why did y'all break up the second time?
He was very clear that he wasn't ready to be a dad yet, and that he wanted to focus on his music and that sort of thing, which I totally understood. And then my partner that I'm with now wanted kids and wanted a family, so I took the chance with him.
How'd that work out?
We have been together for almost 13 years.
When you were with Tanner before, how many kids did you have?
2.
Now, after y'all broke up the second time, were you able to maintain a friendship with him?
Off and on, yes. It would be sporadic whenever we got into contact. I hadn't really talked to him since 2017.
Do you still have any mementos of your time together with Tanner?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
It's a little black cat with a spider web on its belly. The day that we got it, we were in high school, and at the mall, I had spent most of my birthday money on a book, and I absolutely had to have this cat, and I was $2 short. So he pitched in the rest of the money, and I got the cat.
Do you still have that cat?
Yes.
So what happened when y'all broke up? Who got custody of the cat?
I did. On occasion, while we were dating, the little stuffed cat would go to his house, but for the most part, I kept the cat.
I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Ma'am, my name is James Stanton. I'm the district attorney for Weiss and Jack County. I want to, just a little bit there, I see you knitting away. Do you knit faster when you're nervous or slower when you're not? Does it change?
The speed changes from time to time.
Okay.
So it depends on if I feel the stitches.
Okay. Well, it seems like to me, and I think you've, and you said you've had this problem since you were how old?
About 8 or 9 years old. I've been, I would randomly fall asleep. I also have a condition called cataplexy, which means like if I get too excited or if I'm spooked, that I will either go into a seizure-like event, or I jump and I fall, like all my muscles won't move.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I'm not gonna do any of that to you today, okay? I just note that, so you've had that since you were a kid, and now you're a mom, family, everything else. So it seems like you've kind of found a way to work around whatever problems you had or you were born with.
Yep.
Now, you did talk a little bit about an instance that you got the new boyfriend, and you said that Mr. Horner had chased you and the boyfriend. I'm trying to make sense of that.
He just chased us, asking us why, and I went across the street to where my mom was to pick me up, and I just left it at that.
Okay. I'm just trying to get a little clarity on that. And it also, the big thing here is, you talked a lot about you said you'd had some rough childhood. I'm not going to get into that. You said you've had some past abuse and things of that nature, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you're still a mom, got a family. And let me just ask you, just to be clear here, you're not a felon, are you?
No.
You haven't killed anybody?
No.
No sexual assault on your part?
No.
Despite your rough childhood?
Yes.
And the last thing I'm going to ask you is that you said you're here to be a character witness for Mr. Horner. Is that right?
Correct.
Let me just ask you, do you know what happened in this case?
I have heard.
Well, what have you heard?
Your Honor, that's hearsay.
Sustained.
Tell me what you know about this case.
Objection, Your Honor, that's based on hearsay.
Sustained. Hang on, you don't have to answer.
So as part of this case, have you talked to the defendant at all as part of this case?
No.
So are you aware that the original story that he told in this case was that he ran into Athena Strand?
Objection, Your Honor, still hearsay.
Sustained.
Pass witness.
Redirect.
Yes, and Reeba, I'm sorry, I was looking at my notes and I realized I left a section out. So I wanted to ask you a little bit about Tanner's home life. Did you ever go to Tanner's house?
Yes.
And who did he live with?
His grandmother and his grandfather.
Was his father around at the time?
No.
What about his mom?
Very sporadic. I think I've only, met her once, and he would hardly talk about her back then.
When you met her, what was your impression of his mother?
I did not have a very good impression of her.
Why not?
When I did meet her, we were going to Six Flags together, and I don't think she was in the right frame of mind at the time, and my parents were very strict about having adult supervision, and every time she tried to run off, we would have to go and find her, and it felt almost like babysitting.
What did you mean by not in the right frame of mind?
I don't think she was sober.
And did you ever meet Tanner's grandparents?
Yes.
And what was your impression of his grandmother, Jackie?
Very loving. She did everything she could to help support them and make sure that they had the best that they could give.
And what about his grandfather, Bill?
He reminded me a bit of my dad. My dad's a veteran, and he was quiet and almost stoic at times. So I really didn't talk to him much. He just sat there and was really quiet.
Were you around when, or let me back up, were you able to see any interactions between Bill and Tanner?
Not really. I mean, there was like maybe one time that I remember when I went over to his house and it was really early before church, and you know, that morning Tanner was really abnormally quiet, and I could feel like his grandfather was a little upset or angry that morning. He didn't say anything. There wasn't any, you know, actual interaction while I was there, but you could just feel the emotions in the room.
Were they good emotions?
No, they didn't feel like they were pleasant emotions.
All right, I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Staton,
Nothing further, Your Honor.
may this witness be finally excused?
No objections.
Any objection from the state?
No, no.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Just can we approach real quick?
Yeah, I was going to say, counsel.
Okay, Terry. Again, not hearing a whole lot that really helps Tanner Horner, and I'm really struggling to understand these objections. Other witnesses were asked what they knew about the case, and then, of course, like we had the speech pathologist last week who was disabused of the notion about this hitting. So you didn't feel like these sustaining, you weren't too...
Yeah, I don't understand why. I mean, it's a proper question to ask the witness, what do you know about this case? What are you familiar with? I mean, I don't see a problem in asking that question. Just a reminder, Tanya and I talked about this before the trial got started in our opening comments before the trial started. The defense has an obligation to bring in people who are character witnesses who can talk about his childhood, teachers who can talk about his school education, and bring in pastors, bring in experts. They're obligated to do this. We want them to do this. I know it's frustrating, and you wonder, what is the purpose of this witness? The purpose of this witness is that the defense is doing this because they have to bring in witnesses. Oh, we hear something.
Okay, so I think our mind. So
No hurry, come on. Hey, let me know when lunch gets here. Okay. Who is it? Okay. Yeah. Huh? Okay. You get some time off? Slacker.
That character asks things like, a lot of things like that.
I would agree.
Gets pushed back. Very long process. Swapping back to where it's supposed to be. It's okay. I got my appointment confirmation, so.
Thank you. Here she come. Come in. Good morning. Yes, ma'am. And that chair is a little, it's county issue, so be careful. All right.
Thank you for the warning.
Raise your right hand, solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Rule of evidence in effect says you can't be in court unless you're testifying. Once you have testified, don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers. Okay. First and last name for the court reporter and spelling.
My first name is Amy, A-M-Y, and my last name is Fritz, F-R-I-T-Z.
All right, outside the presence of the jury, Ms. Anderson, you may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Fritz, hold on one moment. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Fritz, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as defendant's exhibit number 76 and 77.
Okay.
Did you recognize these?
Yes, this is my CV or resume, and this is the report I wrote.
Does your defendant's exhibit number 77, does that accurately reflect your education, training, and work experience?
Yes, it does.
And defense exhibit number 76, does that accurately reflect the findings and testing and evaluation that you've conducted in this?
It does.
Defense offers defense exhibits 76 and 77 that have been previously tendered to the state.
At this point, I'll admit them for the record, and then in the presence of the jury, we can admit, or do you want to admit it for all purposes?
We can pre-admit and admit them for all purposes, Judge.
Okay, 76 and 77 are admitted.
Dr. Fritz, your CV has been offered into evidence, so I'm not going to ask you about your credentials during this. But I did want to ask you, what were you asked to do in this particular case?
Sure. So I was contacted by the defense in order to opine on whether Mr. Horner has autism and the social communication traits that are specifically associated with neurodivergence.
Did you perform any autism tests to diagnose autism?
No. So as a speech language pathologist, it's not within my scope to make that diagnosis of autism in most states. And I can, however, talk about the social communication aspects, which are like half of the diagnostic criteria from the DSM.
Half the diagnostic criteria for what?
For autism spectrum disorder.
In your line of work, how common is it for an expert or for a doctor to rely upon the reports and findings and test results from other experts?
I would say somewhat regular, especially, or somewhat common, especially in the forensic world.
And what about in the clinical world?
I would say in related fields. So for example, some of my clients have comorbid medical conditions or mental health conditions that are important for me to know more about.
When preparing for this case, did you meet with Tanner?
Yes, I evaluated him across 2 days, evaluated him in the jail, and I believe I was there for about 4 hours one day and 3.5 the next.
During this time that you spent with him, did you conduct any testing of your own?
Yes. So, unfortunately, my field doesn't have a lot of standardized assessments that are appropriate to give to adults over the age of 22. There are profiles that are very helpful, and there are some instruments that we can use to provide age equivalencies or other information that's somewhat standardized. So I did perform both informal and formal assessment, as well as observations, record review, and interviewing with the client himself, as well as his grandmother.
With regards to the testing that you did do, are those the kinds of tests that are generally accepted in your field?
Yes, so the ones that I gave are all very mainstream assessments. So two that are standardized for somebody of Tanner's age were the Peabody Picture Vocabulary Test, as well as the Expressive One-Word Test. Those are both vocabulary assessments. And then I gave the clinical assessment of language fundamentals. That is actually, the clinical evaluation of language fundamentals. That's actually
hold on, you're talking really fast.
Sorry, sir, I'm a little nervous.
Well, don't be nervous, because
I gotta slow down for you.
She might throw paper clips at you here in a minute.
Oh, no, I don't want to get assaulted here, so let me slow down.
Well, let me ask you this, Dr. Fritz. Are all of the tests that you performed, are they set out in the report that has been admitted into evidence?
They are, yes.
What I'd like you to do now is just kind of give us a little brief summary of your findings based on all of the testing and observations and interviews that you did.
Sure. So I would say in its most broad scale, I diagnosed Mr. Horner with mild to severe receptive expressive language disorder. That's a strange diagnosis because it is so differential to say mild to severe. But Mr. Horner has some pretty splintered language skills, so some aspects are he's much more competent in than he is in others. And then I also diagnosed him with what's called symbolic dysfunction relating to pragmatic communication. That's a fancy way of saying that he's got a profound social communication deficit. And that's secondary to his organic autism spectrum disorder diagnosis.
So let's talk about these diagnoses. Have you been asked to give an opinion as to how these diagnoses may have impacted Tanner, not just throughout his life, but through the crime itself and up to his present incarceration?
Yes. So I basically looked at historic or retrospective information, as well as information that happened post-crime, and reviewed records, interrogation videos, jail calls, letters he wrote, to kind of evaluate the use of language constructs after the crime itself.
Why is this important for the jury to know?
Because of the fact that he has profound social communication deficits, we see evidence of that in his interrogations, in his interactions with loved ones through the jail calls. That would be certainly indicative of somebody who is struggling with social norms, and certainly could be deemed as highly inappropriate. And understanding a little bit more about the nature of his social communication deficits, I think, is really the goal.
Without your explanation of what you see in the interrogation videos and the jail calls that you reviewed and some of the other evidence that you reviewed, is it possible for those interactions to be misconstrued?
Absolutely. So if you look at the words he said, his demeanor, so how he says things in the interrogation, and certainly following in his letters and in his calls, he would seem completely heartless and very inappropriate at times. and being able to look at it through the lens of somebody who's on the autism spectrum and recognizing breakdowns or differences in social communication is something that I was specifically looking for.
Do you think that testimony would assist the jury in deciding the ultimate issues in this case?
I think it could.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. On your specific conclusions, are you just going to be talking about those 2 diagnoses that are in your report?
I'm not sure. Do you mean what will I be asked during direct, or?
What are you going to testify specifically about Tanner Horner?
So the way that his social communication deficits, along with related, because I am an autism disorder specialist and expert, his related difficulties can be evidenced throughout the crime and his behavior afterwards.
And do you have specific examples of that?
Yes.
And what are those?
So I'm going to look at, or would like to talk about, issues relating to theory of mind deficits, central coherence challenges, profound social communication challenges, which goes hand in hand with nonverbal communication, or the use of conversational rules and routines, and also understanding of social norms, executive functioning challenges. All of those are a part of what we see in autism, and what I specifically was looking at with Mr. Horner.
And did you find specific examples of that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are those?
So I guess I'm not sure how in depth I'm supposed to go, but I can give you, so I guess I wonder how, just go ahead and talk? Yeah. Okay, so some specifics then would be the fact that his pragmatics are that's social communication, highly impaired. And he has what we call basic functional communication and an understanding of social norms in terms of scripted or typical, manners-based speech. So during the assessment, someone sneezed outside of the room and he's yelled out, "Bless you," because he knew that that was an appropriate response. His difficulties come into play more with more nuanced or subtle aspects of communication. Things like narrative discourse, very difficult for him to tell a story in a linear fashion. He also has significant difficulty being able to express any sort of emotion. I believe that Mr. Horner has a condition known as alexithymia. It's a secondary.
Spell that for the court.
Sure, it's ALEX. Now you gotta give me a second so I make sure I do that correctly. ALEXITHYMIA. And this is a common trait among individuals on the autism spectrum. It is a challenge for about 40 to 65% of individuals on the spectrum, as opposed to about 10% in the general population. It is a condition where you have difficulty being able to feel emotions the same way that those of us who are neurotypical, who do not have alexithymia, can feel them, and sort of an overall lack of awareness of their internal state. It also can affect their ability to express empathy or even remorse in a way that's considered prosocial.
Okay. And on this alexithymia, was that something that you diagnosed Tanner with, or are you relying on somebody else?
Myself. So alexithymia it's more of a trait than a formal diagnosis. And right now the hallmark measure for diagnoses is actually a free instrument that's been made available called the Toronto Alexithymia Scale. It's
Can you really spell that?
Yes, sir. Toronto, and then alexithymia, ALEXITHYMIA scale, and it's been revised, so it's 2.0. And it basically allows us to determine whether someone is able to describe their feelings, whether their thinking is externalized or internalized, whether they have difficulty identifying their own feelings, and whether they have difficulty, and I'm not sure if I said this one already, but describing their feelings. So Mr. Horner had difficulties in all aspects of relating to alexithymia.
And you talked about empathy. How is empathy related to alexithymia?
So empathy in itself is sort of this ability for an individual to understand or feel what someone is experiencing. There's cognitive empathy, which is like, I see how you feel that way, versus affective empathy, which is, I feel it with you. And Mr. Horner had difficulties, I think, in expressing empathy, but I am going to also assert that I saw evidence of him possessing empathy, which is really common in individuals on the autism spectrum.
And your evidence of him expressing empathy, was there anything that you're going to discuss that is not included in your report with regards to that?
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, just give me a moment to look at what I've included.
Yeah, you're fine.
Thank you. My intention is to talk about, and so I apologize for not answering you directly, but my intention is to talk about evidence in the jail calls, which I think is in the report, evidence in the interrogation. There's less empathy exhibited there. Also in during the actual assessment, and I think that's in the report too.
And what part in the assessment was empathy?
So one thing that Mr. Horner would do is if he would see somebody being mistreated, for example, in a video scenario, he would express feelings of, saying that that person was being rude, or feeling sorry for a character in a video. Certainly demonstrated empathy for animals. So if he saw an animal that looked sad or was in a cage, he would express that, both with his words and with his nonverbal language.
Okay. Are there any other, specific examples that you are going to be speaking about on these jail calls or interrogations?
I guess
in regards to your conclusions, right?
Yes, of course. Yeah, one aspect that I think is important, or as an important example, is when Mr. Horner's mother called him, and he called his mother, couldn't understand why his fellow inmates were looking at him like a monster. And his mother, knowing his difficulties in this area, had to directly put it in terms he could understand, and so therefore gave him that perspective taking. That goes to theory of mind as well, of what if this happened to your child? How would you then feel? And so with that additional prompt, then he could explain and understand how he, to some degree, made Athena's family feel.
Okay. And I believe that you listed in your report all the items that you have reviewed, correct?
Yes, and the items in the back back 2 pages, I believe,
Yes.
are the extensive list of the records I reviewed, with the exception of information I received from the defense after I'd written my report.
And what is that?
So that would be Dr. Imhoff and Dr. Spence's report, the report from Dr. Arumbala, as well as I believe, information that was provided by the state. So deposition transcripts, jail records, the abduction video, and prior bad acts. I think that's a comprehensive list of the items I've reviewed that are not already reflected in the report.
And have you reviewed all those items?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you create a new report?
No, ma'am, I just recently got those.
And what are you going to testify to within regards to those specific items that are not included in this report? We can start with Imhoff and Spence. Are you going to testify anything related to the reports of Imhoff and Spence?
No, there was nothing new or surprising to me in their report.
Okay. Dr. Arambula, are you going to testify to anything with regards to anything in Dr. Arambula's report?
Right. Nothing stands out to me, so unless I was asked directly about it, it's, I can't think of anything off the top of my head, and I don't have it in front of me, but there was nothing in it that I planned on speaking about.
Okay. And the deposition transcripts, there was a lot of deposition transcripts.
Mm-hmm.
Which specific deposition transcripts did you receive?
I received the one from Mr. Horner's mother and his grandmother, those two.
And those are the only ones?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you going to testify to anything with regards to anything in those deposition transcripts?
Yeah, I guess I don't think so unless I'm asked about them in particular.
If you were asked about them in particular, would you have anything to say about them? Is there anything that changes your opinion?
Nothing changes my opinion, no.
How about the abduction video?
Again, my opinion changed after watching the abduction video with regards to what Mr. Horner's meltdown would look like, because I could then see directly, his actions. So if I were asked specifically about the abduction video, I have thoughts on that.
What are your thoughts on that?
I think that he doesn't demonstrate the emotion dysregulation that I typically see in individuals on the autism spectrum in the moments prior to and right at the time of the abduction. That said, I do see some evidence of his, and I want to say this in the right way, his increased dysregulation as the criminal event is occurring. In other words, his language was kind, cautious, easy, and not scary at first, and then became highly disrespectful and horrific towards Athena. So that change in his language was very evident to me, and something that I could only see once I had seen the video.
And that was surprising to you?
I think what was surprising was not being able to see the emotion dysregulation, because of the fact that Mr. Horner is an affable gentleman who is, certainly has a good sense of humor, is articulate, and I expected to see more of the head banging or of a very red face. Some of the things that I see with, somebody who is autistic who is having a meltdown. That said, Mr. Horner in the interrogation describes a period of disassociation without using that word, kind of losing time or, feeling like he wasn't in control of his actions. That I can also see. And to be honest with you, you've heard the adage that when you've seen one person with autism, you've seen one person with autism. It can look very different. So his emotion dysregulation, taking a sort of quieter lens, is not, it was surprising to me, yes, but it's not without precedence.
You also mentioned you reviewed the prior bad acts. Was there anything in there that you reviewed that
No.
changed your opinion or that you will testify to today?
No, ma'am.
What did Tanner Horner tell you about what he did
Mr.
to
Horner
Athena?
told me that he backed into her because the backup camera was not working. He also told me that he strangled her. I would say that the story that he gave me at the time of the evaluation was very similar to what he told the investigators in the interrogation.
So he lied to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he tell you anything about sexually assaulting Athena Strand?
No, ma'am, and I didn't ask.
Judge, I'll pass witness.
Okay, redirect.
Just briefly, Dr. Fritz, will you be able to testify to any of the comorbidities or co-occurring diagnoses that Tanner possesses?
Yes, I feel comfortable because of my many years of experience in working with individuals on the spectrum to talk about common comorbidities. And having reviewed the reports of Dr. Specht, along with Dr. Davies, I believe I can opine on those issues relating to lead toxicity and fetal alcohol syndrome.
And so will you testify about how all of those diagnoses work together?
Yes.
And based upon your training experience, is that something that you were able to do?
Yes. So within my scope, I certainly would never make a mental health diagnosis. I would never, talk about a specific medical condition outside of my scope. However, comorbid traits and how those and how the communication is hindered or affected by them is certainly within my wheelhouse.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Dewar?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you, ma'am. You step back in the office.
Thank you, sir.
Any objections from the state?
No objections, Judge.
Okay. All right. We will start no later than 1 o'clock. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Ready.
Hold on a second. Sorry, guys, we had to turn our mics on. We turned them off while we were chit-chatting because, you know, you don't want to ever run the risk that you're saying something you don't really want live streamed.
I have never said anything more brilliant in my entire life either.
Anyway, so, all right, so folks, to start over, our mics are now on. But this was outside the presence of the jury, and this was, I just sitting here listening to this going, I just struggle to how does this help Tanner Horner?
Well, what I think is interesting is that she's going to testify. She's called an autism specialist, speech pathologist.
Yeah.
At any rate, she's going to be testifying about her meeting with Tanner and diagnosing him. And one of the problems, of course, with this diagnosis, as she said, is that they really don't have any standardized testing for people over the age of 22.
Right.
So she's looking at certain traits, and so she's based her diagnosis on certain traits, and she's come up with a diagnosis that he has a communication deficit.
Right, and then some other weird thing that I couldn't pronounce.
Alexithymia.
Yeah.
Yes. But there is no trait for a formal diagnosis. So what she's going to talk about is his communication style, his understanding when it comes to reactions, like empathetic reactions. Now he can feel bad when there's a caged animal. She says that he feels empathy when it comes to that, but he has.
But what about a 7-year-old?
Yeah, I know, but what I thought was very interesting is when the state took her on, basically, re-questioning. It's not really a cross-examination, but when they started to question her, she said that she changed her opinion after she saw the abduction video, and that she was surprised when she saw the
and
abduction
you have
video.
seen, of course, you have seen that.
I have seen it, but what she said is that she was surprised that he was as calm. Let me read some of the words that she described. Kind,
cautious, easy,
not scary at first, and then he became highly disrespectful later on. But he's an affable gentleman and has a good sense of humor and is articulate. And
because she expected to see headbanging.
Yeah, and a red face that you would normally see. So we tell you this because, at least for us, it seems like contradictory testimony. And when the state cross-examines this witness, I think it's going to be very clear that he is not, especially with their own expert, with the defense expert saying he wasn't what I expected when I saw that. It's like, well, okay, so then he doesn't fit the norm. So he doesn't fit into your assessment of what his issues are.
Because she'd be banging his head or something, right? I mean,
be turning red in the face, and she directly mentions the jail calls to his mom and to his grandmother, and how he couldn't figure out why the other inmates were looking at him like a monster. And so the mother had to explain to him why they might think that he's a monster. But again, the state asked, what did he tell you about what happened? Well, it's the same old story.
It's the same old lie.
It's the
same old lie.
Yeah. Yeah, she said he has a problem telling a story in a linear fashion.
Well, that's often happens when you're lying.
Well, and he's pretty good at telling the same story in a linear fashion.
Right.
When he talks about, well, I backed up, I hit her, the cameras were not working.
Right.
I mean, he had his story and he was telling it to multiple actors.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that he's telling her this version of events long after we know there's video.
Right.
So, hey folks, I see some of y'all were mentioning Rebecca in the chat. Rebecca is off today, long story, but she ended up working over the weekend because we had tornadoes here in North Texas. And so this sometimes happens in our business where you're on call and you get called in, and so Rebecca will be back with us tomorrow. But we are waiting for Brittany Costello, who is our reporter, who is over at the courthouse. And we, we're looking for her to tell us, kind of similar to what Rebecca's been doing, what kind of demeanor, are we seeing from the jurors, that sort of thing. So we should have her on V-call here. It's called a V-call, video call here pretty soon.
These are hardworking journalists. Hardworking.
Well,
journalists.
I'm on call next weekend, but I promise, regardless of what happens, I'll be here.
You all are.
Because the reality is, I got to anchor this thing. So no matter what. I
wanted to share an observation when the jury was let out of the courtroom in preparation for this witness testimony. I was looking at the video, and one thing I noticed, which was interesting, is that the defendant is taking notes. He's taking notes, and he handed it to his lawyer, and his lawyer's looking at it and then put some notes into his computer.
Yeah.
So this defendant is assisting his attorneys with his defense, which is good. What I mean by that, in a technical, legal sense, that is good.
Oh, well, yes, because when this case goes up on appeal, there's going to be all kinds of appeals. Presumably, I think if Tanner Horner does, and I know you're not saying his
That's
name,
okay.
but at this moment I'll still say
Sure.
it. Presumably, I would be shocking if he did not get the death penalty, and death penalty cases are automatically appealed. And so everything over the next when and if that occurs, everything will be thrown up against the wall.
Yes.
Everything you can imagine. So his ability to help his defense attorneys, and also while all this testimony I get, while I read your comments, I see your comments, it's infuriating. I'm infuriated by a lot of it because it's just hard to listen to, because what happened to this little girl, and then to hear this stuff. But I do want to go back to something.
Sure.
Because they came back to court. We had people that were asked what they thought happened, and then they regurgitated Tanner's original story, and then they were disabused of that notion. This was last week. But then this week, all of a sudden, the defense has said, oh, we better start objecting to that.
Yeah.
And then it's being sustained
as hearsay. And what hearsay means is that they learned that information from a witness who was not not testifying on the stand. It's complicated, believe me, even for lawyers it's complicated. But yeah, they are objecting to, well, what do you know now? Well, now the defense is saying we're objecting to that information, because they had to either hear it from the television set, or they had to hear it from someone else, which would be technically hearsay. And so that's why the judge is sustaining that objection, that hearsay objection. However, they can testify to what they know, and they don't necessarily have to say how I know that, but they can testify to what they know. So yeah, it's interesting, but it's, the rule of evidence is you just don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes it comes in. It was just like when they were showing the video of the
Terry, I do want to keep going back. I want to go back to this point, but we've got Brittany on the line.
Good.
Hi, Brittany Costello. Brittany Costello is our reporter who's up at the courthouse, and so we're curious. We've been listening to this testimony this morning, and of course with this expert that was up on the stand outside the presence of the jury. But during the time that the jury was in the room, any reactions? I mean, just talk to me about what's going on inside the courtroom, because those are the things we can't see.
Yeah, and as you guys already mentioned, I'm filling in for Rebecca Lopez. So I haven't been here, so I actually had to run into the overflow room. That's kind of where we're at right now. So I've been in here kind of learning the system, learning the record deck. So I don't have that information for you right now. I'm not sure how the jury has reacted this far.
What do you think so far about what you heard this morning? And, coming in as somebody who hasn't been as knee-deep in it as Rebecca and I have.
Right. Obviously, I know the big things that we've had on our coverage, but yeah, coming in today, it's been interesting because it's been very uneventful, in my opinion. We've heard, obviously, from several people now, a special education teacher, a friend, a pastor, and all of them talk about Tanner.
Okay, did we lose Brittany?
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, well, maybe she'll be back in a minute. Well, okay, so I think we lost Brittany, but if she comes back, we want to talk to Brittany. So keep going with your answer. And
Yeah.
if she comes back, I'll let you know.
Well, I want to shift a little bit here. Let's go back to how she describes the defendant when he first.
Oh, the expert.
Yeah, the expert. When the defendant puts Athena in the van at first, and the expert describes him as kind, cautious, easy, not scary at first. He was asking her questions. Where do you go to school?
Oh, don't lose that thought.
Okay.
All right, we have Brittany back.
Okay.
Hi, Brittany. You finish your thought,
Hi.
and then we'll go back to Terry's thought.
Yeah, I guess, just coming in blind essentially from all of the hours and hours of testimony that you guys have heard. I came into today and it really, the witness stand made Tanner Horner seem like an average Joe. I mean, they say that he had a little bit of a learning disability, but he was fine, essentially interacting with peers. He had essentially a fight occur, but nothing that would make you think, okay, these are severe problems. At least in my opinion, thinking back to our high school days, you knew people who got into fights all the time. So I think it's been very uneventful, just in my opinion. I haven't learned anything that made me say, oh, it just seems like a person who had a little bit of, struggles, especially in education, but was able to go to church, was able to have friends, and carry on relationships. So that's kind of where I'm at. Just, it seems very basic, uneventful.
So what you're saying is you didn't hear anything mitigating, and mitigating basically is, when the jury begins to. So there's two questions they're going to be asked. The first one is he a future danger? And then the second one is there anything in his past background, anything about him that would in his makeup that would be mitigating, that would say, oh, he does not deserve the death penalty? Did you hear anything that would make the jurors say no? Anything that would be mitigating?
Right. So I was actually thinking about those things as I was sitting here trying to understand, okay, where's the defense going here? I'm wondering, are they trying to say that he's not a danger? Because, he's interacted with so many people. They describe him as nice, kind. It was just very confusing. I didn't know where they were going. And to me, no, I didn't hear anything that would stand out as mitigating, because if in fact he wasn't a danger in those situations, well, then what happened? What turned him into the person that committed this horrendous act? So it's kind of like I'm not really sure. I was thinking about it, just like not really sure where they're going with this, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think Brittany is a perfect example of probably what a lot of people are thinking, and Brittany is confused. She doesn't understand where the defense is headed. She doesn't understand this mitigation. Well, this kid got services when he was younger. When he was in high school, he was still getting services. In church, he was capable of trying out for a very rigorous, competition team where he had to practice all of the time. He was able to. He's been given services and he's learned how to cope. So I can understand Brittany's confusion is where are the intellectual defects that would lower his culpability in this instance, in this horrible offense. And now we're hearing from an expert that describes him, as calm and courteous and
Well, yeah, he was calm and courteous as he's trying to get Athena into the van.
No time.
And then, of course, his tone shifts once he's got her in the van.
Yeah, but he didn't display some of the characteristics she assumed he would display, which I thought is very telling. And so when the DA gets this witness on cross-examination, just hold on.
I've struggled, Terry, and I don't know how you feel about it, Brittany. I struggle to see how her testimony really helps him at all.
I don't see how it does. Hearing what we just heard, obviously beyond the scope of the jury, she's essentially an autism expert, and she's going to be saying that in the moments of the abduction, she didn't see what she thought she would see. And I think those are the moments, obviously, that the jury cares about. So yeah, I don't see when she disclosed that, I was thinking the same thing. How on earth does that help?
Yeah, is there any other stressful situation more stressful than that? And he didn't react the way she thought he would. So, I mean, they got to bring it, guys. They've got to bring it. They've got to bring their experts. They have to do it. They have to do it, and the defense is doing what they're supposed to do. They are doing their job. They have to bring whatever they can bring, and this is what's next.
Right. And Brittany, I listened to 3 days of the defense's case last week, and pretty much this is kind of par for the course. The only change I have seen, there's two things I've seen that are different today. One, we have an expert that actually talked to him. Our prior experts had not had any communication or anything with him. And then the other thing was that the defense is now objecting whenever the witnesses are asked, what did Tanner, we saw that with the friend.
And the pastor.
That they're now objecting when they're asked, what do you think you know about this case, right? And they're now objecting to hearsay, and the judges sustain that. But last week, those questions, they were not objecting, and so people were telling us, oh well, we think he hit Athena and then panicked and took her, and then the prosecution would say, no, that's not what happened. And then you would get the reactions, and it was really effective. So it's obviously the defense over the weekend has thought about this and said, oh, we better start objecting to hearsay.
Yeah. And I don't believe you all could hear this. I think this was outside the live streaming when we were listening to the audio and the video. One of the videos that they were still showing the video of him driving around, and it was after the murder of Athena. And the defendant was driving around trying to deliver his packages the next day.
We saw that.
But were you watching when they were going to admit the conversation he had with the dispatcher?
I can't remember.
Yeah.
I've slept too many times.
They were going to bring the dispatcher he was talking to when he was driving around, said, hey, did you hear there was an Amber Alert? Objection.
We did hear that.
Did you?
We did hear
Objection. And so Rebecca and I had this long talk about that, and I'm not exactly sure what they were objecting to. So we don't know. We're not there. We're not exactly sure what's going on. What's happening with the defense and what's happening with the state. I don't know, because I thought that was interesting that they played other conversations that the defendant had with the dispatcher after the murder, and with other people when the woman came up and said, yeah, we're looking for, but that for whatever reason they objected to the testimony from the dispatcher talking about an Amber Alert. Don't ask me.
Right. Brittany, do we have any sense of how many, obviously this woman will be coming on, this expert will take the stand this afternoon. Do we have any sense of how many more witnesses we'll see today, or how late we're expected to go today?
I don't have a sense of that right now. I was told the judge typically comes in and kind of gives a rundown of the day. He did not do that today. So at this moment, all we know is who's up next, and that's going to be that expert witness after lunch.
Okay, so I got a question from Jason Trahan for you. Did you see any protesters outside the courthouse today? Apparently there were some last week that were, basically out there with signs saying execute Tanner Horner. Did you see anything like that today?
Sure did.
Tell us about that.
Oh yeah. I would say maybe 6 or so, just kind of surrounding the courthouse here, maybe on every corner.
Really?
Yeah, just hanging out. Yeah, holding signs, execute Horner, Athena's army, different sayings. But yeah, I mean, they're peaceful, just hanging out. They got the sign just so people passing by can see.
Yeah, I know there's been some concern about that because they're bringing the jury in from off-site, and then they are taking them through. There's an underground way to get in, and there's some concern that they would see those protesters. I get why I get why people are outraged and why some people would be out there wanting to protest, but there has been some concern about that. So.
Yeah, I'd wonder. Again, they seemed peaceful just looking at them. I can see where you're coming from, but I would also then wonder, the jury would have to know that some people would want the possible punishment here. So I just wonder, like, wouldn't they already know that this is a possibility of that happening? I don't know. I wouldn't say it's an overwhelming number of people out there, not enough to like draw attention. In my opinion, it was like too staggered. So I don't know. I don't know how to take that. I don't know that it would have that big of an impact in the way that I see it, but perhaps it could.
Okay, is there anything that I haven't asked you that I should ask you?
What is the Brittany? What is the demeanor? What is the demeanor of the defendant during all of this testimony? Is he staring at the witness? Is he looking down at his notepad and writing? What is he doing?
Yeah, so like I said, we've been in this overflow room, so I haven't had a chance to look. I will make sure and do that with the next expert witness. But from the moments that we get to see where the camera's on him, you guys kind of see what I see. He's just staring, no emotion. I don't know if that continues on during the witness testimony or what that looks like, but I will definitely bring that to you guys later.
We appreciate it, and we also know when you're jumping in like this and you're pinch hitting and trying to learn the system, it's always can be a bit discombobulating. So we appreciate you joining us, and thank you for jumping in.
You're doing a great job.
We appreciate it. Thank you, Brittany. We'll see you a little bit later this afternoon.
Thanks. Bye.
Yeah, this character, he tried to maintain this lie as long as he possibly could, even after the experts come in and start. I can't wait until the mitigation expert shows up, and we'll find out if he was telling her the very same thing.
I cannot wait.
Yeah,
I just, it's interesting. Over now day 4 of the defense side, I have yet to hear one witness from the defense where I go, okay. And the experts have agreed.
Yeah.
Every lawyer I've had on here, and of course, Cody Skipper on Friday was really eloquent about it.
Yes, he was.
He was very eloquent. And folks, if you didn't hear me before, we'll have Terry and we'll have a double header, Terry and Cody Skipper on next Tuesday when they do closing arguments. So both of them have agreed to come back and be here on that day, and I felt like they were the perfect guests for this because, of course, Terry was here on the opening statements, and of course saw and heard that horrific video, and then Cody is just,
he's Cody.
He's very Cody, and
he's red hot Cody.
Yes, he was something on Friday because what I liked about it was he was calling it like it was.
Yeah, right.
But he wasn't beating around the bush. And people were really responding to that. And all the lawyers have been great. But,
absolutely.
But it's been fabulous, and so we've enjoyed having everybody here. Well, okay, so Terry, before we take a lunch break, is there anything I know that's just burning that you want to say right now?
Yeah, I think that the state of Texas, the district attorney's office has told you without a doubt, told you what they think about the defendant, because he described him like Satan. He said he is like Satan. In fact, the exact quote is, "For Satan himself masquerades as an angel of light." That
Oh, I
is what
remember
the
that.
state
Wow.
of Texas thinks about this defendant. You get ready when they have the rebuttal and they do closing argument. You're going to hear nothing but that kind of dialogue, that kind of rhetoric. That's what they think. They think this autism business, and they think, the fetal alcohol syndrome business and all of that. They've told you what they think. They think he's a monster. In fact, more than a monster, they think he's Satan-like, is what they have described him as.
Well, and we're every day, with every single day, every minute, every hour, we're moving closer and closer to hearing what this jury thinks.
Right.
And so Terry and I, we're going to take a break. We're going to take a break till about 12:45, and then we're going to go eat lunch, and then we will come back, and then we will see where it goes.
We'll start again.
Good afternoon. I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at Channel 8. Of course, joined this afternoon by Terry Bentley Hill, who is our legal expert for the day. Terry and I have been watching this testimony this morning. We heard from his former best friend and love interest, and we also heard from with a special education teacher, and then we had the pastor. And of course, then we had this expert who is expecting to be on the stand. She was she was on the stand outside the presence of the jury while they qualified her to testify. So
we're going to hear more from her.
Oh, we're going to definitely hear more from her this afternoon. And I don't know if she'll be the last witness or not. One of the things about the defense is they don't have to tell how many more. It's a different from the prosecution, but
yes, that's the way it is. That's
Terry,
the way it works.
Just tell folks just kind of what you think about what we heard so far this morning.
Well, it goes to what we've heard the last few days, really since the defense started its own case, and bringing in experts and witnesses that knew him when he was a child, teachers who haven't seen him for 20 years, but they're still testifying to what it was like when he was in 5th grade, 7th grade, high school. They're doing what they have to do. When I say they, the defense attorneys have an obligation, a heightened duty to investigate in capital murder cases. They have to investigate mitigating circumstances of poverty, of childhood trauma, of behavioral issues, mental health issues. They have to investigate all of that. They have to hire experts to testify to different things regarding their client. They have to bring in a mitigation expert, because that goes to the second special issue question regarding mitigation and whether or not the jury finds that there is enough mitigating evidence to reduce the amount of culpability that their client has in this murder. And so they have to bring all of that in, because if they don't, this case can be reversed for ineffective assistance of counsel. They have to do these things. They have been told they have to by the courts. So they have no option. These are specialized defense attorneys.
Right.
They work on a capital defense, regional defense group that they have to be highly qualified to represent a defendant in a capital murder case. They know what they're doing. They know what they're required to do, and it makes us crazy. It makes you all crazy, because I see the comments.
Well, me too.
And I understand that, but they have to do it, because if this case is reversed, guess what? We do this all over again.
That's right. Which would be terribly unfair.
You have to go through the expense. It took them 5 weeks to pick this jury, and they went from 300 jurors to 240, and then they had to individually question all of those jurors to find the ones that are sitting there right now and the alternates. So if they don't do their job, we put Athena's mother through this all over again, her father all through it again, her family, her friends, her entire universe has to go through this again. Nobody wants to put them through that.
And so as much as this is difficult to hear, it is part of the process.
100%. And this is the way we want it. Even though this seems so clear-cut, well, he pleaded guilty to it. This seems so clear-cut.
It's because death is different.
It's because it is totally different, and there have been cases where it has been very questionable whether or not the person should have been found guilty and given the death penalty.
Of course, this is not one of those cases.
No, I mean, that's why it's driving you crazy. Is because to so many people, to everyone really, for the most part, okay, he's pleaded to this, he admitted it, so what are we wasting our time for? Well, it's because right now the jury is hearing evidence to decide whether or not he's going to die by lethal injection in the state of Texas, or he's going to live for the rest of his life in prison and never get out. Now, they're both terrible, but of course, death is different, and it's reserved for the worst of the worst. And I'm sure there are a lot of people who feel like they are looking at the worst of the worst.
He certainly ranks up right up there for me. There is no, I don't know that I can think of. I've covered a lot of bad cases, but this ranks right up there. Hey folks, if you guys have questions for Terry, put them in the chat. I'm trying to keep an eye on it, and we'll do our best to answer them until court gets started up. Was there anything, Terry, that you heard this morning that you would find mitigating at all?
No. I've heard that this guy's gotten services all through elementary school and high school. He was, and they're all coming in the courtroom right now, that he had it together enough to try out for a competition group in his church that went to a national competition where 12 or 13,000 teams were competing. I mean, the guy can operate a FedEx delivery truck. He can talk to his dispatcher. He can follow GPS directions. I have not heard anything that mitigates his culpability in this case.
Okay, so a few questions. Folks are asking, what is the brother in prison for? He's in prison for burglary of a building.
That's a state jail felony.
I know, but he's a habitual offender, so
gotcha.
he's got a very, very long stretch. I forget what the numbers is. It's a long time because Jen Falk last week got curious and looked it up. But he's in for a very, very long stretch because of the habitual offender statutes.
They can enhance the punishment with those.
And of course, somebody's asking, do you think this was his first? We've talked about that before.
We have talked about that. I think that it's not his first abduction and murder. I'm not so sure it's his first as far as very, very illegal and inappropriate behavior. I do think, I'm only basing this on my opinion, that the behavior would only worsen as time goes by. And
this doesn't feel like a one and done kind of thing.
It doesn't, because we know that he was scoping out other children in the area. So he purposefully was looking to do this. So no, I don't think it was his last
Good
time.
afternoon.
Okay, we've got sound
We're
on the
ready to
phone.
proceed, ladies and gentlemen. This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Ms. Anderson?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Fritz. How are you doing?
I'm all right, thank you.
Now, Dr. Fritz, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, of course. So my name is Amy Fritz, and I'm a speech-language pathologist.
What does a speech-language pathologist do?
Sure. So speech-language pathologist is a professional that works with individuals on different areas of communication. We work on receptive and expressive communication, which is someone's ability to understand what we're saying to them as well as express themselves verbally. We work on social communication, which is the way that we use language between people. We work on cognition. So if you know anyone who's had a stroke, they've probably been evaluated by an SLP. Some SLPs work on swallowing disorders, but I don't. We also have SLPs that work on voice disorders. So if you know somebody that has a different sounding voice, they might work with a speech pathologist. Fluency disorders, which you think of as stuttering. So it's a wide variety of issues that we address, and we also work with people across the lifespan. So I have colleagues that work in neonatal units, and I have colleagues that are working with people at end of life.
And Dr. Fritz, do you have any area of specialty?
Sure. So I've been a speech pathologist since 1999, and I have specialized most of that time in autism spectrum disorder. That has been especially the case for the last 11 years or so, but I have been working with individuals on the spectrum since the very beginning of my career. In fact, I was placed in the first classroom in the state of Ohio that was full of all children with autism, because at the time that the prevalence, so that's the number of people in the population that had autism, was so low that there wasn't a big need for those kinds of classrooms until that time. I was a workie coming out of grad school, so they put me in the classroom, and I ended up falling in love with the population.
And Dr. Fritz, Tell the jury a little bit about your educational background.
Sure. So my undergrad is in English and reading education. I went to a small school in Ohio, and I always consider myself an educator first. My master's degree then is in speech pathology, and I went to the Ohio State University for that. Don't hold it against me if you're not a Buckeye fan. And then my doctorate degree is from Ball State University, and that's in special education with a cognate area of focus in speech pathology.
Now, you said that your practice focuses on individuals with autism. And you said that you fell in love with the population. What was it about the population that made you fall in love with them?
I think I have a penchant for the neurodiverse because individuals on the spectrum are, it's kind of like what you see is what you get. You know, none of the, to be fair, I work almost exclusively with individuals who have level 1 autism. So there are 3 levels. And level 1 is the highest functioning level. So I work with individuals who have very sort of nuanced or subtle difficulties with, say, their social communication. But with my clients, I can directly explain social rules to them, and I don't offend them. They just haven't learned them before. So to me, it's a really refreshing population to work with.
And Dr. Fritz, you had mentioned that you are currently a speech-language pathologist. Where are you working?
So I work for myself. I'm self-employed. My practice is called Cedar Tree Communication Therapy, and I'm based out of Florida. And I started my practice 1 week before the world shut down. And I had an office I was paying rent on for 18 months and pivoted to telehealth like the rest of the world, and it ended up being wonderful for me and for my clients because they're very comfortable joining me via computer, and we're making really good progress. So I can see clients remotely, and that's about 60% of the work I do. The other 40% is working on forensic cases like this.
You said that it seems that your clients enjoy the remote aspect of the evaluations in your meetings more. Why do you think that is?
I think it takes away a level of stress in terms of not having to go out into the social world. And the concern becomes whether there's going to be what we call generalization. So will they use the skills that we work on in the individualized sessions and then be able to apply them in real life? And I was really pleased when I surveyed my clients when the world started opening back up. I think at that time I had about 42 clients, and only one of them wanted to come in person. So it's comfortable for them because you're meeting them in their home environment. I also don't have clients miss sessions because of the fact that if they're not on the session in 2 or 3 minutes after the start time, I'll text them and they'll join me from wherever they are. And that's very convenient for them. It's easy for me too.
Dr. Fritz, one thing I forgot to ask you about, are you certified in your field?
I am. So in order to be a speech-language pathologist, you have to be licensed, and then you also can opt to get national certification. So my national board is called the American Speech, Language, and Hearing Association, and it is a governing body for speech pathologists and audiologists. And if you choose, you can do what's called a certification of clinical competence. We call it our C's. And if you get your C's, then you're nationally certified. It takes about a 9-month period of time where you're being supervised by a mentor. And then you take that certification, and that allows for the credibility to be recognized by the board. And then you have to keep up that credentialing through continuing education throughout your career.
Dr. Fritz, have you ever presented at professional conferences?
Yes, so I've presented at several state conferences. I also have done some work at presenting at the local level, done lots of parent trainings, lots of educator trainings in the state of Florida, and some in Indiana and Ohio as well.
Is it just the parents, or do you present to other organizations?
Sure. So parents are a big one. Educators are another big one. And it might surprise you to know that we also do a lot of training with law enforcement. And the reason for that can be multifold. It started off early in this world of autism as being able to help law enforcement understand what autism was and how somebody with autism might present. And then over time, it's kind of merged into individuals on the spectrum going through and becoming law enforcement officers themselves. And typically they do really well when they get through the academy, learning how to follow the rules, understanding procedures. But then when you go into, the field training, which is more dynamic, minute by minute decision making, it tends to be a bigger challenge. And so with this extensive increase in the amount of autism in our community, we see autistic individuals in every career, every field, and so knowing how to best support them is an important part of what I do.
And Dr. Fritz, I think you may have said this before, but do you work in both the clinical and forensic fields?
Yes, so I consider myself a clinician first. The forensic work is important to me because it's important to me to make sure that justice-involved clients are understood in light of their autism. I think perhaps my favorite is when I can work with a client who either has become justice involved or is in danger of becoming criminally involved, and we can work on, sort of rehabilitative social cognition strategies to avoid future justice involvement.
Have you testified in both state and federal courts?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Dr. Fritz, I want to turn your attention to this case in particular.
Okay.
Were you retained by the defense in this case?
Yes, I was.
What were you asked to do?
To evaluate Mr. Horner and any relevant collaterals, just other people who he was familiar with or who were familiar with him, and determine what, if any, presence of autism and its related social communication deficits were relevant in the current case.
What have you done so far in this case?
Sure. So I spent a lot of time reviewing records. So we look at educational records to get a good understanding of a client's history. I also looked at social history as much as it was available. So that's information about Mr. Horner's family life and how that might be relevant. I examined some medical records because he's had quite a few associated medical conditions and hospitalizations. Also did some interview with Mr. Horner directly, along with direct assessment with both him and with his grandmother.
Dr. Fritz, what is your normal hourly fee for your forensic work?
So it ranges depending on what I'm doing. If I'm traveling to come to a case or to go evaluate somebody, there's one rate. If I'm doing something high pressure, like sitting here talking to you, there's another rate. It averages out to $370 an hour.
Approximately how many hours have you put into this case?
So far, let's see, close to 100 hours.
And how much have you been paid so far?
So I think right around $15,000.
Do you know what your outstanding bill is as of today, April the 27th of 2026?
Hopefully my assistant does, but I'm going to guess that it's somewhere around 15 to 20.
$1,000?
Yes, ma'am.
And Dr. Fritz, did you prepare a report of your findings?
I did.
And did you provide the court a copy of your resume?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I believe we have already offered defense exhibits 75 and 76 for all purposes.
It's 76 and 77, and
I was
they have been admitted.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Fritz, I'm going to hand you what has been offered and admitted into evidence as exhibits number 76 and 77. If you'll just take a look at those, please.
Thank you.
And what is exhibit number 77?
Number 77 is a copy of my resume. You might also hear it called a CV. But I'm a clinician rather than a researcher or publisher, so mine looks more like a typical resume.
And defense exhibit number 76, what is that, please?
That's the formal report I wrote of my speech language assessment of Mr. Horner.
You can hold on to this.
Okay.
Just have to give them to the court reporter.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to give them to you. I'm going to give them to her now because otherwise, yeah, I don't want to walk off with them. Thank you.
Dr. Fritz, you had talked about records that you had reviewed. Is there a comprehensive list of all the records that you've reviewed attached to the report that you provided?
Yes, with some notable exceptions. So the last 2 pages of the report list all of the records that I reviewed prior to writing my report. But then, since I've submitted my report, I've received some other pieces of information, videos, and records to review that are not explicitly contained in the report.
Did any of the new information that you received change any of your opinions that are contained in your report?
Not significantly, no.
And the list of records that you reviewed, or I should say in the records that you reviewed, can you give the jury just kind of an overview of what kinds of records you were looking at?
Sure. So this is when I was looking at educational records, the medical records, the jail calls, interrogation videos, the body cameras from the police officers. I also looked at some depositions, so when individuals who know Mr. Horner well were deposed by the court, then I read those transcripts. I think that's generally the main ones.
Dr. Fritz, in this case, did you perform any testing on Mr. Horner?
And you know, I want to go back, Ms. Anderson, for just a moment, because I was remiss in not mentioning the fact that I also reviewed some other experts' reports. So, I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
Yes, well, I'll just build on that. You said that you had reviewed the reports of other experts. The reports that you reviewed from the other experts, did those experts do any testing?
Yes.
Did their reports contain the results of the testing?
Yes.
Did you use the results of their testing in formulating your opinions today?
No, not directly. The only exception to that would be reports relating to diagnoses of fetal alcohol syndrome and lead-based toxicity. And really the only influence that has is to mention that several of the deficits that I noted in Mr. Horner's social communication can be caused by those conditions as well as by autism.
Did you rely solely on the records to form your opinion?
Solely on the records, the interview, my clinical observations, and the direct assessment.
So let's talk about your clinical observations and the direct assessment. Were you able to meet with Tanner?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times did you meet with him?
I met with him across 2 consecutive days while he was in the jail.
About how long were your meetings with Tanner?
I think we were 3 hours one day and 4 hours the next, or vice versa.
During your meetings with Tanner, did you do any testing?
I did.
And can you give the jury just kind of a brief overview of the type of testing that you were giving?
Sure. So I was looking at communication in particular. So I looked at assessments that are designed to determine his level of expressive and receptive language. Remember, I told you expressive is like how well you get a message across, and receptive is how well you understand. I looked at social communication, that functional language use. I also looked at vocabulary, both receptive, so how much he's understanding, and how much he's producing, which is expressive vocabulary.
Did you interview anyone else as a part of your evaluation?
Yes, ma'am. I interviewed Mr. Horner's grandmother.
Is she what we might call a collateral witness?
Yes, ma'am.
How important is it when making these assessments that the evaluator reach out to collateral witnesses?
I think it's critical, and this isn't an offense to Mr. Horner. It tends to be true of the population, that a lot of individuals on the spectrum are not great self-reporters. Sometimes that's just because we don't know what we don't know. And so level of self-awareness can affect accuracy in reporting, and so it's really helpful if you can have the opportunity to talk to collateral witnesses.
What can the collateral witnesses provide to you that you can't get from reading a deposition or reading a medical record or
Sure.
education record?
Yeah. So, the records give us the black and white, and a collateral witness can give you a little bit more of the gray areas. You can talk about how you really saw deficits affect the person day to day. And so I think that was the main purpose that I got out of it. Also just to verify that this has been a lifelong condition, because one thing that, if you don't know already, you'll learn about autism is it's a diagnosis that is present from the time of birth and is present throughout life. So there's no cure for autism. Most of us in the field say that we're not looking for a cure for autism because it's a difference. And at the same time, we recognize that it is a lifelong condition. And so seeing and talking to somebody who has that lifelong perspective helps validate the results that I found in testing.
Well, let's talk about the results that you found in the testing. Please give the jury a brief summary of your findings from the testing.
Sure. So in short, his receptive and expressive skills it's a horrible diagnosis, guys. It's mild to severe. It's severely impaired. The reason it sounds like that is because Mr. Horner has what we call splinter skills. So some of his skills are really within normal limits or rather high. He's pretty good at following directions until they get too complex. He's got some good ability to answer direct questions, but for questions that require things like inferencing or a lot of recall is harder for him. So some of his skills, and vocabulary is another one. It's a nice strength of his, with totally within normal limits. Whereas some of the challenges that he presents with are rather severe. So being able to understand and use more nuanced or subtle language, being able to change your language based on the environment or the context that you're in.
So, and I'm going to stop you
I'm
there for a
sorry.
second. What do you mean by subtle language?
So subtleties in language are the difference in how we say something, not just what we say. So if I were to say to you, how you doing? Joey from Friends, right? You would know that I was being flirtatious. It wasn't a great flirtatious imitation there, but you get the point. Whereas if I said something like, how are you doing? I'm being empathetic or showing concern. And that goes into that social language piece, but also we see it evidenced in more complex sort of sentence structures. So things like concept words were harder for Mr. Horner to understand and to be able to use in his own speech. He also has a significant difficulty with what's called narrative discourse skills.
What is that?
Yeah, it's being able to tell a story in a linear fashion. So when we tell a story, there's a beginning, a middle, and an end. We start the story, we introduce the problem, you have the problem-solving aspect, and then you conclude the story. And Mr. Horner does not have the ability to do that.
Now, Dr. Fritz, you mentioned mild to severe mixed receptive expressive language disorder. Was there any other diagnosis that you gave Tanner?
Yes. So I've told you already, he has profound deficits in his social communication. We call that social pragmatics. Because of the fact that I know that those deficits are secondary to a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder, the diagnosis itself sounds pretty convoluted. So let me read it for you. It is, give me 1 second, guys. Symbolic dysfunction relating to pragmatic communication secondary to an organic disorder of autism spectrum disorder. I told you it was convoluted. But what that means is just social language challenges.
And Dr. Fritz, were there any other diagnoses that pertaining to Tanner that you found relevant for your evaluations and or your testimony here today?
So there's kind of an informal diagnosis of something called alexithymia, which is difficulty with understanding your own internal state and being able to express emotions, understand the emotions of others appropriately. It's fairly common in autism. We see it in about 45 to 60% of autistics, whereas in the general population it's about 10%. And also, as I mentioned before, the lead toxicity and fetal alcohol syndrome diagnoses that I read about from other experts also are comorbid conditions that are relevant. I would also mention the mental health diagnoses that are really well documented for Mr. Horner, things like, severe depression, history of significant self-harm and so forth. That all goes into play in understanding where he is now in terms of his functional communication.
I want to take you back to the symbolic dysfunction relating to pragmatic communication. What is pragmatic communication?
So it is language functioning. So it's the use of language and doing so for social purposes.
Why is it important?
Well, I'm a little biased, but communication is important for every aspect of life. When you're a child, then social communication is how you make friends and how you become well liked by your educators. When you're getting older, it's how you ask a girl on a date and get her to say yes. It's then how you interview effectively for a job. It also has to do with being able to maintain those relationships over time. So it's, you hear about, for example, relationships falling apart, and the number one reason we hear about is that we had a lack of communication, and that's social communication.
What does it mean to have a symbolic dysfunction related to that pragmatic communication?
It's just the terminology I have to use because he has a primary diagnosis of autism, which autism itself is made by having, the diagnosis is made by having those challenges in social pragmatic skills and then having a set of restricted or repetitive patterns of behavior or interests. So I say it's like two sides of a coin, and social communication is one side of that coin.
Well, how much of the criteria for diagnosis of autism is related to communication?
So you have to. So if you think of it as two sides of the coin, you have to have all three of the indicators for difficulties in social communication, and then you have to have two of the four patterns of restricted or repetitive interests and behaviors. Those would be things that you think of when you hear about autism, things like sensory differences or insistence on sameness, whereas the issues relating to social communication have to do with things like social emotional reciprocity, understanding nonverbal communication, and being able to follow conversational acts and turn-taking rules, and being able to build and maintain interpersonal relationships.
Well, doctor, let me ask you this. Can a person be diagnosed with autism without having those social communication deficits?
No, ma'am.
So what kind of social communication deficits or challenges do you typically see in your patients?
So in my field, there's an adage that says if you've met one person with autism, you've met one person with autism. And so it can look different for different people. But we see commonalities, challenges with things like emotion regulation, being able to manage their reactions to problems. We see difficulties with conversational skills and routines, maybe interrupting a lot, or not knowing when it's their turn to participate, or difficulty sliding into a group conversation. See difficulties with things like making and maintaining friendships. I also see a lot of clients working on being able to send messages where the messages they send match their intentions, whether that's nonverbal or verbal.
Did you see any of these social communication deficits in Tanner?
Yes, I saw all of them in Mr. Horner.
I want to go back to some of the testing that you did.
Okay.
Specifically talking about assessing pragmatic communication. Is there a particular test or set of tests that you give related to assessing the pragmatic communication?
Sure. So because of Mr. Horner's age, it's not like I can give you a standardized score and say, here's how impaired his social pragmatics are, because we just don't have those assessments available for adults. But what I gave him was an instrument that is a video-based instrument. It provides normative information, so standardized information for somebody up until the age of 18. But it basically shows a little social scenario, and then you ask the client, did something go wrong here? And either something did or didn't go wrong, and the client then has to identify what went wrong and how it should be fixed.
What did these tests show?
Well, that one in particular is a direct assessment of his ability to read nonverbal communication, which is highly in deficit, to use certain what we call speech acts, which is ways that we use social language or language for different functions, like apologizing or complimenting, making requests, and he had deficits in all of those areas. I also gave him an assessment that is an interview-based assessment that's called the self-pragmatics profile, and that one allows me to look at conversational routines along with nonverbal communication skills and the ability to ask for and obtain information.
Dr. Fritz, in looking at the sum total of all of the testing that you gave Mr. Horner related to pragmatic communication, how well did he perform? Specifically with regards to social pragmatic communication, he was one of the worst, if not the worst, evaluations I've ever given. Mr. Horner has significant difficulty with social appropriateness. So inappropriate use of humor, very lax in his understanding and use of those speech acts. So, the inability to form an appropriate way of asking for something, we'll say, or requesting clarification.
or offering an apology. So across the board, it's an area that definitely was a problem for him growing up, and it continues to be in deficit.
Now, Dr. Fritz, we're talking about deficits. Did you also notice any strengths in his testing?
Yeah, so Mr. Horner has some nice strengths in, you could think of it kind of as functional basic communication. So things like, during the evaluation, someone sneezed in another room and he yelled out, "Bless you," which appropriateness, we typically don't say bless you to somebody in a different room. And at the same time, he understands that that's a typical response when someone sneezes. So responding to greetings, for example, is easier for him than being the one to initiate them. He also did a nice job with, as I mentioned before, that sort of basic vocabulary and the basic understanding of what should be said to appear friendly or, polite. So please and thank you kind of things.
When we are talking about diagnoses and looking at test results, as an evaluator and as a clinician, do you focus on the strengths or the deficits, or are they treated the same?
Diagnosis itself is more deficit driven. And that's something that's hard for me as a clinician, because I have to then turn around and explain that to my client. Here's all the things I are saying am wrong with you. But we always try to start with building on their strengths when we're working with someone therapeutically then.
And Dr. Fritz, did you give a test related to paralinguistic signals?
Yes, so that's a part of the CAP, and the CAPS assessment has a subtest that looks at tone of voice and facial expressions and other what we call extra linguistic cues like phrasing. And he did not correctly interpret any of those sort of hidden emotions in others, nor was he able to demonstrate when I would say to him something like, "How would you say this?" His ability to match intention with his message is really poor.
Why is that important?
It's important because it causes breakdowns in how you're perceived by others.
So is it possible to say one thing, but you really mean another, and somebody interprets it a third way?
Sure.
How common is that when people on the spectrum?
It's a very common challenge that I work with clients on.
You mentioned CAPS. What does that stand for?
The clinical, I want to make sure I get it right. Hold on, sorry. Clinical assessment of pragmatics.
Okay, and these other tests are just subtests of that clinical assessment?
Yes, that's correct.
And Dr. Fritz, you also mentioned alexithymia. Am I saying that right?
It's alexithymia.
Alexithymia earlier. Can you give us a little more explanation on what it is and how that plays into the CAPS evaluation?
Sure. So the alexithymia is actually evaluated somewhat informally through a Likert type of assessment. That's when you get strongly agree versus agree and so forth. And his answers all indicated that he was sort of largely unaware of his own emotional experiences. And that can lead to strain then in interpersonal relationships. Alexithymia in general means like that difficulty understanding your emotions, but then also difficulty communicating those to others.
I want to switch gears a little bit. I want to talk about autism.
Okay.
How much of your practice is devoted to patients with autism?
Probably about 95%. I do also have some clients that have social communication deficits specific to anxiety, and so like social anxiety.
You previously said that you had reviewed records in this case. Based upon your review of the records, were you able to determine if Tanner had a historical diagnosis for autism?
Yes, it was diagnosed when he was young, and there were multiple indications of that diagnosis being confirmed throughout, which is really not even necessary. Once you're autistic, you're autistic. It doesn't go away.
And Dr. Fritz, what was that initial diagnosis?
He was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome, and you've probably heard that before, that term before, but it's a historic diagnosis. We no longer use that term. And it's basically what we now would call level 1 autism. Some individuals who are diagnosed with Asperger's hang on to that, feel that it's a strong sense of their personal identity. They may even call themselves an Aspie. And at the same time, it's not a diagnosis that a psychologist or a neuropsychologist would give at this time.
You had just said that some people identify themselves as Aspies.
Mm-hmm.
Is that uncommon to, when you first meet somebody, say, "Hi, my name is Susan, I have Asperger's"?
It would be uncommon because of the fact that I think we're still in a society where we're trying to understand neurodivergence as a difference as opposed to a deficit. It's something that I hope is becoming more common as I work a lot on self-advocacy with my clients.
How important is self-advocacy?
It's huge. It's pretty much everything. Being able to let people know what you want and need and why is really critical. And it's something that, we do it in ways that are subtle when we don't get to have autism. But autistics sometimes have to be directly taught how to self-advocate in ways that are appropriate. I always say it's not about a crutch, it's not an excuse, it's an explanation.
So you're not saying that autism is the reason that he committed this offense?
No, ma'am.
You're not saying that autism is an excuse for this offense, are you?
Absolutely not.
Is autism a defense for what happened?
No, not at all in terms of guilt or innocence. Mr. Horner, by all accounts, knew right from wrong, and there's no reason to believe that an autistic doesn't know right from wrong. It can be a mitigating factor if you consider the influence then of his actions, especially after the crime. And I'm sure you've heard lots about, or you're going to hear a lot about, things like the jail calls and the police interrogation and his behaviors during those situations. And I think that's where, considering his language, his speech acts in light of that diagnosis is where it's most relevant.
Dr. Fritz, we've talked about some of the medical records that you reviewed. Did you also have the opportunity to review his school records?
I did.
Did those school records include his special education records?
Yes.
Were those records, or why are those records important to your evaluation?
Sure. Well, Mr. Horner was in a self-contained classroom for a few years. His behavior had become such that they didn't feel like they could manage it in a regular education environment. And the methodology that was used at that time is something called, it's called the Boys Town model. It's positive behavioral supports, where instead of just being punished for breaking social rules, they're explained to you and given the opportunity to learn from positive reinforcement of expected behaviors.
Why do they call it the Boys Town model?
I think because it was historically used in Boys Town.
What is Boys Town?
Used to how, I can't pretend that I'm an expert on it, but just an organization, a place where behavior modification occurred.
And Dr. Fritz, getting back to the school records and the education records, in reviewing those records, did you find, or were you able to determine if Tanner was exhibiting the type of pragmatic communication deficits that you've been talking to the jury about?
Absolutely.
Can you please give us some examples of that?
Sure. So I think I mentioned that he could, when we were doing the video-based assessment, he could say if someone was being like friendly or if they were being mean. He could problem solve what they should be doing, but he had almost no ability to recognize breakdowns in what they were saying, and certainly no ability to recognize how they were saying it or the nonverbal communication that they were using. He also had difficulties relating to, interpersonal reactions or interactions. At one point, he told me that watching a clip of a young man kind of stumbling when he was approached by an attractive girl was very uncomfortable for him because he could almost see himself in that particular actor's behavior, but he didn't know how to fix it. So I also saw definitely no ability to correctly interpret social expectations like hidden emotions. That's if someone says, well, how are you doing? You're like, oh, I'm okay. And they just keep going without saying, oh, it doesn't sound like you're really okay. What's wrong? He can't do that. He tends to take language at the surface level instead of being able to understand, non-literal or inferenced language. He also has what we call very weak theory of mind development, which is just perspective taking. So perspective taking is me thinking about you, thinking about me. So it's like this morning I woke up and I thought, oh, I better put on a suit because I'm going to go sit on a witness stand and I want them to think I'm professional. And that's me thinking about how my behavior, my words, my actions would influence your opinion of me. And Mr. Horner has very weak theory of mind.
Well, Dr. Fritz, with regards to the records that you reviewed for the school records, looking at the records that you reviewed and the evaluation that you performed of Mr. Horner, did you see consistent deficits across the board?
For sure. So the educational records highlight his extreme difficulty with interpersonal skills. Lots of talk about and Mr. Horner said he, likes to be a know-it-all. That can be common in level 1 autism, inserting himself into conversations that he was not a part of, not being able to make or maintain friends during his youth. The presence of bullying is something that I deal with a lot with my clients, and that was certainly there early in his formative years.
Dr. Fritz, one of the things that you talked about earlier in reviewing the records and some of the records that you obtained afterwards was some of the other diagnoses that were involved. I think you'd mentioned FAS or fetal alcohol syndrome and mentioned the mood disorders and things like that. How do all of these diagnoses work together?
Sure. So individuals who have autism often have other comorbid conditions. Some very common ones include anxiety, attention deficit, other mood disorders. So some of his mental health diagnoses I see very regularly in individuals on the spectrum. And then the diagnoses of his exposure to lead-based paint and lead toxicity, along with the fetal alcohol syndrome, those are only relevant because the types of difficulties he has with regards to executive functioning, memory difficulties, challenges with attention and planning, those kinds of things are deficits that are often seen in those two other diagnoses as well. And one thing you should know is it's not like it has to be mutually exclusive. You can have FAS and be autistic. You can have Down syndrome and be autistic. So it doesn't have to be one or the other.
And where does intellectual disability fit in with all of that?
So some individuals on the spectrum have cognitive impairment. That's probably going to impact the level of autism that they have. So generally when individuals have a cognitive deficit, they're going to be diagnosed with level 2 or level 3 autism because it's more significant. Mr. Horner's cognitive abilities are within normal limits.
Dr. Fritz, I want to switch gears again. I want to talk to you about some of the problems that autistic people can face. And I believe that we had talked about reactions and matching reactions to the size of a problem. Why is it important to be able to match your reaction to the size of a problem?
Well, the biggest reason that I see most regularly is it affects other people's opinions of you. So when you have great big reactions to what other people might consider a small problem, people don't want to be around you much anymore. I give my clients sort of definitions for small versus medium versus large problems. So small problems are ones that just affect you. You got a hangnail, or you can't find the shirt you wanted to wear, you didn't get to go first in line. Medium-sized problems affect a small group of people, and that the uncomfortable feelings that come with it should last a little bit longer than a small problem. So that might be something like getting into an argument with your family members, or you know, you screwing up a game and costing, you know, getting the last out and costing your team the game, right? It's going to affect a small group of people. That feeling is going to last a bit longer. So having a medium-sized reaction to that is understandable. And then I always say, you know, those great big problems are ones that have lasting effects. So natural disasters, certainly death of family members, things like that, where it takes a lot of people to fix the problem and the feelings might last a long time.
When we're talking about social cognition versus social communication, where does the matching of problems or matching of reactions to the problems fall?
Probably both. So social cognition is social thinking. And when I'm explaining it to my clients, I explain that we have like kind of a downstairs brain and an upstairs brain. The downstairs brain is your feeling brain. You maybe have heard other words for it. It's the subcortical region of the brain. It's where emotions, reign. And sometimes you can't help how you feel about a situation. But your upstairs brain, the cognitive part of your brain, should be able to respond, stop yourself and respond in a way that's considered prosocial or an expected behavior.
What do you mean by cognitive?
Thinking. So cognitive strategies could be things like reframing, for example, how big of a problem this is. Like, I didn't get to get on a computer today during free time. Well, I can think about that and I can realize I was on a computer yesterday, I'll probably get on a computer tomorrow, I don't need to have a big meltdown about it. But it takes that thinking not to have the reaction to what's happening in the downstairs brain. And so I work a lot with clients on that because what happens for my clients is they sometimes have big reactions to small problems. And that's when it stands out socially.
Dr. Fritz, what could make someone who has maladaptive behaviors, but very little history of violence, snap and commit an offense like the one that we have here today?
I don't know that I know that answer. There usually is some triggering event. I talk to my clients a lot about triggering events, okay? Recognizing your own triggers. Some people have spaces that they're uncomfortable in, so if they have a big sensory difference, then maybe being in a wide open or echoey space could be a triggering event for them. Maybe they have a lot of insistence on sameness, so their routine gets changed, and that can be a triggering event. Sometimes it could be something interpersonally related, like The person you love decides they don't want to be with you anymore. And that can be a big triggering event. So sometimes it can be simple, everyday things, and other times it can be, more traumatic events.
When we're talking about triggers, are the triggers are they the same for everyone, or are they going to be different for everyone?
No, they're different for everyone. And I always explore them with my clients who have difficulties with emotional regulation, because knowing your own triggers is critical to being able to learn how to manage them. Some triggers you can avoid. For example, I have a client that hates roller coasters, and it really bothered her that she didn't want to go on the roller coasters with her classmates. We live in Orlando, and there's a lot of roller coasters there. But you can avoid roller coasters for the rest of your life. It's not a big issue, right? If your triggering event is something like going to the doctor, and you need to go to be able to get your physical, get a vaccine, and so forth, you got to figure out some coping strategies to deal with that trigger.
But what if you don't understand your triggers? What if you don't know what triggers you?
Then you tend to have big reactions to small problems.
We talked a little bit about social cognition, and you did speak a little about the theory of mind.
Mm-hmm.
I want to talk, now I want to move into how theory of mind may have impacted Tanner's reactions related to this incident. I want to kind of give you a hypothetical, okay?
Okay.
Let's say that you have someone who is on the spectrum and has been previously diagnosed with autism, and there have been a number of personal stressors and triggers going on in that person's life. That there have been, let's say in my hypothetical, let's say that they have had group changes for their delivery job. There have been financial stressors at home. There have been familial stressors at home, okay? All of these leading up to a day where a child may see that person doing a hit of cocaine, okay? Thinking about all of that, how does, well, let me back up, let me finish my hypothetical. And then the person assumes that this child saw them doing cocaine. He then abducts her and murders her, okay? Looking at all of that, how would theory of mind factor into that scenario and those decisions made by that delivery man?
Well, I would say theory of mind is about understanding somebody else's perception of you. And if your cause to action is to abduct a child and kill them because you think that they may have seen you do cocaine, you are definitely not understanding their perspective. First of all, a young child may not have any idea what cocaine is or what it looks like to use it, or that it's against the law. I'm not saying that that is obviously a reason to do anything as heinous as abducting a little girl and killing her. And at the same time, it hypothetically could be a triggering event.
Is this an example of where we're talking about big reactions to what could be little problems?
That would certainly fit that.
When someone has a big reaction to a little problem, how does that deal, what effect does that have on that small problem? Does it keep it a small problem?
Oh, it's interesting that you asked that, because I always explain it to my clients like this. If you continue to put energy into a problem without taking the time to calm down first, you're probably going to make the situation worse. So I always say when stress goes up, the ability to problem solve goes down. language processing goes down, okay? It's an inverse relationship for all of us. And so it's why we say, I just need a minute, I'm not ready to talk about it right now, because we need that time to calm down before we work towards socially problem solving something. So then I tell my clients, if something is in your locus of control, so something that you can actually change, that's something to put your energy into. You can't figure that out when you're up here emotionally, if you're dysregulated. So first you gotta calm down. And then you can find out if it's within your control. And putting your energy into things that are within your control can affect positive change. Putting your energy into something that is outside of your control is probably just gonna make the problem bigger, or at least keep it the same.
Dr. Fritz, we've been talking about social cognition. Part of social cognition, would that include something known as central coherence?
Yes. So central coherence is the idea of not being able to see the tree through the forest, or the forest through the trees, I think is how the saying goes. It's that idea that one small detail can take precedence over the big picture. And it tends to be a challenge, especially when people are dysregulated. But a lot of individuals on the autism spectrum have significant difficulties with central coherence. So they're really focused on a small detail that may or may not be as relevant to the discussion as the big picture.
Now let's switch gears again and talk a little bit about social communication. Please explain to the jury what a speech act is.
Sure. So a speech act is a group of words, either sentences or phrases that provide a certain function. So whereas we use words like socially to exchange information, but speech acts have a certain purpose in and of themselves. So it could be things like apologizing, making requests, giving somebody a compliment. Complaining is a speech act. So there are speech acts that we are directly taught, and not only the kinds of words that we use to make the speech act appropriate, but also how we use them. So if I say sorry because, my mom says I have to apologize, it's not the appropriate use of the apology speech act. The words are okay, but how it was said is not.
Dr. Fritz, I want to turn your attention to the evidence in this case and the evidence that you reviewed. Did you have the opportunity to review all of the interrogation videos in this case?
I believe so, yes.
Did you also have copies of the transcripts of those interrogation videos?
Yes, as far as I know, the ones that are listed in the report are the ones that I was able to observe.
In these interrogation videos, did you notice any of the deficits that you have spoken about today?
Yes, it's the speech acts was really obvious to me because there would be a build up in the interview. This is specific to the December 2nd interview, where the investigators were building to what you and I would recognize as an opportunity for an apology. And I wrote in my notes, not sure he knows how to apologize. It's a speech act. And then immediately after, and I apologize, I don't remember exactly what it was, but there was another moment where there was an opportunity to use a specific speech act that Mr. Horner did not use. And my notes say, give the caps, because that was the caps, C-A-P-S. That is the evaluation that I gave, where it's not just about him thinking about his communication, it's him using it. So that's the one with the videos, and he would have to respond to whether something happened inappropriate and what should have happened instead. And so his ability to show understanding and use of speech acts was almost non-existent.
In relation to the video, if someone were to look at that video, not understanding speech language deficits, not understanding speech acts, is it possible for that to be misinterpreted?
For what to be misinterpreted?
The fact that he didn't apologize or didn't understand.
Well, I think what would happen most often for Mr. Horner is he would just say, they're being mean, or she's being nice, or why are they treating her like that? Like, he could understand and pick up the big kind of tone of the situation, and he might say something about how it would solve the problem. But he never knew or expressed the words that could be used to solve the problem, or how to use them.
And in not expressing those words, could that be misinterpreted?
Absolutely, because when we don't use expected social behaviors, that tends to be when someone tells you you need to start using an expected social behavior. So those of us who are neurotypical pick up on all sorts of social communication expectations incidentally. So no one said to you directly, I mean, maybe they did when you were really little, but no one says, you know, if someone says goodbye to you, you should say goodbye to them. But you do that. You follow that expected social rule. And individuals on the spectrum absolutely have the ability to use, most of them, if they don't have significant cognitive involvement, to use appropriate social communication. They just haven't been taught the social rules yet. So that's why I think of autism as being, you know, in some ways a very cool strength for a lot of my clients, because they have these abilities to understand patterns, sequences. I was telling Mr. Horner the reason why he is so musical is most likely due to the fact that he's autistic, because the part of your brain that is important for things like math and music is has a lot more neurons dedicated to it in the autistic brain. So I can eventually teach social rules to clients, and then they can apply them. No one's ever going to make me good at calculus. You know, I don't have those neurons in that part of the brain.
And Dr. Fritz, you had talked about that other people might use or note expected social rules and might have to tell somebody about the expected social rules. Do you have an example of that in the evidence that you reviewed?
Oh, there's a lot of examples in, you know, the educational IEP goals that he has relating to appropriateness of social rules. You know, a lot of his goals that he had that throughout his formative years related to that.
Did you by chance review a phone call between Tanner and his mother?
I did. I was able to listen to several jail calls and certainly heard a few between he and his mom.
Were there any of those calls that reminded you or brought to your attention about her teaching him expected social rules?
Yes, there is a time where Mr. Horner says he doesn't understand why the other inmates are looking at him as though he's a monster. And his mom says, you know, think about it. What if someone did this to your child? And only then was he able to kind of put himself in, you know, the Strand's shoes and understand the impact. So that was an example of his mom knowing what he needed to be able to empathize with their family.
And Dr. Fritz, I want to take you back to the first interrogation video.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about 0.
Okay.
Do you have any reason to believe that Tanner has multiple personality disorder?
So I'm not an expert on multiple personality disorder. However, I can tell you that I'm really good at knowing when someone's not being truthful. And as I was watching the interrogation video, it was just pretty obvious to me that 0 does not exist, and that Mr. Horner was kind of using him as a tool to maybe tell the story of what had happened.
Is that uncommon with autistic people?
No. So most of us don't like to talk about things we've done wrong, okay, times we've screwed up. Sometimes my autistic clients often will take it a step further where they don't want to talk about it at all, even to the point of needing to problem solve. So in fact, almost every time a client gets on with me and their parent or their spouse walks in and said, "Did you tell Dr. Amy about?" And then my client says, "I don't want to talk about it." I say, "You know what I'm going to say, which is, you tell me you don't want to talk about it, it's exactly what we need to talk about." Because that's usually when change needs to occur. So talking about their social miscues or mistakes in third person seems to be helpful. I even have several clients that talk about their brain as being separate from their self. So my brain told me to, or my brain thought, or my brain guided me to. I have several clients that talk out loud to self-regulate their behavior. And it's this sort of separation between self and behavior.
How does that help? Being able to separate yourself from your behavior?
Yeah, I think it has to do with the emotional intensity of the situation. It's why we use a lot of video modeling in my field, so that first we'll start off by showing a clip of someone using the expected behavior or the maladaptive behavior that's not my client, and ask them to look at it, describe it. My clients can be pretty good about picking out, the differences in that third person perspective, but then when you video model them and put a video of them, especially when it includes a misstep or a miscue, that becomes emotionally upsetting for a lot of clients. That's pretty typical.
So is it easier for them to talk about themselves in the third person rather than in the first?
Yeah, either in the third person, or they talk, like I said, they talk about their brain. Which it was honestly, it's not something that I've seen. I didn't see it in literature. I recognized this during my my clinical work, and it just started coming up repeatedly. The idea of thinking of themselves almost as separate from their brain.
Now, Dr. Fritz, you talked a little bit earlier about social rules.
Mm-hmm.
How do we learn social rules?
So some of them, like the basics, your parents teach you. Tell them please, say you're sorry. Mr. Horner does a pretty good job with the basics. He's uses greetings. He'll, especially if someone else initiates them. And then the other ones we learn kind of by trial and error. So, for example, I have a client that really wanted the attention of his peers, and he didn't know how to get it in a pro-social manner. So when he was at youth group, he would start throwing beanbags at people. Well, not surprisingly, that didn't get him any friends at youth group. So I had to teach him how to slip into a group in a way that's socially acceptable, because he knew it wasn't working for him, but he didn't know how to fix it.
Now let's switch to Tanner.
Mm-hmm.
Is he able to follow the rules once he understands them?
To some degree. I think we see that in, the fact that he has not had, to my knowledge, any incidents in the jail. I think that he has followed rules intermittently throughout his life, effectively. Keeping it together long term is harder for him. That's why, oftentimes he got fired from jobs, got kicked out of bands. But but he can learn and apply rules. And we saw that, I think, most evidence best. And there was a period of like, I think 9 visits with a speech language pathologist that did home visits. Her name is Marietta Weaver. And his response to her intervention was sort of ideal in his understanding of the rules that she taught. The challenge with pragmatic social communication is the demands continue to change over time. So when you're little, you have to learn how to share toys with other people. When you're older, you got to learn how to ask somebody on a date or how to get a job. And then you have to learn how to, deal with a coworker who's a pain in the butt. So everything continues to evolve and change over time. So do the social rules that go with it.
And Dr. Fritz, you have worked in the forensic field.
Mm-hmm.
So you understand that in pleading guilty to this offense, Tanner will spend the rest of his life in prison.
Mm-hmm.
How important is following the rules in prison?
Well, it can be life or death, for sure. I work with some clients that are preparing for incarceration. I work with a couple of clients who are incarcerated. And I can tell you that general population will make sure that you understand the rules if you're not applying them. And I will say that there's not opportunities for isolation in prison for anyone who's in Gen Pop. And that's sometimes a need for many of my clients. Without that ability to recharge their social battery, then they will oftentimes have difficulty with that emotion regulation piece that we're talking about, with following the social rules consistently. And
I'm going to stop you right there because I want to ask a follow-up question real quick. Are you saying that Tanner would not be able to follow those social rules once he's learned them?
Yeah, no, he could follow them, and if he has a misstep, they will be corrected. Or that he will be corrected, I should say.
Dr. Fritz, the last area that I want to talk with you about is empathy.
Mm-hmm.
What is empathy?
So empathy itself is basically an understanding of what someone is experiencing and the ability to relate it to self. So cognitively, you would say like, oh, I see what you're going through. Or affectively, it would be something like, I feel you, I understand it, okay? And empathy has a second part, which is not just understanding it, but being able to communicate that to others.
Is empathy the same as sympathy?
No, sympathy is more, it's like more base level. It's just, I can feel sorry for you, but I don't have to, it's almost like pity. It's not the same as, and I feel that pain that you're going through.
Is it the same as remorse?
No, if you looked at it on a hierarchy, it would kind of be like sympathy, then empathy, and then remorse. Because if in a situation where you need remorse, okay, when you've screwed up. Because remorse is the idea that I did something wrong, I have guilt and shame about it, I'm morally culpable, and I want to do what I can to repair it or make amends.
When looking at the evidence in this case, were you able to see empathy and remorse in the videos or the interrogation or the phone calls or the note to the parents?
Sure. So first of all, let me start with the empathy piece. I definitely saw that Mr. Horner has the ability to empathize. I saw it in relation to characters in the video. Why are they being so mean to her? She's so nice. Why are they treating her like that? I saw it with regards to pictures of animals that were in cages. They looked sad. Again, we saw evidence of it with regards to Athena's family when his parents, or when his mom directly correlated it to his own child. And then I think probably the best evidence of remorse and empathy would be in the suicide note that he wrote to Athena's parents.
So let's talk about the suicide note. Why do you say that that is the best example of Tanner expressing empathy and remorse?
The reason why is it meets the criteria for remorse, okay?
And what is that criteria?
Sure, there's four main components. There's recognition of having done something wrong. And I'm going to look at my notes because I quoted Tanner directly. He said, "I've done a terrible thing to your family and I'm sorry." So that's recognition. There is expected to be some sort of emotional response, whether that's directly saying, "I feel guilty" or "I'm ashamed," or it can be an act, like it can be repentance. You will notice if you see the suicide note that he says, "I want you to know I found God through this." So that's an example of an emotional response. Also, it can be in sort of this moral discomfort. And in that suicide note, he also talks about the fact that he is unable to sleep, that it's kind of haunting him. So we have that emotional response piece. A moral evaluation then is basically shouldn't have happened. And Mr. Horner's words were, "I'm sorry I took your little angel. She didn't deserve it. Y'all didn't deserve it." And then he goes on to talk about his own family and child not deserving it either. And then a desire to repair or make amends. And he explained his mental state. I think he got into that too much, and it sounds like an excuse. When you read the suicide letter, it also has falsehoods in it. He talks about the fact that there was a broken backup camera, which we know is not true. So I think he muddied the waters of this remorseful suicide note because he's not good at explaining his emotions in ways that are clear, uncomplicated, and done with regard for the person it's being written to. But he did say he's trying to ease their suffering with his death. And he said he signed off with love and sorrow and remorse. And I would consider this potentially lip service if any of this language was easy for Mr. Horner. I don't think it is for him to come up with these kinds of words. And more importantly, he thought he was going to die. He had a very serious suicide attempt. So I take it as genuine.
Well, Dr. Fritz, how do you reconcile that with all of the blatant lies that he told the detectives in the note that he wrote to them?
I think he was just grasping at straws. I really don't know what he was thinking.
But in the suicide note, based upon the criteria that you had spoken about regarding remorse, did his note meet all of those criteria?
It did.
I'll pass the witness.
Let's take a break, and we'll come back in at 2:30, okay? See you then.
Oh God, Terry.
Wow.
I have struggled all day long. Roller coasters, bean bags. Mr. Horner does a pretty good job with the basics.
Yeah.
How about
right.
thou shalt not kill?
Yeah, I know. What I find interesting is that she almost used the words right out of the statute, is that he won't have a problem in jail because he knows that he can follow rules. And if he is in Gen Pop, the population will make sure he will follow the rules. Well, I'm telling you.
She doesn't sound like somebody who would know the words Gen Pop.
Yeah, exactly. They will make sure he follows the rules. Yeah.
Well, then, Mr. Horner, by all accounts, knows right from wrong. It can be a But then she goes on to say it could be a mitigating factor after the fact.
Yeah, which I'm not sure.
I was
Maybe
a little
she's going to
bit-
get there. I'm not exactly sure what that means yet. Yes.
And the question on that had to do with his autism, whether or not his autism was at play here.
Well, one of the things that she happened to mention, which we've heard, is the suicide letters to the family. She mentioned that at the very end of this, before they took a break. And we've heard it. He is, he's making excuses all through that note. Now, for whatever reason, she seems to think it shows remorse, and it shows empathy, and it shows sympathy, and he's sorry, but the fact of the matter, she also says, well, and there were some falsehoods in it. Okay, you can't have it both ways, can you? I don't think you can have it both ways. And I don't know.
Because I remember that letter.
I do too.
What I heard, what I saw was you write a couple sentences that say, I'm sorry I took your little girl, I'm sorry I took your little angel, and then a whole lot of oh me, oh my,
right, exactly.
poor me, my life. They changed my route, they did all these things to me, I'm not going to get to see my kid, blah, 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 blah. I mean, the amount of time he spends on Athena is like here, right here, but the amount of time he spends on himself is like here. So I have a really hard time with, and what did she say, I've forgotten about this, with love and sorrow and remorse.
Okay. I think he is crazy as a fox. He is sly as a fox, and he is smart as a fox. He knows what he's doing. He knows what to say. I think he's very clever. He makes up a story and he sticks with it. I love this part about creating Zero. Zero was created because he had a difficult time accepting responsibility as himself. So what he did is to talk about what he did through the eyes of a third person, which is Zero.
Right.
Yeah, we wondered when Zero was going to come back up.
I tell you, I'm a kind of simple person. It's called a lie.
Yeah.
And it's called evil.
Yeah.
And it called me simplistic. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't believe that a person can truly have a psychiatric condition.
Sure, of course they can.
I mean, again, one of the reasons why I've had Terry on a lot during this trial is because of Terry's specialty, that she does actually specialize in defendants who have legitimate psychiatric conditions, right?
Right.
And they're not even saying he has a psychiatric condition.
Not yet.
No, they're just saying he's got autism, which, frankly, again, said it before, I have a nephew who based on what they've described, would be a level 1 autism, level 1 autism. Excuse me.
Well, what I heard too is that he has mild, medium, which is the horrible diagnosis. I mean, he knows what he's doing. He's able to run a FedEx route. He's able to deliver packages. He's able to read,
which
and
requires
scan
the
it.
ability to process.
Yes, I know. And then of course they talk about, well, his schedule had changed. And what is this about? She saw him take a hit of cocaine.
Well, yeah,
have we
heard
heard that before?
But the defense attorney phrased that as a hypothetical. Hypothetically,
that
if
a
all
child,
these things happened and
right.
a child had seen this person take a hit of cocaine, she never said it was him, and I was just going,
well,
what? Where's that going?
I saw the video before he got out of the video. He scanned the Barbie package, scanned it, got out and took the package, and the next thing you see is him walking back to the truck with Athena. So I don't know where this hypothetical hit of cocaine came from. That came out of nowhere, as far as I know.
Yeah, that one kind of like,
and that
felt like a left field, and I didn't know where that was headed, and what was the hypothetical, and
I don't either.
I didn't get that one. I did want to, some folks had. I think Terry and I have told you what we've kind of said what we said about that testimony, and we will obviously continue to see the good doctor on the stand when we get back here at 2:30. So I do want to take some time to answer some questions from some folks.
Good.
Because I think ultimately, I think this is part of what we do. Somebody asked, have you ever defended someone like this before?
I have defended a very, very serious capital murder case, but not like this.
Not like that.
Not like this. No.
Was that somebody with a psychiatric condition, though?
Yes.
Because that's your specialty.
Not like this.
So
yes.
Same offense, but not.
Yeah. What capital murder is under the Texas statutes is murder plus something else. So in this instance, it's murder and kidnapping,
right.
Aggravated kidnapping. They didn't allege the sexual
assault.
Yeah, they did not.
I don't think they could have gotten there with it.
Exactly, because the medical examiner said there was no visible trauma to her genital areas, her anus, etc. So that it would have been difficult to prove that, even though
the kidnapping is a no-brainer.
But it is a no-brainer, exactly. So that's what it is. It's murder with something else. So a sexual assault and murder. Yeah.
Here's another question that because this is a question I've wanted to ask you. You know, you saw that audio, or you heard that audio, you saw that video, and people want to know how you're coping with it.
That is very nice, and I really appreciate that. It is extremely difficult. I'll give you a little personal note here. That we heard that audio on Thursday and saw the video on a Thursday. Well, that weekend I'm out in my front yard and I hear children in my neighborhood playing. And one of those children screamed, as kids will often do.
Right.
And the hair on the back of my neck stood straight up. My heart started to race. I had an absolute visceral reaction to that was related to the audio that I heard. I want you to know that I have been smart enough throughout my life and my career to have professionals that I work with, that I have counselors, that I have therapists. I process it with peers. I texted Rebecca. I didn't do it on a Sunday because I didn't want to ruin her Sunday, but I texted Rebecca because we had sat there together that Monday morning, and I said, Rebecca, I just had this experience. And she, responded back, yeah, I know, I totally get it. Yeah. I was walking the other day, and there were these 3 little boys riding their bicycles on the street by themselves, and I'm looking around for, where's mom? Where's dad? Right. I mean, these are little boys, and I'm like, where are your parents? Where do you live? They came right up to me and said, well, I want you to look at my Pokemon card. And I'm like, oh, son, oh my gosh, you just walked up to a total stranger. I don't care if I don't look threatening. You never know. You never know. Right. A FedEx guy, who would have thought a FedEx guy was threatening? You wouldn't. So these kids are riding around, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I will always think that. I will always wonder, where are the adults? Who is watching these children? And so yes, that will change. But I process it, and I think it's going to be very important for this jury once they're finally free of this case and they can go home, they can talk to their family, they can talk. They need I think a licensed professional counselor to help them process this. So, because what this does is it causes this energy in our bodies when we experience something like this. And Tanya, you have too experienced something like this, and that energy bounces around your body until you do something about it.
And I told you, and I'm going to be very honest with people. I had a long conversation with my therapist last Tuesday.
Yes.
Because I was, I didn't hear the audio, I didn't see the audio, but that 8 days, that was 8 days of the prosecution's case. By the time it was done, I've told friends of mine, it felt like darkness had pierced my soul.
100%.
It was absolutely, and I thought I had covered. I came into this trial, I thought, I am prepared for this, right? I covered Uvalde, I've covered all kinds of stuff in my career. And I was absolutely unprepared for that, for
Yeah.
the level of evil that I was going to be confronted with, and the things I was going to, I feel like I got kind of like not the look, you know what I mean?
I do.
I didn't get the full effect of being in that courtroom, but just even sitting right here and being exposed to it all day long. And you folks that are watching online, I don't know how y'all do it. I mean, I appreciate y'all for watching, but holy cow, it has been, this case is different. It really is.
And since we're on the subject, I'll just have to also tell you that I have made a conscious decision, and I do this with a lot of things in my life. I'm not giving my power over to this man.
I'm with you.
I am not going to let him be a voice in my head. I'm not going to do that. I'm making a choice. It's a conscious decision not to allow him to be a voice in my head and to give him any power over my life. And that's what I'm hoping for Athena's mother, her father, her family. Don't give this man your power. One of the things that really bothered me is when Maitland had taken the stand. This is Athena's mother, and she was testifying, such a strong woman, but she looked directly at the defendant and said, I want to know, where is her shirt? I want to know where my daughter's shirt is. That's all I want. I want my daughter. And I looked at him leaning over, staring right back at her, and I thought, he is getting some kind of power out of this. He is getting some kind of,
well, he's remembering what he did.
and he's also realizing I still have some control and power.
Yeah.
That's what I think. I'm not the pro here. I'm not the expert, but that's what I was thinking when he was looking right back at her. And I thought, we cannot give our power over to this person. We can't let him control our lives. She can't let him control her life. He's already taken the most precious thing possible from her. She will never, ever get over it. She will never, ever get over this, but she can't give this man her power.
I'm with you, Terry. I mean, I'm with you. I really am, and I appreciate it. And I think the reason it's important to talk about this stuff, because both of us have been doing this a long time, is when I started in this business, you would have never gotten publicly said you're talking to a therapist. That would have been considered weakness. It just would not be something you would do, and that's why I'm really hoping that these jurors, that everybody involved in this case does talk to someone, because if you push it down, if you don't deal with it, it comes out. It may not come out. It'll come out in ways you don't really want it to come out, and I you know.
The saying is it'll come out sideways, and it will. It will come out sideways. It's going to come out one way or the other. You need to deal with it and process it. It's the most important thing. But thank you. I really appreciate you asking. I do. It means a lot, and that is, again, so reaffirming. And that's why when someone is struggling, you reach out to them and you ask them, are you okay? Because it's validating what they're going through, and that's so powerful. So thank you for asking that.
Absolutely. So someone asked, if he gets the death penalty, would you witness it?
I would not. I've had the opportunity to do that, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I've experienced death firsthand up close. I don't want to do that. No.
I have personally witnessed 2 executions. They were both pre-pandemic, so I don't know exactly if the way they, in terms of the way it's done. I mean, I know that's still lethal injection, but those were both cop killers.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to witnessing another one. I mean, I don't know. It's terrible. I mean, because the person has put themselves in the position where this happens. But it is I will say this, rightly or wrongly, Texas does have that process kind of down to a science.
Yeah,
I mean, really,
and a lot of reporters go to these executions.
Oh, yeah.
They're witnesses for the public. They're
You're
our eyes and ears.
And I was one of those witnesses.
Yes.
Okay, so we just saw Tanner Horner walk back into that courtroom. And so I would presume here in a few minutes we'll get going again with this Dr. Fritz. And somebody's asking me, when will a decision be made? Well, My crystal ball is not working.
Yeah.
But based on the timelines we've been given, then we understand that closings will occur next Tuesday. So I would expect we'll either have a decision Tuesday. I guess it could go into Wednesday, but you never know. I mean, there's no way to judge with juries when they will come to a decision.
Right.
Okay, so question.
Yes.
Somebody asked, after Athena's dad closed the FedEx truck back, did Tanner come back or did he sit there and grab her?
No.
Well, no.
That's not what happened. No.
No, because her dad wasn't there. Remember, he had left to go on a hunting trip. Okay. Oh, somebody's asking, what are the chances Texas will basically institute firing squad executions?
No.
I don't see that.
It's not going to
happening.
happen. I know that's in the news recently.
Well, that's a federal thing.
Yeah, it's not going to happen in Texas. We have a lethal injection.
I don't see a chance. I mean,
who knows, right?
But that would have to be changed by state law.
Yeah.
I don't see it happening.
I don't either.
I mean, I haven't heard of. I mean, that's something that the Trump administration just did here not long ago for federal executions.
And a few states have firing squad, but I don't think Texas.
And I'm not sure which of those are, but you're right. There are a couple out there. And so he says, since the judge sealed the audio and video of Athena's killing, does that mean the prosecution couldn't replay at closing? What do you think?
Well, no. That's a really good question, because if they plan to air any of that audio or show any of the video, we've got the same situation that we had the other day when we watched it. The family is in that courtroom, and the family's allowed to be in the courtroom, and they're going to want to be in the courtroom during closing arguments. I think it would be a decision that the prosecutors would consciously make not to show that. They've already got enough on the table. They don't need to do that again.
All right, take a listen.
All right, cross-examination, Ms. Dewey.
Thank you, Judge. Hi, Dr. Fritz. Hi. I realized I forgot to introduce myself to you earlier. I'm Michelle Duell. I'm an assistant district attorney. Hi. I believe earlier you talked a little bit about your practice and I guess your clinical work. Mm-hmm. So do you still actively work? Do you call them clients or patients?
Yes, clients.
Clients?
Yes, ma'am. So currently I see clients 3 days a week.
And these are mostly, I think you said 95%. Your level 1 high functioning.
Yes, probably 90%. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
There, because I also have I have a couple clients with level 2 and a couple clients with just anxiety.
And in these, I don't know if it's appropriate to, I hate calling them level 1s, but level 1 high functioning, autism spectrum disorder clients. Mm-hmm. I believe you said there can be in any career field.
Yes, ma'am.
And so they're actively in the workforces.
Yes, some more successfully than others, but yes, people with autism are in every act of life and doing amazing things.
So just because you have level 1 autism does not mean that you're going to commit a crime or that you can't be a functioning member of society.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Kind of talking a little bit about this case. You first met the defendant, I believe, in January of 2026. Is that correct?
That sounds correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's a little bit more than 3 years, I believe, since this crime occurred November 30th of 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And your opinions in this case, really, you looked at all the expert reports that you got from other doctors, and then it was all self-reported type things from the defendant, Tanner Horner. Is that?
No. So I did direct assessment. So, and I did records review and social history. So, and collateral interview. So definitely not all from Mr. Horner. That's a small portion of it.
Okay. And you talked about the test. So there's no standardized testing for somebody, I think you said over 22?
That's correct.
Okay. So you took what maybe would have been given and kind of adapted it?
That's correct.
Okay.
So some of the, like the assessment that I gave his grandmother, which is an interview-based assessment, can be used throughout adulthood. His receptive and expressive vocabulary ones provided normative data that's used throughout adulthood. But the CAPS, that's the one where it's the little videos, that maxes out at age 18. So I scored it as though he was 18, just so I could get a sense of severity, and it came out as severely to profoundly impaired, even if he were 18.
And Dr. Fritz, you talked about records. How important were reviewing the records in this case?
I think educational records tell a big story.
And you did not review all the records that could have been provided to you, did you?
I don't know. Okay. I did review the ones that were provided, but I'm not sure what other ones exist.
So did you review all of his medical records in this case?
Only the ones that you see listed.
So you reviewed the specific reports from the defense experts in this case, correct?
That was some of what I reviewed, and then I also reviewed the educational records, his medical records from a couple different facilities.
And you did not make any diagnoses though in this case, other than what you talked about earlier, those two that you made.
Correct.
But you didn't make a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder, correct?
No, ma'am, I don't have the credentials to do that.
And you didn't make a diagnosis of any type of neurodevelopmental disorder or alcohol exposed?
No, ma'am.
If the branch of fetal alcohol syndrome that you were speaking of?
Right.
You didn't make that diagnosis?
No, ma'am.
In reviewing his records, did you review his social media records?
No, I was going to say no, but then I did see some thing that came from the state. I'm trying to think. I think it was the information that was provided to Dr. Roombala, and there was some description of his presence on social media.
But you didn't review the entire Facebook or Instagram records that there are, correct?
I don't know what the whole record is. I saw some, but I didn't see it.
Okay. And you spoke about reviewing the, I think you called it the abduction video.
Mm-hmm.
That was obviously from the FedEx truck, correct?
Mm-hmm.
How much of the FedEx truck videos did you review? Do you know how many hours that was?
I saw, there was a PowerPoint that was sent to Dr. Roombala that kind of had an integrated video clip with a little description. I reviewed that, and I reviewed the audio recording. Again, if I knew, it wasn't hours.
So if I told you that there was 30 to 40 hours of FedEx.
Did not see that.
Camera video, you did not see all that?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you see any of the video that was prior to the abduction?
I saw video of Mr. Horner that day doing other deliveries.
That full 8 hours of his day?
Yeah, so I saw like where the video would be stopped, and it would say like stop number 1, and then it would show a short snippet of him.
Okay, so you did not watch the actual video?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And did you watch any of the FedEx video that showed what the defendant did after the crime?
I saw body cam video and I saw interrogation, but in FedEx video, no.
So if all of those recordings would have shown essentially the defendant interacting with different people, whether it be, people he's dropping off packages to, neighbors, people coming up to his window, just general conversations prior to the crime, would that have been helpful to you to see how his language skills were working?
So I did see some of that. So in the clips that you mentioned, like there's a dog that's comes, and so he has to slam the door, and he has a short greeting or exchange with somebody. So there's a few examples like that, just little short snippets of communication. But is there more?
Yeah, there's 40 hours.
Yeah,
of
no.
video.
Yes, it would have been helpful to see more.
Okay. And I guess I know you've seen apparently some snippets, so I don't exactly know what you've seen, but
Objection, Your Honor, to the sidebar.
Just answer, question and answer.
As for the FedEx videos after the crime, did you watch any of the videos from the days after November 30th of 2022?
No, ma'am. FedEx videos?
Yes, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you think that that would have been helpful in knowing how he was interacting the days after the crime?
It might have. I can tell you that the video snippets that I saw during, the day of the crime, and also the interrogation videos of him after the crime, weren't surprising to me, because the language that he was using, say with other people on his route, was in keeping with what I expected to be his strengths.
Do you know how many experts Tanner Horner had seen before you?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
No, I don't.
And did you contact, in part of your review, any of the school providers that actually worked with Tanner Horner?
No, ma'am.
When he was young?
No, I did not.
Do you believe that they would have given him some of these exams?
Given him some of the, what do you mean?
The test that you have spoken about, you said that they are only good until they're 22 years old.
Oh,
correct?
yes. So that's interesting. When you look at his educational records, there's a lot of focus on behavior.
Judge, objection, non-responsive.
Sustain.
So the question.
Hang on.
Sorry.
Wait till she asks you the next question.
Okay.
So as for your specific exam, you went and adapted the test, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Did he have any issues with answering any of your questions or answering the questions on that exam?
Yes.
And what issues did he have?
Well, he had significant difficulty with all of the assessments. And what I was starting to say, I don't know if this, I want to answer your question, was that you asked if he had been given any of these assessments during his formative years, and one of the CAPS didn't exist. So I wanted to clarify that. It was only developed about 5 years ago. And also in the educational records, there is a significant focus on behavior, and I think that maybe took precedence.
I guess to follow up with that, wouldn't it have been helpful to you to be able to speak to the people who actually knew him during those formative years?
It wouldn't have hurt, for sure.
You talked about his job history. So Tanner Horner was able to hold jobs, correct?
For short periods of time, yes.
He worked for Walmart for 1.5 years, is that correct?
I'm not sure the length of time, but if you say so, yes.
It's in your notes. Do you have your notes in front of you?
Yeah, I don't, whereabouts in my notes does it say how long?
It's in the location that, when I guess he's talking about his job.
Oh, my personal notes.
Yes, your
sorry.
personal notes in this case.
Yes. I think I have them. And I apologize that you had to try to read my writing.
It's okay, and your notes aren't numbered, but I can tell you they're 5th page.
Okay, so, oh yes, and he was fired when he had an altercation with a customer.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And so did he get in a fight with the customer, or?
I don't remember the specifics on it. I apologize.
So he worked for 1.5 years, but then he got fired for altercation with a customer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And he also had a job at Albertsons.
Mm-hmm.
I believe there, Tanner Horner stated he was on K2 and he got in a fight with his cock-blocking roommate.
Yep.
And so we, I guess, lost that job?
Yeah, so I think he had a roommate that I sort of feel like it was in the parking lot, but again, I'd just be kind of guessing to fill in the gaps.
would you agree, I mean, you have a variety of jobs listed, but his autism didn't mean that he couldn't hold a job. Would you agree with that?
I believe autistic people can hold jobs. I think Mr. Horner has a really strong history of losing jobs because of his emotion dysregulation.
And didn't he say that he quit nearly half of his jobs due to, quote, a lack of work ethic on his part?
Yes, which can also go hand in hand with the diagnosis. Sometimes we see reduced motivation. So yeah, work ethic problems, interpersonal problems, those seem to be the two biggest reasons he lost jobs, along with transportation issues at times.
As far as, your diagnosis in this case, you said it was like mild to severe impairment, but you did find that from some areas he did have strengths, correct? Mm-hmm. And one of the areas that he had strengths is he could make and respond to greetings appropriately, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So yes.
Yes.
Sorry, the court reporter is going to make you say yes,
course.
ma'am.
Sorry.
And he can understand clearly stated rules, correct?
Yes.
And he can apologize appropriately, correct?
I don't know that I have I'm trying to think if I have strong evidence. The only evidence I see of a real apology would have been, that I can think of, is in the suicide letter.
Okay.
I think in that context he did, but I'm not sure that I heard evidence of apologies in general.
And then I'm going to refer you to page 16 of your report.
Thank you.
And it's the third full paragraph on that page, kind of the third sentence down. But you specifically state that he revealed several social pragmatic strengths. He consistently makes and responds to greetings and farewells. He shows a sense of humor. He apologizes appropriately, offers help to others, and understands posted or clearly stated rules.
Yes. So this is this is the section that is from the, let me make sure I don't speak out of turn here.
This is in your analysis of results, is that correct?
Right. So I think that relates, and I want to double check because I don't want to say anything wrong, because I think that relates to his self-report of being able to apologize, and your question was regarding whether I saw it. So let me look and see if how he rated himself there.
And Judge, I'm going to object to non-responsive.
Sustained.
Okay.
You stated that during his evaluation, he demonstrated a good sense of humor, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And within that sense of humor, while you guys were doing your evaluation, he actually made a joke about an otter. Mm-hmm. Is that correct?
That's right.
And what you were telling him was that there was an otter with law enforcement that was used to actually locate missing children.
Specifically missing children in water.
In water. And his response was to essentially make a joke saying, and he used, I guess, a word play. And instead of otter, he said odder.
That's right.
The D's, is that correct?
That's correct.
That's a decent, one that shows his humor, but that's also a decent level of wordplay and linguistics, you would agree, right?
Yes, he has a really good sense of puns. His use of sarcasm is also very good. His ability to accept it from others is much more difficult.
You talked about, a little bit about his interrogations in law enforcement, correct? Mm-hmm. And in your view, you saw some evidence of some of these language issues. Mm-hmm. One of the things that you said in your report was that the defendant's extreme social pragmatic deficits, his emotional dysregulation, His inability to express congruent messages that match intent certainly impacted his communication with law enforcement. And you talked about that a little bit earlier. You also stated that these types of language challenges are often seen in individuals with autism spectrum disorder and can impact the effectiveness of Tanner Horner's oral explanations and storytelling. Is that correct? And that's from your report?
Yes, ma'am.
He was able to actively lie to the FBI and give them a full story about a green van. Do you recall that?
I did not see, as far as I know, I saw him with the Texas Ranger. I'm not sure that I saw an interrogation with the FBI.
So you didn't see any of the video with him speaking to the FBI then?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. In part of the interrogations with the Texas Ranger, would you agree that he was able to clearly communicate his version of the story at that time, that he was backing into her and all the other details? I mean, he was very detailed. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely gave details that were completely false. And there were several times that the investigator said, and I need to get you back to the big picture on the December 2nd interview, because he would kind of go down those tangents.
That's because they were still trying to locate Athena Strand, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
Was he able to clearly give his version of placing the body in the bamboo? And he actually gave clear and precise turn-by-turn directions to investigators to get them to that bamboo forest.
As far as I know, I didn't see, was that on the body cam video?
Yes.
Okay, then yes, I'm assuming.
Did you see the video where he ultimately led them to the recovery of Athena Strand's body?
I did.
Okay. In that one, again, now granted, he came into 0, but then he still was able to give very clear turn-by-turn directions. He was able to very clearly tell him exactly where they put Athena Strand.
Right, so you have two things at play there.
Was that a yes or a no?
What was your question?
He was able to concisely and very clearly give turn-by-turn directions and explanation of where Athena Strand's body was found in Bobo's Crossing.
Yeah.
Correct. You talked a lot about empathy, and I kind of want to talk to you a little bit about that. You reviewed all the letters that he wrote with his suicide attempt, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you put in your report that was, you saw in that deep empathy, was that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In a letter to law enforcement, you read that letter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. He denied responsibility and he blamed somebody else for the crime, is that correct?
Yes.
And you know that to be not true, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is that empathy to the family to leave them thinking somebody else out there killed their daughter?
Of course not.
In the letter to the family, he said, sorry, and so many people were affected by his breakdown, right? Not just your family, but my own as well, correct?
Right.
He said he owed it to you all to explain where my mind was at, but then he still gave untrue versions of the events. He blamed and talked about his Asperger's, not doing well with change, his different route, his being sold off to another company, but he still did not give a full telling of the events in that letter to the family, correct?
Correct.
Is that deep empathy to tell the family a version of the story that is still not true?
He meets the criteria for showing deep empathy. He absolutely was giving falsehoods and inexplicably trying to cover his tracks. It makes no sense. It's not logical, but that goes to what I was saying about the inappropriateness of his social communication.
And how is that remorse when he is still providing, even in this letter that is supposed to be left to this family in this suicide attempt, he is still giving these falsehoods that would make them believe that somebody else was involved, and still not tell them the full story of what he did to their daughter. That's remorse?
I'm not sure I know anything about somebody else being involved. What are you
The
referring
letter
to?
to law enforcement, he said somebody else was involved, correct?
Yes, I thought you meant the letter to Athena's family.
No. And then the letter to his family, he is still telling the incorrect version of those events.
He's still
How
not
is that
accepting blame.
remorse?
He is not fully accepting blame for and he is trying to make an excuse. And at the same time, his language is indicative of remorse, and that's what I'm here to opine on.
So he's fully not accepting blame, and he's still blaming others. So, but you're saying that's remorse?
What's the question? Is that remorse? Yes. And what he did say is remorseful. The lies that he told it doesn't serve any communicative purpose, which I think goes to the more evidence to the fact that he has such a significant social communication deficit.
So you're stating that his language is stating remorse, but we can't really tell whether or not he meant remorse. Would you agree with that?
Well, I said that I had 4 criteria for remorse that had to be communicated, and I'm
going to object to non-responsive, Judge.
Sustain.
What did Tanner Horner tell you about the crime?
Completely lied to me.
What did he tell you?
Told me there was no backup camera, and he hit Athena, and freaked out because he didn't know how to handle it. I don't think we got into much more than that.
And this was January 14th, or actually, excuse me, January 15th or January 16th of 2026, a few months ago.
That's right.
And he completely lied to you.
Correct.
But we're supposed to believe that the letter is him being remorseful?
Well, so I want to answer the question. My suggestion of why that shows true remorse is because he thought he was going to die after he wrote it. He had a very significant suicide attempt. So was he lying to my face, and was that very difficult to know that and still see him as somebody who was remorseful? Absolutely, that was hard.
When he was lying to you, did you challenge him on that lie?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Because I needed to see the accuracies or the inaccuracies in his story. And so I didn't want to shut him down.
So what did he tell you about the sexual assault of Athena Strand?
Did not mention it.
And did you ask him?
No, ma'am.
Did you watch the full abduction video that showed the kidnapping, sexual assault, and murder of Athena Strand?
I watched whatever I told you I watched. I don't know that it was the full video. It's whatever was provided in that package to Dr. Roombala, and then was provided as state evidence through the defense to me.
So are you saying you just watched a PowerPoint, you didn't actually watch the actual video?
I was not given the actual video.
On that PowerPoint, you, I guess, got some clips, though, from
Yes,
that,
ma'am.
but not the entire video?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When did you receive that?
About 3 days ago.
Were you surprised by what you saw?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you surprised by?
I was most surprised by the violence. I think the violence of it was really incongruent with the gentleman that I met, with the reports that I read hours about. It was shocking. It was horrific. It's awful, and I'm so sorry.
Were you as surprised that you weren't able to see the emotional dysregulation that you thought you would see?
I was surprised by it, and I did see a significant amount of language variation from the beginning to the end of the video. But I don't see the red face. I didn't see head banging. You know, some of those sort of stereotypical indications of an autism meltdown were not there.
You expected to see a meltdown, and you didn't see it.
That's right, ma'am. I didn't see the obvious physical meltdown.
Again, you apparently weren't provided with the entire video, so I don't know specifically what clips you saw.
Mm-hmm.
But depending on what you saw, were you able to see how, I guess, calm he was when he grabbed her and put her into the truck?
Yes.
And were you able to see him speaking to Athena Strand?
Yes.
And what was his language like at that point when he was just talking to her at the very beginning?
Calm, calming.
And did you hear Tanner Horner say, "Don't scream or I'll hurt you"?
Yes, multiple times.
When did the language change?
I believe after his attempt to asphyxiate her, but I could be wrong about the chronology of it.
At some point, did his language become angry?
Hostile, yes.
And we've heard the video. He yelled at her, he told her to shut up.
Called her a bitch.
Multiple profanities. Horrible language, would
Horrific.
you agree? His language changed when she wouldn't die. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
He had no empathy that day, did he?
In that moment, I don't think he was empathetic to Athena, no.
In fact, afterwards, he was seen smoking a cigarette, looking content. Would you agree?
I didn't see him smoking a cigarette, I'm sorry.
You didn't see that part?
No, ma'am.
Did you see the part where he was cleaning up the
I did.
van?
Yes.
Did you hear him talking on the phone to his boss, making up a lie about him throwing up?
Yes.
He seemed calm and his language was steady. Would you agree with that?
I would agree.
And he was able at that point to communicate to his boss effectively.
All right, 10 minutes, we'll call you right back in.
Okay, Terry, your reaction to what we've been hearing.
Yeah, we've got a witness who wants to have it both ways, is what we have here. You know, he's remorseful. No, he's not remorseful. He lied. Yes, he lied, but then he told the truth. It's just, we can't have it both ways.
Right.
The prosecutor's walking her through, okay, well, what did you review? How can you make a decision on his communication skills if you haven't seen how he was in the 40 hours of video in that FedEx van that's not related to the actual
So it doesn't
abduction?
sound like she saw the video of him the day after where he's like, honk, 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 let me through.
Yeah.
Or the video, did she see the video? We don't know. The video of him cleaning up the truck and talking on the phone?
We don't know. She didn't say specifically to that. But one of the things the prosecutor did ask, and she agreed with, is that his communication skills were appropriate to lead them step by step, direction by direction to the bamboo thicket, and then the next day a zero appears, and then the direction turn by turn by turn by turn to the place where he showed them where he had dumped her body in the Trinity. So I don't think the jury is buying any of this. I don't think anybody doubts that we have records that he has Asperger's, or what they call now, oh, here comes the judge again, Asperger's or Autism Spectrum Disorder. I think everybody's okay.
You think that's a cop-out?
I just think that what they're trying to do is come up with excuses, and it's really not an explanation. It's an excuse, and he's given excuses. He's lied to the family even in the note. Then the prosecutor says, well, is that remorse if you're going to continue making up stories and telling the same lie over again and talking about me in the suicide note that he left for the family?
I just keep going back to real simple explanation.
What?
Evil.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
And lies.
Evil,
I
evil
mean,
and calculated.
We can put all kinds of pretty bows around it and call it this and call it that, and I have no doubt he has autism.
I don't either.
And I have no doubt that he has some, issues with communication. I get you.
Right.
But
no.
But there are things here that yeah.
We haven't had an expert say swallowing those quarters and those nickels is the reason why he killed Athena.
No.
We have not had an expert say, well, he might have some abnormalities in the frontal cortex of his brain, but we don't know. We don't think that that's the reason why.
She thinks he knows right from wrong.
Exactly, and he has a sense of humor, and he can be
charming. It sounds, kind of like she sounded, kind of indicated he could be sort of charming.
He understands sarcasm
and puns.
I know. That's what I mean. You can't have it both ways, and I think the jury can see that. They know what's going on here.
Yeah. Well, I want to try to answer a few more questions while we wait here, because I feel like Terry and I don't have to sit here and talk ad nauseum about this testimony, because it is what it is. So somebody asked earlier, have you seen over the course of the last 4 days of the defense's case one piece of mitigating evidence?
You talking to me?
Yeah, talking to you.
You talking to me? The answer is no. I have not seen it. Nope. Not unless you want a juror is looking for just that much. Okay, he has Asperger's and he has communications problems and he doesn't understand, this or that. But no, absolutely not. I haven't seen anything.
Well, somebody keeps saying she saw the video. Now, she did say that she saw the video and audio of the killing, but I wasn't clear about how far, did she see that, and maybe she did see all the part after he's dumped her body off.
Yeah.
We know she didn't see the next day.
Right.
Because she said that. She didn't see the next day.
Right.
And then there's 30 or 40 hours of video. I'm just kind of responding to your questions here in the chat. Somebody says, did any witness give a reason why this occurred?
Absolutely not. Not one witness has said lead has caused it, brain abnormalities has caused it, Asperger's or ASD has caused it. Now we know that zero was an absolute figment of his imagination, or actually a very calculated creation to throw these officers off. He thought, throw the officers off.
People keep asking about the details of the suicide. I don't really have any details of the suicide. All I know is in 2023.
We don't.
And I feel like somebody did. I've slept a few times, but I feel like right after this came up, somebody did send me something about this suicide.
Yeah,
But I was looking around online. I was trying to see if there was any stories that kind of detailed a little more, and I don't. It may be something out there, but I don't. So I don't personally have any real details about that suicide attempt.
In fact, I feel like I've heard again different versions. I believe when they first mentioned the suicide notes and the suicide attempt and the notes that he left, that they downplayed the seriousness of that suicide attempt. And then today we heard from this
called it more serious.
She said a very serious suicide attempt. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, and I haven't seen the medical records or anything like that. Somebody asked, how did he know there was audio? You know, I'm not convinced that he knew there was audio in that vehicle, because he might have, but he
may not have. He knew about the cameras, because he clearly demonstrated that he knew about the cameras.
Because he's covering them up.
Yes, exactly. And he also Googled it. That was on his phone when they did the forensic phone dump, and so they saw that. But whether or not he knew that it picked up the audio in that truck, I don't think that's not clear. That definitely has not been a fact that's come out through testimony. But you know, in today's technology, usually if you've got video,
there's audio.
Usually, but not all the time.
Not all the time.
I don't know.
Depends on the cameras and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Somebody says, would you consider this one of the worst cases we've seen? Yes. Both
100%.
Both of us would say yes.
Rewind this tape and go back to this morning when Tanya and I were first talking about it, and yes, it is by far one of the worst. The worst.
How long did he work for FedEx? He didn't actually directly work for FedEx. He worked for a contractor. I'm not sure how long it was. I don't think it was very long. It doesn't sound like he was able to, hold down jobs for very long.
Right. Yeah. He got into it with a customer at Walmart. We know that. He drove for Amazon. He worked at Albertsons. Smoked K2, obviously, and I don't know what a cock blocking roommate is, but maybe
I'm not going to say that word out loud.
But maybe you all know. I don't know.
I'm gonna.
Okay.
I'll refrain from going
there.
Yeah.
That was news to me.
I'll leave that one alone. That feels like trouble for me.
Opening that door.
People are asking, is there other witnesses? We don't know yet. I will say this, based on the way the judge has been doing this, this has typically been ending around
about this time.
About this time. Oh, somebody asked, what is K2? K2 is synthetic marijuana.
Yeah.
It's made of chemical compounds and stuff. And a few years ago here in Dallas, we used to have a whole bunch of K2 cases where people were overdosing, deaths. I mean, it was a mess. I covered it. It was crazy. I mean, back then, a few years ago, we had people that were just falling out by the library.
Right.
It was you would see people staggering across the streets and foaming at the mouth. It was
terrible.
Something else. Yeah. But you don't hear as much about K2 anymore. Someone asked if there's audio to confirm sexual assault. There's no audio that confirms it, but there's things that would imply that something happened.
Yes, 100%. I can tell you that there was some sexual deviance going on in that van.
Because he asked her to take her shirt off, and then there's other things.
He did. Believe me, you know, I don't know how much I need to get into it, but I'm telling you, I heard it. Yes, there was sexual deviance going on in that van.
You know what that looked like, and bottom line is she's 7 years old. So
right.
So whatever it was it's not cool.
Let me tell you this: they found his DNA in parts of her body.
Well, he can't be ruled out. I'm sorry.
That's true, but they did find male DNA on parts of her body that did not. And you're being very exact, and you should be, But
keeps
male
me
DNA,
out of trouble as an investigative reporter.
Right, I know it. You don't want to play loose and fast with the facts. That's for sure. Here he comes again. So we're not through yet.
And then folks were asking if we'll be on standby for the verdict. Absolutely, we will be on standby, and frankly, as long as I can, when the jury starts deliberating, as long as I can maintain chit chat with my guests, we will. I mean, I'll have Terry and Cody with me, and believe me, all of us are long-winded, so I think we can maintain it. We may not be able to do a filibuster, but we'll come pretty close to it. So so we of course have Tanner Horner back there in the courtroom, and we are now, waiting really to see, I guess, if there's going to be much more to this witness, or they're going to call it for the day. Okay, they're standing up, which would
mean the jury's coming back.
Jury's coming back, or
Well,
Let's see here.
I don't know. Maybe the judge is calling it a day, and except for I don't know why they would keep an expert one more night if they had to.
I would think.
I guess they will.
I think they would finish it.
I would think so too. Finish up this testimony. Yeah, here we go.
Thank you, Judge. All right, Dr. Fritz. Promise we're on the home stretch here. We're on the home stretch. You spoke about the mom talking to him in a jail call, and that the mom had to explain to him why other inmates were looking at him like a monster, and he related it to his son, correct? She related it to his son, correct? Okay. Are you aware that he said if it was my son, he would take care of it himself?
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Meaning
Yes.
he would kill the person who did that to his child?
That was what I implied from what you said.
We talked about triggering events. You apparently didn't watch the whole video. So did you actually see any triggering event?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So if there was evidence in this case that showed that there was planning and lead up and covering up cameras ahead of time, and there was not a triggering event, would that change anything in your opinion?
It would make it even harder to understand Mr. Horner's actions.
You were given a hypothetical that said if there was all this stuff going on, right, and there was cocaine use. Did you actually see any cocaine use?
No, ma'am.
In this hypothetical, though, if there was cocaine use by the defendant and he went, I think your words were big reactions to small problems, right?
Mm-hmm.
In that hypothetical, though, we did not talk about sexual assault. How does sexual assault play into big reactions, small problems?
I don't think it does.
I'll give you another hypothetical.
Mm-hmm.
If the defendant, whether he's triggered or not triggered, if
Objection, Your Honor, that's an improper hypothetical to use the defendant. It has to be, if she's going to have a hypothetical, it needs to be a proper hypothetical.
Rephrase your question.
Absolutely, Judge. I'm going to give you a hypothetical. If somebody was caught using drugs in jail, and their trigger causes them to, have a big reaction to small problems and turn to violence when they're caught using drugs, and they go to attack an inmate or a guard, that'd be a problem, right?
I agree that would be a problem.
And that would make that person dangerous, correct?
If they had a reaction like that and if they had access to use drugs and then have that reaction, yes.
You're not offering an opinion today that his language abilities caused him to commit this crime.
No, ma'am.
And you're certainly not saying that all autistic people would commit this type of violence.
Of course not.
And you're certainly not saying that Tanner Horner is not capable of understanding right from wrong.
That's right.
Pass witness, Judge.
Redirect.
Yes, Dr. Fritz. Let's talk about the records that you were provided.
Okay.
You had mentioned that you had been provided the same records that had been provided to a Dr. Arambula.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who Dr. Arambula is?
No.
Were you given a report from Dr. Arambula?
Hold on just a moment. Yes, I was.
With regards to the jobs that the state asked you about, what significance were the incidents that led to Tanner's either resigning or firing or leaving that job?
Lots of difficulty with what we call adulting. Transportation issues, significant interpersonal conflicts, difficulty understanding the importance of being a contributing member to society and continuing to have a work ethic, even when you don't want to. Those things are challenges that Mr. Horner consistently displays.
Is that something that you see in your patients?
Very often, yes.
When you are talking about your patients and talking about Mr. Horner, how does the fact that he has these comorbidities come into play? And how does that affect the deficits that he has?
Well, mental health issues can definitely exacerbate the challenges that we see from being neurodiverse. And I think those are extreme in Mr. Horner's case, along with his social history.
The state talked to you about the strengths that were noted in your report.
Mm-hmm.
When you are looking at a patient or a client, do you focus on the strengths or do you focus on the deficits?
The deficits.
Why do you focus on the deficits?
Because the DSM, it's called the Diagnostic Statistical Manual. It's what we use to give a diagnosis. For that, it's deficit driven. So you have to be able to look and see those. Unlike, like if they could do a blood test to see if you're diabetic, autism is a clinical diagnosis. So it's based on having those deficits.
With regards to the deficits, how severe were the deficits that you saw in Tanner?
Very severe in terms of his pragmatic deficits, his social communication deficits, very severe. Expressive receptive depended on the area. Some areas he was relatively typical in or had mild deficits, and other areas were more impaired.
Dr. Fritz, is there a difference between being able to give information versus being able to effectively communicate?
That's a great question. Yes. So information exchange is one portion of communication, and the giving and receiving of information is one part of it, but communication involves all those other subtle nuances that I've been talking to you about, like facial expressions and other forms of nonverbal communication to make sure that your intentions and your messages match.
So the fact that Tanner could give information, does that necessarily mean that he didn't have the deficits that you had talked about earlier?
No, and in fact, I think when he gave information in the interrogation video, for example, he was giving information, but the detective had to continually bring him back to point because he was missing the big picture. In the giving and receiving of directions, that's one subset of information exchange, and some individuals have a strength in that area. Mr. Horner also told me he has a strength in the giving and receiving of details relating to time, and the reason he has that, as far as I understand, is because of the fact that time is so hard for him. So he likes to know exact information there. Those things are under the same subcategory of pragmatics. So those you can have relative strengths within a given aspect of communication and still have overlying deficits.
Is it possible for one to commit a horrific crime and still have deficits?
Absolutely.
And again, you're not here to excuse what happened or to justify what happened?
No.
Not here to say that that his autism caused any of this?
Absolutely not.
Dr. Fritz, the last thing I want to talk to you about is what one of the things that the state brought up regarding these suicide letters. Mm-hmm. How many letters did you review related to his suicide attempt?
I think maybe 4. I know I remember reading one to the detectives. I know I read one to his pastor, Mimi, or his grandmother, and no, 5, because I also read one to his mother, and then I read the one to Athena's family.
I think we can agree that the letter to the detectives carried a lot of falsehoods in it.
Absolutely.
Does that change your opinion about the letter that he sent to Athena's family?
No, there are falsehoods in the letter he sent to Athena's family as well. And I think the information that he included to the detectives, the lies he tried to perpetuate in his letter to Athena's family, is just evidence of how limited his theory of mind is, his ability to use perspective taking, to recognize that people might compare notes, to recognize that you can, if you want to show true remorse and you want to do so effectively, it's not only the words that are on the page, it's also trying to avoid what you know, the mistakes you've made or correct the mistakes that you've made in the past. And I think that's the deficit occurring. As I mentioned earlier, the words are there that show remorse. And I think it becomes muddied by attempts to place blame otherwise.
When you're looking at the letter to the parents, it appears that he was trying to explain what happened. Is an explanation of how someone got to where they are the same as blaming?
No, I think his explanation of his stress is real and genuine, and I understood why he included that. I also want you to know that the route being changed frequently is a true trigger for a lot of my clients. It's a very real trigger. I can understand those explanations. The continual lying is the part that I think is trying to push blame elsewhere. And that's the part that that's not logical. And when it's not logical, that calls to mind deficit to me.
And Dr. Fritz, at the end of the day, did that letter meet the criteria for remorse?
It does. It has all 4 qualifying factors of language that's remorseful.
We have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Dewey.
Very, very briefly, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware that he had the same route the day before?
I'm not sure if I knew that in particular. I do know he was on a floater route, so there was some inconsistencies in his route.
So his route being changed caused him to intentionally kidnap, sexually assault, and murder Athena Strand?
No, there's no direct cause and effect here. There's no explaining away his violent act. 100% no. And I can tell you that changes in routine, the lack of structure and predictability are triggers in autism.
You stated that what you see is what you get with autistic people. We saw who Tanner was on that video, correct?
I think you saw evidence of some horrific things on that video.
Nothing further, Judge.
Ms. Anderson.
Was the person that you saw in that video the same person that you interviewed in the jail?
No, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Ms. Dewey.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
May this witness be finally excused.
Whew.
No objections, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objections, Judge.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Before I choke to death, I'm going to send y'all home for the rest of the day, okay? Be back at 9 o'clock. You know, we'll see you then, okay?
Okay, Terry.
Well, one thing she said that I totally agree with is there's no explaining away his violent act. And I do agree with that. What you see is what you get, is what she said, and we saw what time the defendant is, and that is what we've got. And so, again, these triggers of his route being changed, yeah, that might disrupt some people, but does it cause someone to abduct, sexually assault, and murder a young child?
We don't know that he sexually. Well, something happened.
That's what I'm just quoting the prosecutor.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
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 I've been quoting the prosecutor quite a bit here. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Okay.
There's no
We need to address that
justification.
in the future, Ms. Anderson, we can address it, okay?
Yeah.
That's all I have, Judge.
I don't even know what it is, but you said the magic numbers, so.
No, I'm just making sure I haven't had a chance to file it or anything else.
I understand. Okay, thank you.
All righty.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, so court has obviously for sure wrapped up for the day. The judges sent the jury home, and they will be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. This concludes day 4 of the defense case, and we heard from his best friend slash former best friend slash love interest. We heard from a special ed professional from Azle, sounded like she might have been retired, from Azle ISD, and a pastor, and then of course we heard from this expert. The first expert that we've had testify in this trial actually met with Tanner Horner and seems to have actually examined some real records. And
yes, but she can't diagnose him. She just admitted a minute ago that she can't even diagnose him with autism. She can just tell you characteristics of autism and then how he fits into that criteria. One of the things too is talking about the letter to the family that they found in his jail cell after his attempted suicide, and she says that letter meets the criteria for remorse, even though he lies even through that letter. And you know what I thought about? I've had young children before, and my kids were often remorseful when they got caught, and they would oftentimes tell maybe a little bit of a different story. But that is just human nature. I'm not sure that his intellectual disability or whatever they're claiming that he has anything to do with his lies, and he's calculated, and I'll write a letter to the family, but then I'm on the same breath, I'm going to write a letter to the detectives and talk about an old man with a rifle and telling me he wants the girl, and so I've got to turn her over because what am I going to do? I have a rifle point. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's absolutely. It sounds like a 4-year-old making up this story.
And I heard that the letter, when they read that letter in court, whatever day that was, it was probably several days into the trial, and just I don't remember which legal expert I had with me that day, but it was just the reaction was me, how this affects me, and just because you write the words that say I'm sorry, but then you spend the majority of the letter talking about how this is your woes, your problems. I don't know. I mean,
when I first heard that and they were reading it, I was almost hopeful. I thought it started it sounded good, I'm sorry, I'm done that. And then the way it morphed, it was almost like his true character was coming out in that letter. So, you know, it's hard to buy anything this man says, as he is very good at lying. He continues to lie. He makes up more lies. He makes up personalities. He's very calculated. And he lied to Athena to get her in that van.
He sure did.
I don't know what he said.
Well,
we don't know.
And then the experts said, "Oh, he was nice and kind."
Yes.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
well, he was trying to get her in the van.
Right.
And then, of course, his demeanor changes once he's got her in the van.
He got a little disrespectful. Yeah, I believe she said.
It's disrespectful. I was just like, oh my God.
Yeah. I'm still confused about this triggering event hypothetical about, well, if someone thought that a little girl had seen you doing a hit of cocaine, would that be where in the world did that come from? Because one of the defense or prosecution said, well, did you see the video any time where he took a hit of cocaine? Do we know that he took a hit of cocaine? No, nobody knows. Where did that come from? I don't know.
I'm struggling with that one too, because that was the first time I had heard that, even as a hypothetical. I'm trying to understand how that even comes into play, even as a hypothetical.
Right. How could that be a triggering event?
And of course, Terry, you have seen and heard the video, and there was no hits of cocaine going on, either hypothetically or not hypothetically.
No, he took his he scanned the
Barbie
label.
dolls.
He gets out of the car and no hit of cocaine. So I don't know where that came from.
Yeah, so that was kind of confusing, and maybe at some point we'll get some clarity on where that came from, but not so far.
Yeah. But
I don't know.
Yeah. So anyway, today is just more of the defense trying to do its job by bringing in these mitigation experts, these witnesses, childhood witnesses, girlfriends, the pastor and the church. But every witness that comes in, it seems to boost the case of the state, that he follows directions. He can try out for a drum team. He can compete in a major national competition.
He can have relationships.
He can have relationships. He can get jobs. And when you apply for a job, this is what really struck me. When I apply for a job, I have to fill out an application.
Right.
I have to fill out an application, and I have to talk to people. I have to have an interview, and I'm sure that most of the jobs that he had to fill out an application. He probably had to talk to someone, right? And he kept getting hired. Whether or not he kept the jobs longer than a year and a half, that may be completely unrelated. But the fact of the matter is he's functioning skills, and I know she was trying to say yes. And on one hand, he was very strong here, and on the other hand, he was severely disabled in this area. So. Whatever, I guess you can just pick, I want this one or this one.
And he also lied to her. He still regurgitated the same lie about hitting Athena.
Yeah.
The same lie.
Yeah.
So I mean.
Yeah, remember the original story we all heard was that he delivered a package to Athena's home. He was backing out. She obviously was behind him, and the rear camera did not work. He didn't see her, so he bumped into her. He got out. She was crying, but then that story changed because he told the investigator that she was dead. In one of the stories, that she was dead, and he put her in the van. So, and then on the other story is that he hurt her. He was afraid he was going to get in trouble, so he tried to calm her down. She wouldn't calm down, so he put her in the van. And did he even say he was going to take her to the hospital? Did that come out somewhere? I feel like I heard that at one point. Regardless, it's just lie after lie after lie after lie. So it's hard for me to think that any of these mitigation witnesses are going to make any kind of difference at all, these defense witnesses. We have not heard from the mitigation expert. who will have spent many hours assessing him, evaluating him. She's probably going to come in with the diagnosis and talk more about just his, truly his mental health situation, maybe how all of these pieces fit together, because they're reviewing each other's report. And that's what these experts can do. Once you're declared an expert and you can testify, is that you can review other reports that are provided by the experts. So that's why they keep referring to these experts, like the lead expert, the penny eye. So that's what's going on here. But we haven't heard from their main forensic psychologist, who is their mitigation expert, and that's coming.
Okay. Somebody's asking, do you think her testimony helped him at all?
Well, I think that's subjective, because again, I think she's giving excuses for his behavior, but she's saying, I'm not doing that. I'm giving an explanation to the way he acts. But so it's really subjective. If you're sitting there on that jury and you're wanting, just give me something, just throw me something, then I guess you can cherry pick some of the testimony that she gave during this examination. And I don't. If you're asking me, no, I don't. She's not even qualified to diagnose him with autism. So she's a speech pathologist. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
I mean, she can't even diagnose him. So no. To answer your question, I don't think so. But again, if someone wants it bad enough, they can cherry pick.
Yeah.
But I don't. But then you've got to take all the totality of the facts, the totality of the evidence, and you have to group it all together. It's not just this little snapshot. It's everything together. And they have an hour of torture that they can't get past, in my opinion.
Right. Yeah. I don't know how you get past that. I don't know how the jury, these folks have, I've said this before, I'll say it again, these folks cannot talk to anybody.
No.
Anybody. They can't talk to a therapist. They cannot talk to any human person. I guess they could talk to their dog or they could pray, but they cannot, another human being, they cannot do it. Their husband, their wife, their child, their best friend, their mom, their dad, and to have seen something like that and not be able to, in my mind, process it is, that's just, that I cannot imagine, imagine that. So somebody's asking, I'm just looking at your questions, how can we teach our kids stranger danger more efficiently? I will say this. Your child is much more likely to be harmed by someone they know.
Right.
By someone they know. That's a reality. Stranger danger cases are actually fairly rare. They do happen, and that's why when they do happen, they get so much attention. But they are actually more of they're not the norm. They're more the exception to the norm.
Yeah, and Athena's mom obviously taught her about stranger danger. They talked about it in school. Athena said, "You can't do that to me." My mom said, I cannot do that to other people. You cannot do that to me.
Well, she asked if he was a kidnapper, which is a word
right.
that a 7-year-old
wouldn't
think would normally know.
Exactly. Where are we going? Are you a kidnapper? So it's very clear that Athena had been talked to about stranger danger, about, body safety. There's no doubt in my mind. So that I wish we had a magic wand and we could control the environment and the situation around us and protect our children. Our children aren't even safe in school. I mean, wherever they go, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So we just have to do our very best to protect them.
And somebody asked, "Are we done for the day?" Yeah, we are done for the day. When they finished up with this witness, the judge released the jury for the day and told them to be back at 9 a.m. Somebody says, how could she render an opinion when she didn't even see most of the videos?
Yeah, see, what that goes to her credibility, and the state did a good job of pointing that out. Is if here you're going to come in here and give your opinion based on what you saw. Well, let me ask you what you saw. Did you see 40 hours of video in the FedEx van before this happened? I mean, they did a very good job of really punching holes in her credibility because she had not seen everything. She had not read everything. And it's almost impossible to, but if you're going to come in here and make some of the claims that you're going to make in the courtroom, then you really do need to see everything. Because I think the prosecutor did punch some holes in her testimony.
Let me ask, do you think anyone that has heard that audio would not have it in their mind?
No.
You've heard it, obviously.
No, there's no way you can hear. And I just got chills. Because I'm thinking about it. There is no way that you could hear that and it not stay with you. No way. The hairs on my arms are standing straight up. It's horrible.
Yeah, it is truly awful. Somebody asked, can they talk about the case after they're done? Yeah,
yes.
Once they've been released, they can they can do media interviews, but more importantly, they talk to, I really do, I cannot say enough, I really do hope they get professional help because most of these people are, they're not, I would consider us sort of denizens of the court system. We even as horrible as this was for you and just even me even knowing kind of what was on it, these people are they don't deal with this on a regular basis.
They're not conditioned for this, and truly it's almost like you wear an invisible armor when you're in our business. And you like police officers think about when they go out to the various scenes that they have to go to. It's almost if there's a detachment in a sense, so you're not so pierced by what you're seeing or what you're doing. And I know I talk to lots of police officers, and they'll say the worst possible thing that they have to deal with is when a child is involved. And so even police officers, like I said earlier on this other case that I was involved in, I spoke to the officer who was involved in that, and she told me just today, she said, my partner could not handle the death of a 6-year-old who was dumped into a dumpster. It was a different case, different capital murder case, where the 6-year-old was sexually assaulted and drowned, and then her body was thrown in a dumpster. And she told me that her partner could not handle it. He started drinking, he didn't talk to anybody, and he ended up drinking himself to death. So this impacts people no matter how grizzled you are or prepared you are or how tough you are. It's life-changing, and we'll have to all take steps not to let him have any space whatsoever in our brains, in our hearts, in our souls. No way does this man occupy any space in my life. I'm not going to let him do it, and that's what we're going to have to do.
Absolutely. Zeke, are we hearing from Brittany? Folks are asking if they can hear from Brittany. Do you know if they're working? Zeke is working on it. They're in the process. We live in a world of technology, and they have to get the video call up. And
well, Rebecca told us that she sat in on a lot of the hearings that they had.
She's okay. So Jason just told me she's trying to track something down. So
okay.
she may not make it, guys. We may not hear from Brittany. Terry and I will continue to chat here for another 10 minutes or so, and so if we get Brittany, we will definitely want to put her on, because I am curious to know, like, what if she was able to see anything in the courtroom, what the jurors' reactions were. My guess is there's not much of a reaction, probably similar to our reaction.
Yeah,
Except for
well-
they can't express it.
We've got the internet jury over here in the comments, and we know what you all are thinking, and so we can make a connection that the jurors may be thinking the same thing. I think that one of the things is as an attorney, and when you're trying criminal cases like this, either side, you can develop a bias. You can develop a prosecution bias. So you've got a theory of your case, and by golly, you're going with that theory of your case.
Right.
Okay, and so there's not a whole lot of flexibility. You bring in your witnesses, you get them prepped, you know exactly where you're going with your case. Same with the defense. You've got a defense that, and in our system, by the way, it really, when you're accused of a crime, you have to do nothing. You don't have to present any evidence whatsoever, because it's the state's responsibility to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. So you really don't have to do anything. But we know human beings want to hear. Human beings want to see. You better speak up and say something, right?
Right.
Not that you have to defend yourself, but you better say something. So there's oftentimes a defense theory bias. And what I think happens very often is that we get so entrenched in our case that we don't see maybe some of the things that we really ought to spot. For example, when the defense showed the video of the young Tanner.
Oh, that's right, you're bringing that up, okay.
The young Tanner, makes total sense that they showed, I said his name, I know.
Well, it was,
the young defendant, that's
it
right.
was,
it was a young Tanner.
Well, it was a little boy, Chester's. His son's name is Chester.
Yeah, but before that, they were showing class pictures of the defendant when he was in elementary school. Okay, I totally get that. That makes sense. That's part of the things that you have to do, is you have to humanize your client. But I thought what was probably, it probably made the jury really angry, is the video of the defendant and his little teeny child taking his first steps, walking towards him, and the defendant yelling and smiling and yay. I thought, oh man, that is tone deaf. Right after that jury had just heard that audio.
Do you think that was a
video.
mistake?
I do. I think you can alienate a jury. You can make a jury mad. And you need to really look at all of the evidence that you bring in and evaluate whether do you need to bring that in, because I think that made that jury mad to see that.
Did it make you mad?
Yeah, it made me mad. It made me mad. It offended me. It offended me. And I don't think that was yes, there it is right there. And right after this
Zeke.
7-year-old, good job, Zeke. Right after that 7-year-old darling baby, precious 7-year-old innocent thing was murdered in the back of that van, then right after the state rests and the defense takes up its case, and then you see that, and it's like, you gotta be kidding me. I think that was, I think that was tone deaf. Tone deaf.
Well, because it's clearly an effort to try to humanize him.
Yes.
But these jurors at that point, they had already seen and heard some pretty horrific things, and not just, and certainly the audio and the video is horrible, but it was more than that. It was all those interrogations.
Yeah.
It was those internet searches. It was those letters. Again, it's just on and on and on and on.
And the fact again.
Oh,
this
we got Brittany.
Oh, good.
Folks want to hear from Brittany. Okay, Brittany. Folks in the chat, they really they're calling you the Rebecca stand-in, but they're very excited to hear from, and I'm sure you're happy to do it. Tell us what you saw and heard this afternoon.
Well, there was a lot there. Okay, so we walked into the courtroom, and to go to some of the questions you had a little bit.
Stand by, we can't hear you.
I can hear you.
Oh, you can?
I can hear her.
Oh, excuse me.
Go ahead, Brittany.
Okay. So we walked into the courtroom. Obviously, Horner sat there. Essentially, what you're seeing in those tiny little snippets that we show of him just sitting with his attorneys, that's what he did for the extent of some of this testimony. So that was kind of what he looked like today. Now looking, when the expert was testifying today, obviously a lot there. We can go into that in just a minute, but the jurors, many people looked like they were paying attention, but you could see some people kind of fidgeting, messing around. I want to say, I don't want to say they weren't paying attention, but there was a lot there, almost like kind of an exhaustion. We didn't see a whole lot of note taking or writing, whether it's notes or doodles. Which is interesting in my opinion, because when we're talking about some of these assessments and the diagnosis and these really big words that we heard this expert talk about, you would have thought perhaps maybe that would be a time for note taking. We didn't really see much of that happen.
What did you think of this expert's testimony?
I thought it was interesting for a couple reasons, because she's there and she's saying, wow, guys, this diagnosis is severe. And I believe she even says his social communication skills were among the worst she'd ever evaluated. And it just didn't match what we heard from the other witnesses. And so my mind kind of went back to that. Well, if this is the worst she's ever seen, but these other witnesses are saying he was a functioning member of groups. He made friends and he was able to actively participate in society. It just didn't, it kind of left me with more questions. Okay, what does that really mean if this is the most severe case you've ever seen? And here we are hearing from people who essentially described him as a seemingly normal-ish kid. The other thing that was interesting is that again, she's describing this as being the most severe case she's ever heard, but she can't really explain when prosecutors ask her, okay, so why don't we see that in this video of the abduction? Why don't we see the lack of communication skills? In fact, you see the opposite. He's calmly talking to Athena. And she couldn't really explain that other than being surprised. And I think we knew that testimony was coming. But again, I think you're just left wondering, okay, how scientific is this? If nothing's really lining up here.
Well, and she can't diagnose. She's not a diagnostician. And the other thing is at times, remember she talked about that he can employ sarcasm and he can use puns. And I'm going, it doesn't match. And what Terry and I were talking about was it felt like she was trying to have it both ways. I don't know if you felt that way too.
Well, exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean. She's saying this is so severe, and then she on the other side, she's saying that he's doing all these things that it just doesn't match. Is it severe? And if it is severe, then okay, why aren't we seeing what you're describing? And I think another kind of surprising component here is that, again, the prosecutors brought up, okay, well, what did you review in coming to some of these determinations? As you mentioned, she said that she can't diagnose autism spectrum disorder, which is interesting in and of itself because she's an autism expert. So it's just a lot of pieces that seem to not line up, in my opinion. Just kind of all over the place. But yeah, I think one of the biggest things too that I took away from that was that prosecutors pointed out she didn't review all of his interactions. She didn't review all of the videos and evidence. And I thought that was interesting, given that she is testifying to his behavior and his communication, to admitting to not having listened to everything is interesting.
Well, yeah, she didn't review the specifically the video from the day after, where you see him having an interaction with somebody along the road. The road has been blocked off because they're searching for Athena, and he's honking on the horn, and he's agitated because they won't let him through. I don't know. For me, I just struggled with the whole thing.
Well, she went through all of her testimony too, Brittany, and what I thought was most interesting, and I would have dug into this a little bit deeper, but she said, yeah, my opinion changed after the abduction. Once she saw the video of the abduction, her opinion changed after that.
Right.
Okay, well, how did it change? What does that mean? Tell me, what do you think now? Yeah, that I thought was interesting. So again, it just depends on how you look at this, but this just seemed like more testimony that hopefully there will stick when they throw it on the wall, basically.
Now, I will say one thing that I noticed, from one juror, the nodding along as she was speaking. And I didn't know whether to take that as a, interesting, or you know how when you're communicating, sometimes you just nod as people are speaking. So I thought that was interesting that the one person that I did see kind of nodding along as she was talking. So I don't know what to think of that.
Yeah, interesting. Thank you for that. I think that's important. She was looking at the jury, and you're right. Some people are just polite, and so when they're speaking to you,
Right.
you'll acknowledge them. But I think that's interesting. So I'm glad you brought that up.
Well, you know how Texans are. We do try to be
We
polite.
are. I know exactly.
Brittany, is there anything else you want to add that we haven't asked you, or that we should, or do you have any sense of what's coming tomorrow?
I have no sense. Of what's coming tomorrow. Again, sometimes I think the
We
judge
know you have a
normally
lot of
comes
sense
back
now.
Well, I have sense. I don't have a sense of what's.
You're not a fortune teller, Brittany. You're not a fortune teller.
I'm not. I wish that I was.
Well, and it bears repeating that the defense does not have to say who's coming next, so that's part of the issue there. But anyway, well, hey, Brittany, I'm going to let you go. I know you're putting together your stories for later shows, and so we really appreciate you being there and for pinch hitting for Rebecca, and we thank you so much, and I'll see you some other time. So.
We're glad you showed up too, Brittany, because everybody was wanting to see you.
Thank you.
I'm
Brittany.
here.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye. That was great. Okay.
We were really going to say something really great, but I can't remember what it is now. I know.
I've been here since 6 a.m. I did daybreak, so I am a little tired. And folks, we are absolutely in no way laughing at what happened here. I think sometimes and I think Terry would agree with me, when you're covering a case like this, occasionally if you can't have a moment of levity, it just gets so heavy.
Yeah, right. And it has absolutely nothing to do with the trial and the testimony and the case. It's just circumstances like with Brittany, trying to get hold of Brittany. That's where the levity comes in, but it's certainly not about the subject matter.
Oh, it's been again one of the toughest ones I've ever covered. Okay, so we're going to wrap it up, but I want, before we go, because I know you got more in you, I want you to give folks out there who may be coming in and out of this from our video or from our live stream a 2-minute summary of what we saw today and where we stand with this case.
What we saw today were the continuation of the defense's case, where they brought in people who know him personally, who know the defendant personally, a teacher, a girlfriend. He can obviously hold relationships. A pastor who I thought it was interesting because they made a point to say, you were subpoenaed to be here, and when you receive a subpoena to show up in court and testify, you've got to show up and testify. But I thought it was interesting that they made a point of saying, you're here under subpoena. And the pastor said he visited the defendant one time after he was in jail, and the defendant continued to even lie to him about what happened. But he did pray with them and talked about how he was a good musician, how he tried out for a particular competition group that this church
unfortunately called like the Stomp.
The Stomp. And Tanya and I both looked at each other and said, oh, unfortunate. But he was good enough to make the team. He was good enough to compete in a national competition. So we heard from people who know him, but we also then heard from some experts. And again, the expert testimony is a must. And let me reiterate this. I've said it now a few times today, but I want to reiterate this.
It bears repeating.
The defense must bring these witnesses in on a capital murder trial. A capital murder case is automatically appealed to the Court of Criminal Appeals. They will review every bit of testimony that was in that court during that trial, no matter what happens. And one of the things that the defense has to do, they have a higher burden of due diligence and investigation in a capital murder case. They have to bring in witnesses to talk about childhood, to talk about trauma, to talk about poverty, to talk about whatever the case may be with this person's life. They've got to bring in experts to talk about any kind of mental health issues or fetal alcohol syndrome or Asperger's or depression, suicidal tendency. They've got to bring these witnesses in. If they don't, if they just sit back and go, I know, he's guilty. This is terrible.
They cannot do the bare minimum.
They cannot,
Not in a death penalty
because
case.
if they do, this case will be reversed. And guess what?
Then we're all sitting here again.
We're all sitting here again. The family is put through this agony and torture all over again. We don't want that mother to ever have to take the stand again, as well as the father. We don't want this to happen. Every time a defense witness comes in, we need to be glad that a defense witness is coming in, because what it does, it pads the record to make sure that the defense is doing its job. We want that to happen. Be patient with this. Be patient, but keep your own opinions. You know, you're watching it. You know what your gut is telling you. So does the jury. So does the jury. Trust that, but be patient with these defense witnesses because they have to bring them.
Absolutely. And I got one final question that one burning question.
What's that?
Would you have taken this case as a defense attorney?
I absolutely would not have taken this case as a defense attorney. Never, 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 never would I have taken this case.
All right, there you have it. Terry would not have taken this case, and neither would have Cody Skipper.
Right.
And I will be back tomorrow at 8:30 a.m., and the judge says this will start back up at 9 a.m., and we will have Bree West as our guest tomorrow. I'll see you in the morning.